Chapter 1. Beautiful Boy Brain Storage. The sun is setting. The logistics organization under the Ghost Killer team, Butterfly House. 3 figures sat in the backyard, laughing loudly. One of the beautiful women with pink hair connected to Cyan used a small fork to separate the cake on the plate in front of her a little, put it in her mouth, and starry in her eyes. "Well, Silya-jun, this cake you made called tiramisu is so delicious." In front of her, the boy called Silyu smiled lightly. "If you like to eat it, I will give you this good." "Silya-jun, you are used to her, since you came to the butterfly house. This girl has come to the butterfly house more and more." Next to him, a beautiful woman with butterfly hair ornaments said helplessly. "If you let people see it, they will definitely be surprised." Ghost Killer Team 9 Pillars. Insect Pillar Butterfly Shinobu, and Love Pillar Honey, actually eating dessert with an unknown boy. Silyu waved his hand and said with a smile. "It's okay, I like girls who eat a lot. Anyway, I'm bored every day. Sister Miri came to me, I can also make something delicious for her, so as to pass the time." "Silya-jun." Mi-li was moved, and her little face blushed. "Hee. Then this is my thanks for bringing you back to the butterfly house, Silya-jun, you are really easy to get lost." The corner of Silyu's mouth twitched, and he shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to the first reward who let him cross was Solan Kendo. And because of the special nature of the system, this Solan Kendo actually has a great side effect. Silyu just came to this world and got lost. He was originally a sophomore who was addicted to Ghost Extermination comics, and when he held up a tablet to read Ghost Extermination comics in the middle of the night, he was moved by the ending and his hand slipped. The tablet smashed his face, and when he came back to his senses, he had already appeared in this world. The world of the Ghost Slayer Blade full of ghosts. Silyu almost collapsed. He just read a comic. Even if he immersed himself in the experience, there is no need to immerse himself in the comics to experience. Fortunately, he also has a system. It's just that this system is very problematic. Keeping a diary and checking in can get various rewards, but judging from the fact that Solan Kendo has side effects, he does not feel that this is a serious system. After that, I don't know what to pit myself again. Just as Silyu was thinking about something, Mi-li looked at his handsome face and muttered. "Today's Silya-jun is still gentle and handsome, it's really worthy of being dressed." Before she finished speaking, the butterfly next to her immediately took the cake and stuffed it into her mouth, and said with a smile, "Eat it deliciously, don't say too much, Silya-jun, you go and make a pot of black tea." Huang Shen Silyu didn't hear Mi-li's words, didn't ask more, nodded and got up. "It just so happened that the herbatic ant in the snack street brought me a jug of goat's milk, and I gave you some novel drinks." At the beginning, he was still a caregiver, but with Butterfly Ninja and Honey eating his dishes, Silyu is now more inclined to be a chef. Chef exclusive to Butterfly Shinobu and Honey Glass. Butterfly nodded with a smile, nodding sharply at the starry eyes of Honey Glass stuffed with cake in her mouth. As soon as she heard that there was good food and drink, she came to the core. After Silyu left, Butterfly Shinobu turned his head and whispered in a slightly reproachful tone. "You almost missed your mouth. If he knew that we knew that he was a traverser, the diary might not be updated normally." Miri looked helplessly at her friend. The diary that the two said was a diary that suddenly appeared in their room. As the 2 pillar-level swordsmen of the ghost-killing team, it was impossible for their boudoir to be infiltrated at will. In this case, a diary quietly appeared on their desks in their rooms. It was also written, "Silyu's diary, Butterfly Ninja / Honey Glass copy," and this look surprised them. "Crossing the first day, the world is full of ghosts, there is no need to me like this. Through the 7th day, I got a Kendo encyclopedia, with Solan's 1, 2, and 3 swords, but I also found a very serious problem. I began to become a road idiot, and I finally built a matchbox small house, and I couldn't find it. Through the 8th day, my problem should be said to be more unlucky than a road idiot. I looked for a house, met 4 ghosts in 2 days, and the ghost killing team did not encounter as much as me. Through the 9th day, I actually saw the insect pillar and love pillar, one of the 9 pillars of the ghost killing team, and the butterfly forbearance made me live in the butterfly house as a medical worker, and I can be regarded as having a residence. Sister Ninja, I love you to death. After reading these diaries, the two immediately looked for each other and found that the other party also had this diary. Today, a month has passed. Neither Shinobu Butterfly nor Miri spoke about it, and both were full of interest in the boy who called himself Crossed. The diaries he wrote will be synchronized to the diaries in their hands in real time, and the contents of the diaries can only be seen by the diary holder. It seems blank to others. Moreover, when the 2 women looked at Tsuyu, they didn't seem to know that they could see his diary, so they didn't say it tacitly. For a while, Tsuyu did not come back. Mili lay on the table, holding a fork and muttering, "Why hasn't Tsuyu-jun come back yet? It's been a long time. It's not going to be lost." Butterfly Shinobu said subconsciously. As soon as the words fell, the 2 women rushed out at the same time. Kitchen, teapot opened, but no one was seen. Toilet, no one. Infirmary, nobody. A beautiful girl in a white nursing suit passed by, saw Butterfly Shinobu and Honey in a hurry, and asked. "Zayakui, did you see Tsuyu-jun?" asked Butterfly hurriedly. Xiaoaoi subconsciously said, "I see, I watched him walk out more than 30 minutes ago, saying that there was no tea, he wanted to buy tea." After speaking, her eyes widened and she realized something. Butterfly Shinobu looked helpless and came again. "Tsuyu, lost again. He knows that he is a road idiot, and he actually dares to go out. This guy is a strange guy who can get lost even when he goes out and turns a corner. No, he can get lost just by walking from the backyard to the kitchen. Butterfly forbearance, how can there be such a strange person? Even if it's a road idiot, this idiocy is too serious." Mili held her small face, and her eyes were starry. "Tsuyu-jun, who is lost, is so charming." Butterfly couldn't bother to complain about her at the moment, and dragged her hand back to the backyard. After making sure no one was disturbed, she took out a diary from her arms. It reads, "Tsuyu's diary." Ever since she knew that Tsuyu was a traverser from other worlds, she had been carrying this diary with her. For so long, Butterfly couldn't help but find the lost Tsuyu from the content of the diary. Every time the kid got lost, he would complain about his road idiot in his diary. Mili also took out the same diary from her arms. The two turned the latest page, and sure enough, handwriting began to appear on it. "Lost, lost again, where is this? Come out to buy a tea and don't know how to go back, blame this damn Kendo encyclopedia, it can simply be called lost breath. Solon, you really killed me, I know you road idiot, I didn't expect you road idiot to this extent, obviously know the way back, but the farther you go. Sister Ninja, Sister Miri, where are you, come and save me." The above content, the two of them couldn't help but look at it. Solon. This name has appeared several times, it is his master. Mili, who followed behind, was still holding the cake that Tsuyu had just given her, and said while eating. "This kid didn't write where, how are we going to find you?" A helpless smile appeared on Butterfly's face. "Can writing a diary be useful?" Soon, new fonts began to appear in the diary. The Butterfly Ninja and Honey Glass smile gradually solidified. There are a lot of wisteria flowers on this road, where does it lead? Why are there so many people there? I also saw Shanahu, Lying Groove, this is the Vine Attack Mountain that began the final selection, I actually came here. This is lost? How do I think it was the navigation that the heavens gave me? Before Solon got lost and came to Chambord Island, and then Tsuyu got lost and came to the of Fuji Attack Mountain. Chapter 2. Seeing this paragraph, what does navigation mean? The Butterfly Ninja duo don't care for the time being, but how did he run to the final selection of Fuji Raid Mountain? It is at least 20 miles away from here. A person who has no map to point and is easy to get lost can actually get there. I really don't know if it's good luck or bad luck. Good guy, I just want to go back as soon as possible. Now it's good, running and running to the Vine Attack Mountain. Suyu's handwriting kept emerging. Miri, who had been eating cake, widened her eyes. How did he run the vine to attack the mountain? Today is not. Let's hurry over and bring him back. Wait, said Butterfly with a smile on her face. This may be a good opportunity to see how his strength is. Anyway, as long as there is still a breath, I can save him. You mean? Want to see his swordsmanship? Miri immediately understood. In his diary, Suyu wrote that he practiced a breathing method called misty breath. Externally, he has always said that he has not cultivated. Mi Li secretly went to see that Suyu was in the yard, often using an iron bar tied to heavy stones at both ends to do arm curls and squats. Sometimes only one heavy stone is tied to one end, and then used as a knife-wielding pose. Moreover, the breathing is very rhythmic, but as a pillar-level swordsman in the ghost-killing team, the two of them can't tell which part of the fully concentrated breathing he is cultivating. As for killing ghosts, Suyu has never shown interest, and has always been a nurse in the butterfly house. But he didn't sign up for the final trial, so he can't participate in the trial. Miri wondered. Butterfly couldn't help but smile. That's right, I already helped him sign up. You really? Mi Li's face was full of helplessness, and she was speechless about her approach. This won't be fine. I like Suyu very much. I don't want him to have trouble. Okay, then let's rush over and hide in the shadows to see. As long as he has a breath, I can save him. Butterfly Shinobu said with a smile. Mi Li also nodded helplessly, ate all the cakes she was carrying in one go, and then rushed to the Vine Attack Mountain. As the second of the 9 pillars, the distance of more than 20 miles was only a few minutes away for the two of them. 10 minutes before. Vine Attack Mountain. A teenager squatted on the tree, finished writing the diary in his hand, silently holding his legs and squatting on the tree, shivering, teary-eyed. How did things get to this point? If it's another traverser, crossing into this world, there must be all kinds of awesome props. Only me, I need to write a diary to become stronger, to have a chance to get otherworldly props, and for these days, except for a lost breath, nothing else is a QQ pinching and drinking to bleed tea recipe. What is how to be a little white face better, crosser. I really disgraced the crosser. Now it's good, and I was forced to come to the Fuji Attack Mountain. How could I possibly participate in this trial? I didn't even sign up. He's ahead. A hand-excavated mountain platform gathers many people. All teenage girls, some with scars on their faces, ready to strike, others calm, with their eyes lowered. Without exception, these people are waiting for the same thing to start. What they were waiting for, Suyu, who was a traverser, understood it too well. The final trial before joining the Ghost Killer team. He also saw Tanjiro and Rikurakuna, who lived in the butterfly house, but he didn't mean to go up to say hello. He just wants to go back. He said that he would never go out of the mountain before becoming a top powerhouse, but when he turned his head in the dark, where could he go as a road idiot? Really, how can there be side effects as the system reward of road idiots? System, are you sure you are not pitting me? Suyu complained about the diary system he had obtained by crossing over. Over the past month, this kind of spit has not been rare. He originally planned to join the ghost-killing team and kill ghosts before he reached the strength of at least a grade A ghost-killing swordsman, and he didn't want to think about it. After all, the boss ghost Maisuji is not miserable, but it appeared very early. It's not okay to be meticulous yourself. After the series of changes he envisioned, he appeared in the fantasy of the final trial, getting lost, never in it. Obviously he remembered the route in his mind, and in the end, it was not right. Is this a law-level road idiot? As long as he walks, he must get lost? He doesn't even have a real knife, and the only thing that can be considered a weapon is the wooden knife he carries with him in order to get through his addiction. This is Suyu imitating Tang Heng's knife and cutting it himself. Usually training, he only uses this knife to practice. It's okay to hit the canola flowers with this thing, and it's not a ghost? Suyu didn't have time to think about it now, and the two young girls in kimono below who looked like copying and pasting were already reading the rules of the competition. Obviously the same look, the black hair in it, is actually a boy. The black-haired kimono boy took the lead and said, "Thank you for being here tonight to participate in the final selection of this year. In this Vine Attack Mountain, there are many ghosts captured alive by ghost killers. Please rest assured that they will never be able to escape this mountain." The white-haired kimono girl said, "After all, from the foot of the mountain to the halfway point of the mountain, the wisteria flowers, which the ghosts hate the most, bloom all year round." The two voices were one, but from here on there will be no more wisteria flowers. Ghosts cannot be restricted actions. In this case, you will live for 7 days. Then, without further ado, everyone, please. When the people who had been mentally prepared heard this, they immediately stepped into the dense forest. And Suyu was still hiding in the tree and shivering. Suddenly, the words sounded. At the same time, Suyu pulled out his knife and pointed behind him. The trial has begun, don't you go in yet." Seeing the person who suddenly appeared behind him, Suyu swallowed his spit. "Before I crossed over, I thought this person looked terrible, and the reality was even more terrifying. Fair skin, purple kimono, on that cheek, surprisingly large eyes, pupils occupy most of the eyes. That pupil even reminded Suyu of the Eye of Reincarnation in Naruto, but this eye looked more terrifying." Seeing that it was this teenager who looked like a girl, Suyu awkwardly withdrew the wooden knife and said, "Do you believe me when I say I got lost and came here?" The black-haired boy's huge pupils looked at Suyu and said, "Get lost?" The corners of Suyu's mouth tugged, and he said busily, "I really got lost, I didn't plan to participate. I didn't even sign up. Do you have a list? Don't believe you, check it." Seeing that Suyu didn't look like he was fading, the black-haired boy turned his head and flipped through the registration list. Suyu looked confident. Immediately, the black-haired boy who raised his head again had a hint of helplessness on his flat face. "Mr. Suyu, please don't joke with me anymore, hurry in." Chapter 3. "You, me, no, how do you know my name? Should there really be my name?" Suyu's eyes widened, and he looked at it. On the registration list, the last name, Suyu. Suyu opened his mouth, he had never signed up. "Sister Shinobi. I have a feud with you, don't I?" He immediately thought of this possibility. Meili's stupid girl who is hungry for snacks will definitely not do this kind of thing, it can only be a smile every day, but in fact, the butterfly with a special black belly endures. The black-haired boy didn't say anything more, and directly turned around and left with another girl. Suyugong wanted to catch up, but after thinking about it, forget it. This road idiot himself, following others can go wrong, you must be pulled by someone. After staying in place for a while with a bitter face, Suyu clenched the wooden knife and seemed to have made some decision. Finally, step into the forest. In the forest, the moon hangs in the sky, and the moonlight spills into the forest. From time to time, the rustle of leaves was heard in my ears. If paired with occasional bird chirping and a cup of hot tea, it's sure to be a great night. However, a voice kept ringing out in the forest. Heavenly spirit, spirit, earth spirit, spirit, devils and ghosts leave soon. Heavenly spirit, earth spirit, spirit, devils and ghosts leave soon. Suyu found a big tree to squat, forced to come in. The most important thing is to see his current situation first. Looking for Tanjiro or Kana hugging his thighs. Suyu is very confident in his road idiot, relying on his own subjectivity to find, the final result will definitely be lost. He walked around to the center of the ghost group, and he didn't feel strange. It's better to be honest and see the situation first. Keep a journal to lighten your mind. He flipped his palm, and a plain-looking cowhide diary appeared in his left hand. Turning the latest page, holding it in his right hand, a stylus appeared out of thin air. After thinking for a few seconds, the pen dropped, and a line of words appeared. I really didn't think that I would participate in the final trial in this way. I really took it to myself, if I can't find Shanahu, I don't know if I can get out of this mountain alive. At the same time, somewhere in the mountains and forests, a beautiful girl is light and dodges the 3 ghosts who besieged her alone. No matter how fierce the attacks and palpitating roars of those ghosts made, the girl's cold cheeks did not move at all, and her steps dodged their attacks steadily. Immediately, the knife she held in her hand tilted, carrying a very powerful slash, and directly separated the heads of the 2 nearby ghosts. And she, out of the mud and not clean, did not get the slightest bit of dust during the whole process. Luafal Kanahu, a permanent resident of the Butterfly House, is one of the selection contestants. Just as she was about to kill her, she suddenly covered her waist, reached into her clothes and touched it, and took out a diary. She just felt this notebook tremble suddenly, and at this moment, a smile appeared on her cold face that even the ghost was fascinated by, and she heard her mutter, I guess this guy must have lost his way again, and I think I'm going to find him either Shinobu and Miri-sama. Kanako opened it and looked at it, and her face with a faint smile instantly froze. Didn't he say he wouldn't sign up? Before he came, he asked him if he wanted to sign up for the Ghost Killer Team assessment together. Suyu has never been able to speak, and he has not usually seen him exercise for ghost-killing actions. Look at it, and the astonishment and helplessness are covered with Xiongne's pretty face. This idiot. Lost, he actually got lost and came to the Vine Attack Mountain. He has no weapons against the ghost, this is not good, I have to find him quickly. Just as she was flipping through the diary, the ghost's eyes turned, the place where it had just been cut recovered as before, and took advantage of what it thought was a good opportunity to pounce on Shanna. However, Chanel's figure flickered, and he pulled out the knife, and before Shanna's diary was closed, the ghost had already landed on the ground, and immediately collected the knife, cleanly. Before its consciousness dissipated, it could not understand when Shanna cut that knife. And she, not even interested in looking down at the ghost, turned to leave, and paused as soon as her toes were raised. Shinobu-sama said, let me come to the competition, the only thing I have to do is kill the ghost, am I going to save him? The foot of the step stopped, and Shanna suddenly thought of something, and quickly took a coin from his arms, with heads and tails engraved on it. Just as she was about to throw it, her palm stopped. The face she had in mind seemed to appear in front of her, and a voice with a little resentment sounded in her ears. Ayala, take out this coin again, doesn't it mean that you can make more decisions on your own? There is no need to wait for Sister Shinobi's instructions. You obviously have a lot of strength, so believe in yourself more. If you have to toss a coin, I'll help you flip it, as long as it's something you want to do, I'll definitely throw a positive every time. Let's throw it now, and decide whether you want to act according to your heart in the future. No matter how many times, I don't stop until I throw ahead. Suyu's serious face seemed to be in front of him, and Xiangni stood in place with a coin for nearly a minute. Finally, she put away the coins. With a firm expression, he decisively ran in the direction he came. Suyu looked ahead with a stiff face. And he was all laughed angrily by his road idiocy. If his own road idiot can manifest into a person, then Suyu will not hesitate to pull out a knife and hack him to death. Because at this moment, he has seen the ghost, and it is not an ordinary ghost, it is a hand ghost. The strongest hand ghost in the mountain. At this moment, it is pinching a boy's head with one hand, and the boy and another boy who is trembling next to him look at Suyu together. Hand Ghost's eyes revealed excitement, as if he saw a new delicacy. The injured two revealed despair. They thought that someone could come to rescue them, but as a result, it was actually a boy with a wooden knife. Holding a wooden knife to compete? Funny. This is not a fool. Not only these two people are scolding Silyu is also scolding himself in his heart. This ghost is more than 2 meters tall, covered by no clothing, the muscles on its body protrude from several tendons 2 or 3 fingers wide, the head without a trace of hair, and a palm pulls the door of the head. Silyu recognized it. This is the ghost who ate all the senior brothers and sisters of Tanjiro. In this mountain, this is definitely the ghost at the top of the pyramid. Silyu laughed angrily, and his body gradually opened up. It's the posture before drawing the knife. Okay, play like this, I'll take your sacrificial knife today. Chapter 4. Saying that, Silyu held the stick in his left hand and placed it on his left waist, and his right hand was suspended over the hilt of the knife that was set aside as a grip. The hand ghost saw that he was holding a wooden knife and making a gesture of drawing the knife, and laughed, laughing loudly. Another one to die? Good, good, can you eat one more? Is this still going to give me some appetizer program? Really good looking skin bag cookie cutter, interesting soul, pick one, you must be better than everyone else. Hehe, want to eat me? You also deserve. Silyu squinted, since he couldn't escape, then accepted calmly, and his breathing became long a low drink, his body moved with his heart. In an instant, Silyu's figure was like an off-string arrow, sweeping towards the hand ghost. Click, the wooden knife broke. Silyu froze, and the injured two also froze, and the hand ghost's eyes narrowed in a mocking arc, and he laughed even more arrogantly. Ha ha ha, you're really here to be funny. At that moment I thought you were really good, it seemed to be my illusion. The two were even more desperate. What the hell are you doing? Are you specifically looking for death? If you can't fight it, run fast. What do you mean by attacking? Are you playing on us? What are you doing if you can't save people? A dull punch bigger than a human head directly hit Silyu's abdomen. The whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken line, until it hit a large tree. The hand ghost smiled and said, "You wait for me first, and when I finish eating these two guys, I will slowly cook you, kid." Saying that, it directly opened its mouth and bit off the boy's head it was holding in its hand. The sound of chewing bones echoed in the ears of Silyu and the other. The body spraying with blood is directly sucked by it to the mouth, just like eating too dry and drinking something to moisturize. The ugly appearance, coupled with this horrible act, the man had been so frightened that his legs were weak, and he couldn't even stand up while sitting on the ground. Silyu lay on the ground in pain, and his palms touched around in pain, trying to hold up. Ka! He suddenly ran into something. Turning my head, I saw a lot of knives. Many blades were stained with black-brown stains, that is dried blood. Only the spine of the knife remains, and the fragmentary blade. As if sensing his gaze, the hand ghost laughed while eating people. Those are my collection, all of them are people who have been eaten by me. I want to think, there are almost 50, these knives are all my collection, and now it looks like there will be 3 more, one of them is still a wooden knife, I will definitely remember you. After that, it stuffed the remaining body in its hand into its mouth in one breath, blood flowed down the corners of its chewing mouth, and its terrifying eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc, looking at the two, as if thinking about which to eat first. A fishy smell suddenly came out, and the eyes of the hand ghost became disgusted. The person who slumped on the ground was actually frightened. Look at it and pour your appetite. After I will pluck out your hands and feet to make dry food in the future. Now, let me taste this little ghost. What about people? The hand ghost's eyes froze, and Silyu, who was still lying on the ground just now, disappeared. It looked left and right and found Silyu standing not far away. At this moment, he had 3 more knives in his hand. And the words with great resentment came out. Hit and beat, kill and kill, say so many forced words, originally because I was bored to death because I was lost, and I was punched. Okay, do you want to fight? Then show you my proper posture, my kendo should be posture. The hand ghost felt that the momentum of the young man in front of the knife changed, and there was no obvious killing intent, but he could not feel it at all. However, the pressure was much greater, and a vague pressure suddenly emerged from Silyu. The hand ghost's expression just became serious, and the next second he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, you're too funny, what do you mean by biting the knife with your mouth? It's not that I haven't seen a swordsman with multiple blades, but you have a handful in your mouth. I've lived for so long, it's really the first time I've seen it. When the hand ghost spoke, Silyu put on a posture that looked quite strange both for it and for the boy next to him. The horse strides up, hands crossed, knife tips facing up. Silyu's head was lowered, his horse was tied up, the tips of his two knives were facing up, crossed in front of him, and a muffled shout came from between his teeth. At that moment, his figure disappeared in place. When the hand ghost reacted, it was covered in blood, and an incredible voice instantly sounded. What kind of combat technique is this? I have never heard of such a combat technique in the ghost killing team. Silyu ignored its cry, the knife in his hand flicked, the blood on it splashed to the ground, he threw the knife, and said to himself. The first time I took a real knife, I actually felt pretty good, but this is not a Nikki knife, and it can't directly kill you, so I wronged you as my test knife target. The hand ghost scolded angrily, and the fist was like rain. Kill me? Just you, this little injury, I will recover in minutes. Silyu's eyes flashed coldly, and he flashed step by step. At the same time, low chanting came from his mouth. 36 troubles in one life, 72 troubles in 2 lives, 108 troubles in 3 lives, 3 sword flow, 108 troubles wind. The blue knife chi visible to the naked eye slashed out, and it hit the hand ghost's fist without dodging, and it let out a terrible scream. These slashing knives cut its hands bloody. In this situation, Silyu's face was dissatisfied with his performance. It's still alive, and it's still too difficult to kill a ghost like this with only half a month's cultivation. These moves are so weak in my hands, I'm going to double my workouts when I go back. Silyu stretched out the 2 knives in his hand behind the biting knife, and his eyes were fierce. 3 slashing streams, tiger hunting. Silyu, on the other hand, dodged flexibly, constantly dodging its attacks, and then finding an opportunity to attack with a 3-knife move. Although the hand ghost can heal, the pain is also really painful, and it can only keep roaring and constantly fighting back. Silyu only narrowly avoided. Dark. Butterfly Shinobu and Honey, who had already arrived, were stunned. Hand ghosts are naturally not worth mentioning for them, and they can be easily killed. But for a person who is not even a ghost swordsman, who usually only lives in the house, this ghost is definitely a very strong opponent. It is also one of the best in the entire Vine Attack Mountain. At this moment, he was constantly slipped by Silyu. There are no lethal injuries, all healable wounds. This scene can be summed up in one sentence. The damage is not high, and the insult is extremely strong. Chapter 5. This kid, I really didn't expect him to have this kind of ability. Do you see what kind of breathing method it is? Asked Butterfly Shinobu staring at the battle below, and asked Miri next to him without tilting his head. The words came out, but there was no response. Turning his head, the butterfly was helpless, and this girl began to make fools again. Silya-jun, so handsome. I really didn't think that he would have such a high sword art attainment. This is only 1 month of cultivation. If it takes time, he will definitely become a pillar-level swordsman. Handsome and can cook and make desserts, and will be very strong in the future. It's great. Butterfly Shinobu had to hold her forehead, and suddenly, she felt a familiar aura approaching here. And according to Butterfly Shinobu's speculation, the owner of that breath should not approach this side. Her gaze fell on Silyu, and she said with a smile, "It seems that you have a lot of rivals." Hey! Miri didn't know what it meant. Butterfly Shinobu didn't say anything more, returning his attention to the battle in front of him. A few minutes down, Suyu was already panting, and his face was solemn. "Damn, after knowing that I couldn't effectively kill it, I simply gave up my defense and exchanged my injuries for attack opportunities, and several times I was almost hit in the head by it. I can't run, I'm entangled in it. If only you could give me a Nikawa knife, Sister Shinobi, before you pit me here, you can give me a knife for ghosts." After dodging the attack of the hand ghost, Suyu's footsteps were stumbling, and his center of gravity was out of balance. And the hand ghost also seized this opportunity, and a hand was divided on his body and shook his fist again. "Boy, this punch will see me squash you." His restless heart was also calm. The knife in his mouth fell to the ground. Looking at the silhouette that blocked in front of him, holding the knife at the ghost, Suyu's tense body relaxed, and smiled lightly. "Chanel, cut it." Good. This sudden appearance was naturally Xiang Nehu, who was rushing back non-stop and had been searching for Suyu's location. The movement of the fight here was not small, and it soon made her follow the trail. Suyu does not have any machismo, thinking that things can only be carried by men. Seeing Shanna coming, he also let go of his heart. This month's relationship, her strength, Suyu still believes very much. Shanna stepped out and fought together. The body is light and the knife is decisive. But anyone who had seen Kanna's move would never think that she was just a 16-year-old girl. Every knife and slash she made carried a fierce and murderous charm. Although the hand ghost is huge, when facing Shanahu, he can't even touch it, and his attack is defused, but he is forced to retreat by Xiang Nehu's knife. Bang! A kick in the chest of the hand ghost, kicking the hand ghost into the air. "Shame and shame, shame, little ghost, don't be too proud," the hand ghost roared, and in a jump, several hands on his body were raised at the same time and swung towards Shanna, and the huge fist tore through the air, emitting a piercing scream. Chanel's little face, which had always been calm, finally changed a little. Suyu, who had just relaxed next to him, suddenly tensed his body, and his face was extremely solemn. What is this bad feeling? The hand ghost should be powerless to resist, right? What is it doing now? Looking at Chanahu swinging his knife to meet it, the blade collided with the ghost fist. It was actually a spark burst. Blood ghost technique, steel hand. Boom! The huge force shocked Channa to fly out upside down, chi and blood surged, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood on the way upside down. If it weren't for Suyu jumping over in time and holding that silhouette into his arms. This punch will definitely knock Xiane into a tree. It doesn't cause death, but it also makes her hiss gasp, presumably being beaten not lightly, to slow down. How is it possible? It's actually a ghost of superpower. Kana's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Suyu's face was solemn, which was something he had never remembered. The hand ghost actually possessed the blood demon technique of tempering body parts? "Could it be that I crossed over and caused things to change a little?" said Suyu. The ghosts trapped on the Vine Attack Mountain are basically ghosts who have killed 2 or 3 people, and only the ghosts in front of him eat as many as 50 people. And the way to possess the blood demon art is that it is possible to have it after eating a certain number of people. The hand ghost in front of him became one of the possible. And this kind of ghost should not be the existence that appears in the final trial. Dark. Miri panicked, and pulled out the Nikawa knife on her waist with her left hand. Oops, this ghost actually evolved into a ghost of supernatural powers. We should make a move now. If this continues, Xiao Xianeu and Su Yejun will be killed by it. Butterfly Shinobu stopped her again, staring ahead with a smile. Don't worry, he got the real knife, this time, he got the real knife that is effective against the ghost. Mi Li followed her line of sight, and saw the knife in Suyu's hand, which was Xiangneu's knife, and the worry on her face instantly dissipated. Front. Suyu carried Xiangnehu not far behind her and let her sit against the tree. You wait for me here, I'll be right back. Snap! Xiane grabbed his wrist, and the huge pain in her abdomen made her cheeks twitch, and said busily, Don't go, even I am not its opponent, run, if only I could be stronger. Suyu smiled, gently patted her head, pulled her hand holding her away, and said softly, You've done a good job, wait for me here. With that, he got up and left. Suyu smiled and walked to the hand ghost, picked up the scabbard of Xiangnehu on the ground, put her ghost-slashing knife into the scabbard, and placed it on her left waist. Looking at Suyu, who still dared to come to him, the hand ghost smiled conspiratorially while feeling the strength of his body. I finally possess the blood demon technique, and it is impossible for this vine attack mountain to trap me anymore. Boy, as my first meal out of prison, I will definitely enjoy you and that little girl beautifully. I will stain your flesh and blood with each other's blood, chew every bite carefully, that little girl's fine skin and tender flesh must be delicious. The hand ghost covered his face with several hands, and his eyes narrowed into the upper arc moon, full of mockery. Under these words, Xiane's cold face was also a little moved with disgust. Another person who was frightened to pee, consciousness already beating repeatedly between coma and wakefulness. This made the hand ghost feel very comfortable, but soon he was quite angry. Speaking of this, the figure with the knife was actually still walking towards him. His calmness, his momentum, the eyes of the hand ghost suddenly shrank, and a figure deep into the soul suddenly appeared in its mind, making it extremely furious. With this calmness and momentum, why are you so much like that scaly bastard? I changed my mind. I'm going to tear you to pieces alive, torture you to death and eat you again. A sword flows into a lion's song. Chapter 6. The hand ghost only felt that his eyes were flickering, and the Suyu in front of him was gone. It turned its head and saw it appear behind it. The posture was pulled away, and the knife on his waist did not know when it was unsheathed, but it was not pulled, but slowly entered the sheath. Ding! The knife goes into the scabbard. Cold words also came out of Suyu's mouth. The voice fell. Its body seemed to react at this time, and one after another oozing blood gullies broke its skin. With its screams, it spread all over the body. The next moment, its eyes flickered, and then it saw its own body. My head was cut off? How is it possible? How is this possible? It just had the blood demon technique, and it was actually cut off its head. You haven't really been wary of me all the time, you're too careless. Suyu walked in front of it and looked down at it condescendingly. In the eyes, there is no trace of color. Tanjiro has experienced too much, you specialize in killing tacky apprentices, don't let him know, he has already taken on enough. This was the last word the hand ghost heard before he died, and its eyes widened. How could you? Before the words were finished, Suyu pulled out the knife again. The knife flashes. The head of the hand ghost was torn apart. The body also disintegrates and dissipates after losing its head. Suyu raised his head slightly, and the moonlight fell on him, silent. Suya-jun! Shouted Xiangne weakly, are you injured? Suyu turned his head with the same gentle smile that Xiangne remembered. No, it's just that I think of some people who died at the hands of this ghost, and I'm a little sad. Oh! Kana blinked her big beautiful eyes, knowing the proportions. She didn't ask much, just nodded. Can you still go? Asked Suyu as he walked up to her and crouched down. Xiangne used force, a flash of pain flashed on her pretty face, and she held back the words that almost blurted out, but, Ken-et, what are you doing? On the way to forcibly stand up, Suyu pulled her over and carried her directly behind her. Pretend not to pretend, on killing ghosts, you are very smart, on pretending to be confused, or forget it, on pretending to be confused, I am a natural good hand. Poof! Who says that about themselves? Xiangnehu smiled wildly, and her tense body relaxed a lot, and she was closer to Suyu. Yu carried her on his back like this, holding Xiang Nehu's ghost-slashing knife in one hand and the two knives he picked up in the other, and walked towards the depths of the forest. The voices of only two people floated leisurely. You just seemed anxious. Did you know I was coming? Ah, I didn't, I chased a ghost, and I came by accident. Kana really can't lie, since you don't want to say it, don't say it well. Only the frightened boy sat stupidly on the ground, completely unresponsive to what had just happened. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. Two fresh aromas wafted into the nose. Two extremely beautiful girls stood in front of him at an unknown time. Mi Li looked at the direction where Yu left, her eyes flashed stars, and asked, Yejun's moves just now are so powerful, the first time I saw the swordsman of the three-sword stream. Butterfly Shinobu was also a little surprised and said, I know that he is not ordinary, but I didn't expect it to be ordinary to this extent, this level of combat power, as long as it takes time, it is definitely a pillar-level swordsman. This guy is stronger than expected. Mi Li nodded sharply next to her. This girl who treated Yu as Ruyi Langjun in her heart had a little more favorable impression of him. The boy was stunned, looked at the two, swallowed spit, and said with difficulty, Please save me, please. Save you? You are a contestant in the selection, right? The boy paused, yes. Good luck then, this is the first hurdle you're going to face. Miri patted him on the shoulder and turned around with Butterfly Shinobu and left MT Fuji directly. Yu and Xiang Nai are together, he still has this kind of strength, so they don't worry. Only the dull boy was left, messy in the wind. Your injuries are not a big deal, right? Asked Yu, carrying Shanna on his back and shuttling through the woods. Although he was carrying her, the speed did not slow down. It's okay just now. Xiang Naihu lay on Yu's back and replied softly. That's fine, Yu said with a smile, when I go to make you a cake to eat, let's take it as a thank you for saving me. Hey! Kanahu's red lips pursed, and said a little shyly, then can you let me down, I can go by myself. Yes, that's fine. Yu stopped and put Xiangnei down. Channa hurriedly took a few steps back to keep her distance from him, before looking down at his face cautiously. Yu touched his cheek and said strangely, What's wrong? It's okay, what kind of sword technique did you just use, it's so powerful. Kana said busily. Well, you just have to know that it's from a road idiot named Soran. When Yu said this, his resentment was particularly strong, and he kept muttering something road idiot in his mouth. The look of that broken thought made Kana couldn't help it, and it was different from the appearance of killing ghosts just now. Now he has become a familiar road-mad teenager. Next to it, the grass trembles. The two instantly drew their knives and stared at the grass vigilantly. The person who drilled out inside made both Yu and the person slightly stunned. Are you again? ×3 suddenly appeared, it was the frightened boy who Yu and Xiangnai had just met. What a coincidence to see you again. Yu said with a smile. Xiangnai looked around, her face suddenly helpless, her beautiful eyes stared at Yu, and she didn't say a word. The boy looked at Yu greeting him, and then looked at Xiangnai who looked helpless, and then said a little strangely, It is clear that you came back by yourself, and I only walked forward less than 50 meters. Hey! The corner of Yu's mouth twitched, he had just run at least a kilometer or two, right? Chanel. Turning his head to see Shanahu's helpless smile, he knew that he was stupid again. When you go home, I don't see you have this kind of road idiot, at this time, okay, you better come with me. Channa smiled, turned to leave, suddenly reached out and took his hand, and ran towards the depths of the forest with a red face. The boy had question marks all over his face. Chanel's appearance is absolutely unique, and the appearance of her red face is even more mouth-watering. Feelings, you came back to spread dog food with me? I offended you too. Chapter 7. In this battle, except for the hand ghosts at the beginning, the other ghosts have no deterrent power. Channa is already strong, and then killing ghosts, she can easily deal with it. She also wanted Suryulu to show a hand, but the latter said nothing. He didn't want to participate in the competition. If his life was not in danger, of course, he would still be comfortable. Find time to keep a journal once in a while and mix up the system rewards. In the morning, it is time for the contestants who enter the trial to go to sleep together. Because the ghosts do not come out at this time, all the fighters sleep all the time after eating in the morning, so as to maintain a high level of vigilance and fighting at night. Xianehu slept next to Suyu, a girl who only had a flat and meaningless smile in front of outsiders, and slept against him at this time. The dream words whispered from time to time always made Suyu can't help but poke her soft and tender face. He didn't fight much, so it was easy. Early morning comes. The arrival of the sun sent the ghosts back into the darkness. Channa yawned again and again, and kept moaning. Let's rest first, a night of fighting, hard work. Suyu said. Okay, then just find a place, Kana said subconsciously. She didn't pick on this. However, Suyu shook his head, and his face seemed to suddenly appear excited. He said, You take me to find a relatively smooth stone wall, I want to make something. Oh? Although Channa didn't know what he was going to do, he obediently did it. 2 hours later. A bare stone wall, chiseled out of the hole. Outside the cave, 2 coarse logs and leaves made of a small makeshift door. In the cave, the wood is cut into long strips, connected into frames, and raised several layers, and the inside is covered with sand, and the sand is covered with large leaves. A makeshift cot will do just that. Come, go up and sleep. Suyu said with a smile. Looking at the simple sand bed, Channa was surprised. It's amazing, you actually do this. Suyu touched his nose and said with a smile, It's a trifle. Before crossing, he had not seen videos of survival in the wild. He had wanted to try these things for a long time, and now he would naturally not let go of the opportunity. Go to sleep, I'll guard it for you, and I'll sleep a little longer when you wake up. Suyu said. Channa nodded slightly, and not long after lying down, her soft sound of sleep sounded. Among the players, the two are definitely the best rest. Seeing that Xiang Nai was sleeping deeply, Suyu quietly took out his diary and began to write, muttering. Damn the system, I actually have to write a diary every day, otherwise the sign-in can't be renewed, and the reward can't be accumulated. He has figured it out these days, and if he wants to get rewards from the system, the number of diaries has to accumulate. Take odd days as a grade, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, constantly improving. As long as any of these days are written continuously, the system reward will be better and better. Write 1 day to reward, only a little tattered. 3 days and 5 days are basically various physical fitness bonuses. The reason why Suyu was able to use Solan's sword skills wantonly was because of the physical quality brought by the check-in of these 2 days. On the 7th day, Suyu got Solan Kendo for the first time. It's just that the serious side effect of getting lost made him dare not claim the reward in the next odd number of days, and he now seriously suspects that the other 7-day reward, maybe the system will draw Luffy's rubber fruit or Yamaji's bloodline factor for himself, and the side effect is Big Stomach King or problem. He didn't want that. And the reward accumulation, it has been 21 days now. What will be the reward after accumulating 21 days, so nervous. Suyu was a little nervous, and said in his heart, Draw rewards. Ding! Unlock enchantments. You can enchant your weapons and get various powerful attributes. How to get the enchanted book? Kill the ghost a singular number of times, such as 3, 5, 7, and so on, and you will get a random enchantment book. Get the enchanted book, Undead Slayer. This enchantment can increase damage to ghosts and slow down their recovery. This enchantment can slowly repair the knife bathed in sunlight. The stronger the sun, the faster it is repaired. Detects your first ghost / the system will issue additional rewards. Get reward, follow the compass. You can set the coordinates that have been gone infinitely, and the pointer will point to the current destination coordinate you selected. Get rewarded, Million Grip Strength Device. A terrifying grip that can strengthen the grasp to 1,000,000 caddies is helpful for mastering the H-Dao. This dog system is finally a human, and knows to give me a prop to go home, otherwise I don't dare to think about how I will go out on a mission. Silyu grinned. You get a lot of good things at once. The latter two additional rewards, one is very helpful for his road idiot. Silyu immediately set the coordinates of the Vine Attack Mountain to enter. The other is very helpful for the future. The sword, that is a stunt that uses the strength of the grip to make the blade rise, completely restraining the ghost. If you can master it, using any Nikawa knife can bring extremely powerful combat power. The main course is of course these two enchantment books. It's actually enchantment, old friend. This enchanted book sounds like it is still the same as the Minecraft he played in his previous life, but it has changed slightly. As his mind moved, two enchanted books appeared in front of him, which were invisible to outsiders. In one of them, the cover of the book has sunlight shining, and it is restored by the blazing sun. The other one is a lilac mist, some enchantment. This is the undead killer. How to use, said Suryuksen. The enchantment can be completed by stabbing the enchanted knife into the enchantment book. Suryu immediately took a knife, the two knives he found from the Hand Ghost collection knife. One of the knives was blue, had a white handle, and had a hexagonal black blade that was 2/3 broken. The other has a lake blue round bottom dotted with pink flowers. When Suryu came out of the pile of knives, Xiannehu also asked him if he knew the owners of the two knives. Because he obviously went looking for these two knives. Suryu smiled, with an expression that Xiangnai couldn't understand, and only said, "It can be regarded as the knife of my two friends who have never met." The moment he got the knife, two figures wearing fox masks seemed to flash in front of his eyes, and faintly, the two were bowing to him to thank him. I don't know whether to thank him for taking out the knife that contained their souls, or for helping them kill the killer ghosts. It's just that Suryu doesn't know if it's an illusion or if it's a real ghost thanking him. When he tried to speak, the two had disappeared. Try this, rabbit's knife. Suryu took the broken blade Nikki knife and stabbed into the daylight repair enchantment book, and a buzzing sound sounded in his ears. The Nikkeku knife, which was originally a blue blade, gradually turned dark purple from the bottom of the blade. Suryu took the knife to the sun and shone for nearly an hour. Although it was very little, he did see the blade growing. He suddenly looked forward to the arrival of night. Night falls. The vine attacked the mountain and screamed again. It's just that tonight's screaming is a little abnormal. It's actually a ghost's cry. What are you running? Big brother ghost, I'll try the knife. Why are you afraid of a few knives? Wait for me. Hey, don't run anymore, I'll be angry if I run again. Chapter 8. No matter how this ghost dodges or hides, the humans behind him can always follow to death. The ghost with its hair was extremely terrifying, but from time to time he looked back and saw the human being who was chasing after him, and his expression was more terrifying than his face. I've seen ghosts chasing people, I've never seen people chasing ghosts. What's going on with the knife in this human hand? It's obviously a broken knife. Why did you cut me? My recovery speed not only slows down, but every knife is ridiculously painful. A big brother's call, you didn't have a soft hand when you cut me. This ghost's heart was full of doubts, but there was nowhere to answer. If it were any slower, it would have been chased by the humans behind it. The one who chased it was naturally Suryu, who tried to enchant. In order to try the enchantment, Suryu also deliberately supported the reluctant Xiangnehu and entered the mountain alone. He didn't want to expose these things to others too early, even those girls he trusted. So now he is alone in catching ghosts, but the other party runs away to make him very unhappy. It was the other party who shot first, and now it is the other party who runs first. Suddenly, several breaking whines came. Suryu's figure was stunned, and with a slash, the attack was shattered, and upon closer inspection, it was several slender and sharp scarlet nails. Immediately, a woman's laughter sounded not far away. Following the sound, a female ghost dressed in a kimono walked slowly. The face that was as white as Zheng Zioxian's makeup in Suryu's memory, and his mouth also emitted goosebumps of harsh laughter. A human being, chasing you all over the wilderness, but you have also stayed in the mountains for several years, what a shame. The male ghost said angrily, standing and talking don't hurt your back, otherwise you try? You can kill him, his flesh and blood are all yours, I will definitely not rob you. That's what you said, don't regret it. After the female ghost finished communicating with it, she walked towards Suryu with a grin, and her eyes were full of satisfaction in his eyes. He, such a handsome little brother, so rich spirit, must not lack exercise, must be very delicious, I hope you stick to a little longer. Oh, sister, I prefer to eat alive. Saying that, it licked its lips, revealing a perverted cruel look. Saying this, it also wanted to see the panic and fear that appeared on Suryu's face. Seeing this expression before eating people is simply a supreme pleasure for it. However, Suryu had a smile on his face that he couldn't understand. Really, being able to keep watching others suffer, it means that big sister, you are not weak and will not let people escape, right? What's with this inexplicable excitement? Wait, what do you mean? As soon as the female ghost finished speaking, Suryu flashed in front of her. In the next second, he had appeared behind it. Respectful. The sound of the knife entering the sheath was accompanied by Suryu's voice softly. A sword flows into a lion's song. The female ghost's legs were broken, and the piercing screams also resounded in the ears of the male ghost and Suryu at this moment. My legs, why can't I heal? It hurts, what the hell is going on, what's going on with your knife? The female ghost felt that her pain for so many years did not add up to the pain of this knife. The feeling of tearing is extremely obvious, accompanied by a tingling pain deep into the bone marrow, and it seems that various stimuli that can twist the body are constantly added to the bloody wound. This kind of severe pain, I am afraid that trained people will not be able to persist. With just one sword, the female ghost understood how ridiculous what she had just said to the male ghost was. Sand footsteps approaching. The female ghost looked up, and what came into view was a bright smile. If he didn't have a knife in his hand, if he hadn't cut himself, then it would have been a nice smiley. It's a pity that reality is reality after all, and Suryu at this moment is like a demon in people's eyes. This ghost sister, you have to stick to it. The right hand that raised the knife caused a scream after it fell. A few minutes later, the female ghost lay on the ground, trembling, her eyes turned upward, her body parts scattered, tears all over her cheeks, and her mouth murmured, let me die, please, please. Suryu listened and pursed his lips and smiled. Well, after all, I'm not a demon, since you are looking for death, let's give you a pain. The female ghost rolled her eyes, unable to complain anymore. A knife, the screams did not sound again. She was no longer able to scream. Watching the female ghost gradually dissipate, Suryu nodded in satisfaction. After 2 ghosts as experimental materials, it is basically certain that the pain caused by the undead killer is unbearable, and the speed of limb recovery will also drop to 10 minutes before it begins to recover slowly, which is still fast for humans, but for ghosts, it has been too long, and before it is completely restored, the pain is not reduced at all. Can it actually be upgraded to this extent? Suryu didn't know how perverted his smile was at the moment. People and ghosts have to be frightened when they see it. It seems that I have to work hard tonight. Suryu's eyes flashed and disappeared into the forest. The next few days passed quickly. The human runners in the mountain all felt strange. Why those ghosts first panicked when they saw them, shouting people and ghosts are coming, people and ghosts are coming and running. More ghosts ran directly after seeing people, without saying anything. The same doubt appeared in everyone's minds. Time soon came to the morning of the 8th day. Everyone returned to the platform where they came from the beginning. There were only 4 people. Tanjiro, Zenji, Immortal River, Kanahu. Xiang Nai saw that there was no Suyu among the people who returned, and his face was worried. Suya-jun is fine, it should just be lost and don't know how to come back. At that time I said that I followed him, and he didn't agree, saying that he had a way to come back. This is half an hour has passed, why haven't he come back? Kana's palms sweated with nervousness, and her expression gradually became anxious, and as the only girl among the survivors and passers, she was still a beautiful girl. Chinehu's reaction caught the attention of the other 3 boys. Tanjiro, the girl kept looking at the woods, could it be that she had a friend who didn't come out? Shanyi, such a beautiful girl, this look, this figure, this thighs, the body is actually spotless, just standing here seems to be able to smell her fragrance. Immortal River. Another 10 minutes. The teenage girl who had previously read the rules reappeared. Congratulations to everyone on coming back. It seems that no one is coming back, let's go straight to the next item. As soon as his words fell, a sharp cry sounded in everyone's ears. It was the cry of the ghost. The crowd was once again in a state of combat readiness. The ghost's cry was getting closer and closer, and everyone was getting more and more frightened. This is a place where wisteria flowers bloom, how can a ghost approach? But this sound is a little strange. It's like scream. I don't know who said it. Soon, a boy a year or 2 older came out of the woods, holding a ghost with severed limbs on his head, and a small homemade umbrella on his head to shield it from the Sunday Allah. Everyone is back, I haven't been late for too long. After the ghost, a smiling face came into view. When he stepped into the field, the smell of wisteria flowers was at its peak. The small umbrella above the ghost's head shattered instantly. Under the double attack of sunlight and wisteria flowers, the screams disappeared. Chapter 9. Suya-jun. Xian'ei quickly ran in front of him, glancing up and down worriedly. Are you all right? Suyu spread his hands with a smile. What can I do, but those ghosts have more things. It turns out that you used the ghost's dislike of wisteria flowers to find your way, which is also too clever, but how come the ghost's body has not recovered? Kana said stunned. The ghost's limbs were cut off, so it couldn't struggle to escape. Suyu smiled and said nothing, but just touched the Japanese wheel knife hanging on his waist. This little episode was slightly surprising, but it didn't last long. Then he began to pick the ore that each person used to forge the Nikkeku. Suyu stepped forward and explained his needs to the young girl. The black-haired boy said, if you want to create a double knife, then the ore on the table may not be enough. The white-haired girl said, please go to the basket on the left to choose, there is still some ore there. Oh. Suyu nodded and took a step. Kana's cold little face suddenly smiled. Others also showed puzzled expressions. In front of everyone, Suyu walked to the right. There's no basket. After noticing everyone's reaction, he looked to the other side, his face was so hot that he couldn't wait to find a way to get in. Obviously saw the basket on the left, but he subconsciously walked to the right. Suyu blushed and went to pick out the ore he wanted. The boys didn't react, but the girl was laughing happily and trembling. The guy from Shanyi was already dumbfounded, and he was still muttering in his mouth. It's so good looking, it's really good looking, if only I could marry such a beautiful woman before I died. The final selection of the Ghost Killer team is officially over. Suyu was also selected to become a member of the Ghost Killing team. Return to the morning of the 2nd day at the Butterfly House. Butterfly Shinobu and Mi Li were both standing at the door of Suryu's small courtyard, and the first two looked hesitant to open the door. What to do? He doesn't go out and doesn't respond, he's really angry. Miri said with a bitter face. No, he's a boy, there's no need to be so careful. Butterfly Shinobu said. On the night he returned, Suryu asked people to go to Vine Attack Mountain to bring back the pile of knives collected by the ghosts, and then he never came out in his small courtyard. Call him, he also just squeaks, but does not open the door. Moreover, there is often the sound of a blade breaking in the yard. It's not going to be venting inside that I privately helped him sign up for the final selection. Butterfly muttered. Although it was Suryu who went to the Vine Attack Mountain by himself, if he didn't sign up, he couldn't participate in the final trial. If Suryu blamed it, Butterfly Shinobu had nothing to say. She has always had a dark belly, and at this time, there was finally a trace of anxiety and nervousness that could not be concealed on her consistent smiling face. Mi Li originally planned to open the door, but she didn't come out to help at the scene at that time, and she also thought that she was at fault, and she didn't dare to open the door. The two women stood in front of Suryu Yuan and paced back and forth like this, and then Xiang Nehu, who came later, looked at the two hesitant, and wondered, why don't you just go in? The two women who felt that they had done something wrong trembled, snorted, and did not know where to start. Finally, Butterfly Shinobu seemed to think of something, walked up to Kanahu and said, "Lend me your coins, if it is positive, I will go in, if it is negative. I'll wait until the front is thrown and then go in." Sister, how did you become like me? Chanel was dumbfounded. Butterfly Shinobu used to tell himself to act according to his heart, and he still had to rely on coins to decide. Now, instead, Butterfly Shinobu began to want to decide things with coins. I'm going to go straight in and find him. With a determined look on her face, she didn't take out the coin, stepped past the two, and then pushed the door open. Seeing that the courtyard door was pushed open, the two women hurried to follow. However, Chanelu stood behind the door as soon as she entered. Butterfly Shinobu and Honey Li also froze when they entered. Suryu in front of him held two wooden knives in both hands, biting a Nikki knife that lacked the tip of the knife in his mouth, and kept wielding it without mercy. 3 knives were on him, and they worked extremely smoothly. Sometimes open and close, sometimes gently tap the water. How long Suryu wielded the knife, the 3 girls stood at the door and watched. It wasn't until Suryu noticed the 3 of them that he stopped moving. Why are you all here, and you still haven't made a sound? He picked up a towel and wiped away the beads of sweat flowing on the strong muscle masses. He suddenly said, "Sister Mi Li, what's wrong with you?" Mi Li looked back at the other 2 women, and Ziana touched her nose, and she touched it too. Mi Li quickly raised her head and covered her nose, her eyes couldn't move away from Suryu. It's okay, maybe the weather is too dry." "Yes, I think it's okay," Suryu felt it incomprehensibly, and then said with a smile, "Well, since you are here, then come in and sit, you wait for me to take a bath, and I will go get the drink I gave you the day before yesterday." Oh. Butterfly Shinobu and Miri were secretly relieved to hear this. Fortunately, he didn't seem angry. Now it seems that he is just obsessed with kendo and forgets time. Entering the house, the small room is very simple, and everything is neatly arranged. The sound of Suryu's bath water sounded in the ears of several women, and Mi Li always looked uncontrollably towards the bathroom. The helpless voice of the butterfly sounded in his ears. "Can you not keep looking there like an idiot? Your nosebleeds haven't stopped yet." Mi Li smiled awkwardly, quickly pulled out a few tissues, and stuffed them into her nose. Soon, Suryu, who had finished taking a bath, came out and said while wiping his hair, "Wait, I'll make you milk tea." Poof! The tissue in Miri's nose sprayed out, and the picture in front of her made her nosebleed again. Suryu is shirtless, the muscle lines on his body are particularly obvious, his ABS are clearly visible, and his broad shoulders and clean ABS are even more visible. This inverted triangular figure has already thought of Suyu as Ruyi Langjun's honey glass in his heart, and he can't help it when he sees it, and his nose bleeds burst after burst. Suyu also noticed the abnormality, shook his head helplessly, turned his head and entered the kitchen. Milk tea? What is that? Mi Li only then noticed what Suyu had just said. What delicious did he have again? Not long after, a mixture of tea and milk wafted out from the kitchen. Not only the big foodie honey, but even the other two girls suddenly came to power. The sweetness has a touch of bitterness, and the tea aroma is mixed with the milk aroma, so fragrant. Hey, here it comes, Suyu's special milk tea, 3 guests, please use it slowly. Chapter 10. Milk tea? The first time I heard about it, Butterfly Shinobu picked it up, took a sip, and his eyes also burst into stars. It's delicious. Xian Nehu also praised, it's really delicious, the unique aroma of black tea, bringing a slightly astringent taste, adding milk neutralizes the astringency, making the unique aroma of black tea more mellow. Channa knows how to taste. Suyu said with a smile. After he brought 3 cups, he directly brought a large bucket. Look to the side. Honey glass cup after cup, can't stop at all. This big stomach king, Suyu knew that a cup could not satisfy her. Fortunately, I made preparations myself and got a large bucket out. Butterfly Shinobu and Kana had drunk a cup, and the girl had already drunk no less than 10 cups, and she was still drinking. It was surprising what kind of structure her stomach was like, and it could hold so much water. Suya-jun, I want to apologize to you. Butterfly Shinobu said suddenly. Suyu, who was smiling, was stunned. Why did you suddenly say this? In the final selection, I reported your name without your consent. You are really a very talented swordsman, I don't want to bury your talent. Butterfly Shinobu was full of apologies. Suyu waved his hand and smiled lightly. It's okay, let's do it, I think it's good to be a swordsman now. He now has the enchantment of all things, but he is beginning to look forward to being a ghost. In his previous life, he liked to play very powerful enchanted weapons, and now he is naturally happy to use enchanted blades in an immersive way. At first, there may be some complaints that the butterfly forbears to sign up without permission, but now it seems that if she hadn't signed up, she really didn't know what to do if she got lost to Fuji Raid Mountain. Really? Butterfly couldn't tell the difference between good and bad in his words, which was not polite. Suyu said with a smile, of course, if I can be stronger, but if I want to grab the position of the 9 pillars with Sister Ninja, don't cry when I snatch it. Humph, you're very different from me, be careful that I poison you so much that you can't get out of bed for 3 days. Butterfly Shinobu, who had been suppressing, was secretly relieved. Although she had been getting along for a short time, she cherished the time she spent with Suyu and was very relaxed. The 3 daughters didn't stay long, and Suyu let them leave. When Mi Li left, she also packed the remaining bucket of milk tea and took it away. She can't stay in Butterfly House for long, and today is the last day. So of course pack something to take away. Before leaving, Suyu shouted to her. Milk tea tastes better after icing, don't forget to try it. Suyu took out his diary and wrote down the words with enthusiasm. In the end, I still became a swordsman of the ghost-killing team, faster than I thought. It's okay, there's nothing bad, since you have become a swordsman, it's good to help Shinobu share the pressure. Butterfly Shinobu, who returned to the room, just happened to see the diary update. Her heart trembled. Pressure, Suyu knew herself. Since her sister died, she has not had the edge she used to have. Because of her sister's last words, she has been laughing, but in fact, I know, she has been angry, and her eyes have long lost their brilliance. Seeing the contents of the diary, the butterfly did not return to his senses for a long time. She is very gentle every day and has a smile on her face, but I know that this is just after her sister died, learning from her sister to keep smiling all the time. In fact, her heart has long been suppressed to the extreme. After all, she is just an 18-year-old girl, so there is no need to bear so much. Forced to endure the soreness of the tip of her nose, the butterfly endured staring at the contents of the diary without blinking. Since I'm here, then I have to find an opportunity to help Shinobu take revenge and kill her sisters Shang Xiang, and now I may have the power to fight. The butterfly endured. The whole person froze. He knew that the murderer he had been looking for so long was the best in the wind. The death of Sister Kane, who has always been smiling, has always given her great pain and unforgettable memories. Now that she knows this, she will not easily ignore it. However, the content of the next second made Kana's breath stagnate. Shang Xian no Ji is a ghost who is very interested in young women, and Shinobu, who is a pillar and a beautiful girl, will definitely attract his attention, and giving him the opportunity to devour Shinobu is the best chance to punch the most deadly wisteria flower poison into his body. Shinobu may have begun to hide wisteria flower poison now, and the blood of the whole body becomes wisteria flower poison, which is equivalent to carrying her whole body weight flower poison. No, 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 no. Chanel's eyes widened, and fine beads of sweat oozed from her smooth forehead. His current relative, Butterfly Kane, died, leaving only Butterfly Shinobu. She really couldn't imagine how painful it would be for this only relative to be taken away. Just thinking about it, she couldn't breathe. As soon as the former siblings cried, they turned into a dead body the next day. So she hasn't cried yet. However, at this moment, tears welled up in her eyes, biting her red lips to prevent tears from flowing. Suya-jun, please, please save my sister, I really can't lose my only relative anymore, please. Chana trembled and rubbed her hands together, murmuring softly on the side of her mouth. As the latest line came out, she burst into tears. No, I will never allow it, I can't let Shinobu die in front of me, since I'm here, this will never happen. The word again, made the three girls quite curious. Among the things that Suyu knew, who else in their ghost-killing team died, was it the three of them besides the butterfly ninja, or the other ghost-killing team members? The three women all looked at it with great curiosity, but Suyu did not write any more. This operation was so anxious that the three girls wanted to carry the knife and went to let Suyu update. Butterfly Shinobu eyes flickered, this guy, simply let me directly poison him to spit out everything he knows. Melee, if he does this again in the future, I will definitely want him to cook for me to be exhausted. Hiccups Yun Nehu, holding a wiping towel and silently wiping the knife, the transparent blade reflected her cold face. After confirming that Suyu did not update, the butterfly could not come back to his senses for a long time. She took a long breath, a bleak sadness on her face. Suyu actually knows so much, sister, your revenge may be able to be repaid. Since her family was killed and her sister was killed, she has long been just a walking dead that supports her sister's will. If it weren't for my sister's instructions, I would have been unable to resist looking for death. Yu Jun. Looking at the font on the note, Butterfly Shinobu gently picked up the note and hugged it into his arms. Chapter 11. Another room. Kana sighed, feeling a little ashamed. My sister has been suffering so much, and I only know how to act at her command, and if I had been smarter, maybe it wouldn't have happened to that extent. Obviously she herself is so painful, but she has been enlightening herself so that she can be more cheerful. Gradually, a look of firmness appeared on her face that had never been seen before. She couldn't repeat every day as boringly as before. The two girls with blank eyes gradually returned to their highlights. At this moment, the sky seems to be much brighter. When they felt that Suyu was not updated, they updated again. What worries me now is that there are many strong people in the ghost-killing team, but they don't know anything about the 12 Ghost Moon, and they can only know the blood demon technique of the upper and lower strings when fighting, and the risk is too high to try the risk. The three daughters who looked at the diary just wanted to directly explain what Silyu knew, and now they all nodded in unison with what he wrote. Indeed, in the face of ordinary ghosts, the ghost-killing team can have a high chance of winning. But once it comes to the 12 Ghost Moon, they will have the blood demon technique that they are already familiar with to fight. If you want to know what kind of blood demon technique is, you can only try it yourself, and the risk is indeed very high. I do know the blood ghost technique and identity information of the 12 Ghost Moon, but I don't want to be surrounded by the people of the ghost killing team and ask how to pass on this information. As soon as I saw this, several women came to the spirit. Silyu even knows this? Well, tell them about this for a while. I'll write out what I remember for the time being, so as not to forget it later. I remember that the two who are on the wind, called Tong Mo, are the leader of the 10,000 Worlds Bliss sect, and his appearance is characterized by a pinch of thorny hair, and he uses a pair of iron fans. Seeing this, Shanna and Miri were just ordinary surprises. The butterfly ninja rubbed and stood up directly, looking at the contents of the diary with shocked pupils. As a high-ranking ghost, there must be no fear if you want to strangle, and Butterfly Shinobu is also ready to die. Now that there is detailed information, you don't have to go such an extreme road. Miri and Chainalo did not miss a single detail. Tong Mo's blood ghost technique is to turn his frozen blood into misty ice crystals and spread it out with a fan. Human skin will freeze after contact with Tong Mo's ice crystals, and if the ice crystals are inhaled into the lungs of the opponent, it can make it difficult to breathe, and then cause alveoli necrosis. This is too restrained for the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team, relying on breathing methods to fight, which is not close at all. The diary is here, stop writing. Looking at these written words, Butterfly Shinobu and Honey Lee, who was far away on the way home, summoned their own crows at the same time. The two of them conveyed the same news to Ying Crow. That is, let the master of the ghost-killing team convene the 9 pillars and convene the meeting of the 9 pillars, and they have information about the 12 ghost moons to report. They had to make a plan to hunt down the two who were on the wind. At the same time, in a luxurious mansion, a white-haired young man suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, looked up at the scenery outside the window, and murmured, "I'm a ghost, cannibalize too few people, grab a few more delicious girls and come back to eat." That night, Butterfly Shinobu received a reply from the crow and hurried out the door. When Kana learned about this, she knew that she must have gone to the master of the ghost-killing team, Izayashiki Yaya, to discuss the matter. It is related to the first 2 of the 12 ghost moons, and the 9 pillars conference will be held to discuss. Xiang Naihu was not idle, and took 4 bamboo knives and went to Silyu for training. Just looked for a while, but she didn't find Silyu. On the side, Xiao Kui, who was passing by with a basket of clothes, looked at the bamboo knife she was holding in her arms, and knew that she was looking for Silyu, and said, "Silyu-jun is out. Where to go?" Kana was surprised. "Isn't he going to get lost? Where can he go?" said Aoi. "I also said that he would get lost and tell him not to go out, but he took a compass in his hand and said that it was the thing that could bring him back, and after that, he went out, and I didn't stop him." Ziane opened her mouth, but finally didn't say anything, just nodded silently and turned to leave. "I usually practice by myself, why do I feel that there is a kind of lost?" whispered Chanel. Aoi looked at her figure, sighed softly, and went to dry the clothes in the clothes basket. Half an hour later, Silyu obtained props from the diary system, and the trace compass came to Vine Attack Mountain again. Dodging the ghost-killing team members guarding the foot of the mountain, Silyu ran to the mountain and grinned. "I'll have to wait for the raven to give me a task to kill the ghosts. God knows when I'll get the new enchantment book. Of course, I still have to take the initiative myself." Before he got the mission, this was his testing ground. The sun is setting. As the sun disappeared, the originally quiet forest became noisy. "I'm hungry, I'm so hungry. It will take another year to eat delicious flesh and blood." "Wait, there's the breath of a living person. People. People, meat. All kinds of ghosts found Siryu's traces its live meat. Kill. Kill. Kill him. These ghosts all howled excitedly and rushed over, trying to tear Siryu to pieces and devour his flesh and blood. However, they are destined to run empty. Soon, their expressions became weird. Just because the human beings who thought they were food, after seeing them, their faces showed more excitement than them. Ghost. Ghost. The corners of Siryu's mouth couldn't be suppressed, and he pulled out the double knife on his waist, and the rabbit knife and the real knife were in his hand, swinging it violently. The knife in his hand was more like a dragonfly with water, just a flick on the neck of those ghosts. Suddenly, the blood pillars exploded in unison. Several ghost heads that rushed up landed on the ground, and the blood pillars sprayed higher than the other. While the other ghosts were still stunned, Siryu had already leaned up. The cold light in their hands kept flickering, and one by one heavy objects hit the ground, and those were their heads. The ghost whose head did not fall off also let out a bitter scream. "What's going on with this knife? Cut it down like it's being burned by fire. It seems like a tooth bites my nerves, grinding my teeth repeatedly. Why hasn't my severed limb been repaired? It hurts, it hurts." Their pupils were shocked, and their severe pain and unrecovered limbs surprised them. And Siryu, the initiator of these, will not give them an answer. He grinned and stepped forward with his knife in his hand. If it were Tanjiro, he would never do such a cruel thing, and if he is an angel, then I am a demon. I put up with you ghosts for a long time when I read the manga, and now, I'm going to kill you unkindly. Chapter 12. When fighting, he is also just a drain on physical fitness and Solan's moves. He didn't have much skill to speak of, and his eyes were slightly condensed. It seems that I have to learn the full concentration breathing method. Concentrated breathing is done by inhaling a large amount of oxygen into the lungs, allowing more air to enter the bloodstream, speeding up the flow of blood and the beating of the heart. Supplemented by sword skills, it unleashes great power. Sword skills, Siryu now has. There was almost a breathing method that allowed him to constantly drive these sword techniques. But what breathing method is appropriate for me to learn? Siryu fell into deep thought. Not far away, two hiding ghosts shivered as they looked at Siryu, who was standing still outside. "Is he tired? Are we tired? Do we have a chance?" said the female ghost with a cape. He just stood there, with an indescribable momentum on his body. "If I want to go to you, I don't dare to go, so strong fighting spirit," the male ghost nodded and said. Those decapitated ghosts even forgot to scream, only full of hideous resentment and incomprehension. The female ghost emitted by the cape wondered, "Fighting spirit? It's not an illusion of fear on the other person, but a coercion that actually exists in the other person. By sensing the fighting chi, you can even dodge the other party's attack without seeing the other party." The female ghost was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Is it so mysterious? The male ghost shook his head with a wry smile, staring at the figure standing with a knife not far away. "It's so mysterious, I feel that a wonderful guy is about to appear." The female ghost nodded as if she understood something, and then her face changed and she screamed in shock. "He's moving, hey, coming to our side. Run!" Siryu, who came from a distance, shouted as he ran. The two ghosts explained over there, "Give me a stop, you guys are chattering next to me when I think about things, I've put up with you for a long time." The two ghosts ran away, shouting as they ran. "We're talking very quietly, you can hear this. Who the hell is the ghost of us? Is there no place to offend you, as for killing like this?" After they shouted so, they glanced back, but saw Siryu showing a thoughtful expression, not knowing what he was thinking. After a brief silence, his shouts came. "You have already violated the unforgivable sin of the galactic justice law, and my swordsman Siryu announced that I would deprive you of all your rights and kill and arrest you, so let's grab you." A sword flows into the lion's song. "Ah! In the end, the two ghosts who hid in the corner and whispered did not escape Suryu's Nikuru knife. Then every time he beheaded a ghost, he would read this sentence again. Imperceptibly, the sun slowly rose from the eastern horizon, and the brilliant sun shone on Suryu, like a solemn king. There was a ghost stuck to the tip of his Nikuru knife, and as the sun shone, it screamed and dispersed. Killing 16 ghosts in one night, that's enough for me to get 2 good enchantment books. Suryu smiled, snapped his fingers, and said with a smile. System, the 16 ghosts I killed, 2 chances to draw the enchantment book. Enchantment extraction. Get the first level enchantment book, Undead Killer. Can be stacked with existing enchantments and evolve into second level enchantments. Get the second level enchantment book. Flaming Sun Thorns. New enchantment. New enchantment analysis, Flaming Sun Thorns, which can be attached to clothes, continuously absorb the power of the sun on weekdays to charge, and can rebound 1% when attacked by ghosts. 5% of the power of the sun, or selective bursting of part of the power of the sun for a ranged strike. It will not be displayed on the clothes in any form, and the charge can be checked in the system at any time. It's a bit like the vibranium suit of Marvel Black Panther. It's good, it's really a good thing. He did not intend to stack the newly acquired Undead Slayer with the rabbit knife, but left it for the new Nikkeku knife that he would get later. He wants multiple pieces of equipment to be powerful more than a single piece of equipment. The 3 Nikkeku knives, all of which possess the Undead Killer, are much more powerful than just one. Very good, it's just one book, let's leave it for now. I hope there will be so many ghosts to kill me later. Suryu looked back at the vine-attacking mountain, and then turned and went down the mountain. Now that the ghosts knew that a ridiculously strong human swordsman was slaughtering them, they didn't dare to come out. Suryu couldn't find them. Otherwise, his number of kills could be increased a lot. So he had to take back the Nikkeku knife, sneak down the mountain, and swagger home. He didn't pay attention. On a large tree next to it, a raven looked at him departing, blinked, flapped its wings and flew into the distance. An hour after that. Hidden courtyard. The whole pillar of the ghost-killing team gathered. The Lord's Crow said that there is news of the 12 ghost moons. Where did this gorgeous news come from? Asked the sound pillar, Ulu Tianyuan. It seems that Butterfly Shinobu and Ganluyi got it, I don't know how. Water column Tomioka Yoshiyuki said calmly. It seems that our ghost-killing team can take the initiative to attack. This is the first case, said Yenzu Purgatory Kyo's hero with big eyes and full of momentum. Butterfly, where did you get the news? Asked the wind pillar, Immortal Kawashiya, with that gangster-like face. Kazumi pillar, Shito Wuchiro stared at the sky, that star is so bright. Butterfly Shinobu and Miri were silent and did not speak. No matter what the other pillars asked, the two were silent. Until, the sliding door in front of him opened, and several people instantly knelt down on one knee. A man supported by others walked out slowly, his eyes covered in horrific scars, and a raven standing on his shoulder. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, with a pleasant chuckle. It's really lively, I haven't gathered so many people for a long time, it's troublesome for everyone, and I'll come in the evening. Lord! Everyone said in unison. He is the master of the Ghost Killer Squad, Yaya Shiki. Yaya, who was riddled with curses, could no longer see with his eyes, but he could still hear what the other 7 pillars gathered together to talk about with his keen sense of hearing. The main thing that could be heard was about bringing them all together this time. The first time they learned about each other before they fought with the 12 Ghost Moon, and it was so detailed. As soon as Yaya spoke, he cut straight to the point. It is easy to sink when people listen to it, and the voice with a strong sense of conviction sounds. Yes, Lord. Among the 9 people, the rock pillar. Sorrowful Yu Xing rubbed the Buddha beads in his hand and said. According to your orders, I went to investigate the organization 10,000 Worlds Bliss Sect. It's an organization that's been around for more than 200 years, and the dogma is that people can live happily with a quiet mind, and that people feel that difficult and painful things can be done even if they don't do it. So far, more than 250 people are believers, all human, and their address is in Yokohama, Bowl Street. What a miserable and foolish man, who lives under such a demon and is sent to be eaten from time to time. Chapter 13. Okay, tell me about what you investigated. As soon as Yaya spoke, he cut straight to the point. It is easy to sink when people listen to it, and the voice with a strong sense of conviction sounds. Yes, Lord. Among the 9 people, the rock pillar, sorrowful Yu Xing rubbed the Buddha beads in his hand and said, "According to your orders, I went to investigate the organization 10,000 Worlds Bliss Sect. It's an organization that's been around for more than 200 years, and the dogma is that people can live happily with a quiet mind, and that people feel that difficult and painful things can be done even if they don't do it. So far, more than 250 people are believers, all human, and their address is in Yokohama, Bowl Street. What a miserable and foolish man, who lives under such a demon and is sent to be eaten from time to time." As he spoke, 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes, and his voice became a lot trembling. Everyone was quite surprised. The news of the 12 ghost moons winding was so exposed. If you take the initiative, the other party would have one less general. Butterfly, Ganlo Temple, how did you 2 know this news? Butterfly Shinobu and Miri looked at each other, and both shook their heads, unwilling to say. Xingzi has already investigated, the news is true, the source will leave it alone, let's think about the battle plan first. Izayashiki said with a smile. Yolo Tianyuan, they are not fools, and they don't ask much if they know that it is inconvenient to say. Find his lair directly, and then serve a pot, said the imposing Purgatory Kyo's hero with wide eyes and confidence. There are a lot of ordinary people there, so it's not appropriate to go to war rashly, Izayashiki dismissed with a smile. According to past experience, the combat power of a single winding is at least comparable to that of 3 pillar-level swordsmen. We have to plan well, I don't want to lose any of you. It's not loud, it's refreshing. Hearing this, everyone was deeply moved, and they should all be there. Yaya starts posting tasks. Tianyuan, Weilang, you 2 in a group of 2 to probe the news first. Once you are detected and leave immediately, never fight first. Ulu Tianyuan, don't worry, Lord, I will definitely complete the task gorgeously. Shitio Yuchiro next to him muttered, Lord, let you sneak, what are you gorgeous with great fanfare? What did you say? Yaya looked at the 2 and turned his head to look at the others with a smile. Patience, trouble you to deal with the ability to make some anti-cold potions. Each person is divided into at least 2, this mission, maybe 40 or 50 people, but also trouble your butterfly house to do a good job of logistics. Shinobu understands. An unconcealable excitement appeared on Butterfly Shinobu's face. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. She dreamed of killing her sister with her own hand, and now she could start planning so quickly, all thanks to Suyu. Yu-jun. The figure of Suyu appeared in Butterfly Shinobu's mind again, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The others were a little surprised and stunned. It was not at all the same as her usual smile, which always had an indescribable coldness and stiffness. And now, it's a genuine smile from the heart. Extremely beautiful. Yaya glanced at her and said instead. The blood demon technique can freeze the air and be inhaled. Which means that the breathing method of our ghost-killing team will be restrained by him, and when the time comes, it will be centered on the underworld, and others will assist from the side. Everyone nodded in unison. The others are standing still for the time being. This is the first sortie of the ghost killer team, and I plan to hold a 9-pillar training. The 9-pillar training, everyone's body shocked, this is unprecedented. Even the previous columns, which were solo operations, never had a camp. Yaya continued, you let your respective stepsons come, the latest batch of swordsmen who joined the team seems to be good. The training is tentatively scheduled for half a month. You first think about the content of the training. During this period, find some talented newcomers who can also participate in the training together. Yes. After the meeting, Yaya left both Butterfly Shinobu and Miri. Although they hadn't spoken yet, the two women knew that he must have wanted to ask the source about something. But Butterfly Shinobu and Mili really didn't want to discuss Suyu too much with others, even if the other party was their most respected lord. After all, this matter involves such an unheard of thing as crossing, and they who can learn about this from the diary are estimated to be something that Suyu did not expect. If they talk about these things again, they will not understand things. So no one spoke, and the atmosphere was quiet. The children in this final trial are very interesting, especially the one who lives in the butterfly house. Yaya said suddenly, his voice still clear, with a faint gentle laugh. The butterfly endured a shock in her body, and the topic really still involved Suyu. She had to speak. Well, his name is Suyu. Suyu, a very nice name. He has some very special fighting methods. Maybe he can play a crucial role in the conquest plan of the 12 Ghost Moon. Yaya knew about Suyu's affairs on the Vine Attack Mountain, and said with a happy smile. Even as a master and subordinate, Yaya did not put himself in a high position, just an approachable elder or even a peer. Well, what's wrong with him? Suyu's affairs on the mountain, Butterfly Shinobu and Mili only looked at the beginning, and they didn't know anything about the next thing, let alone the indiscriminate killing he had in the Vine Attack Mountain last night. Yaya explained the whole process of Suyu in the Vine Attack Mountain last night for the two women. He could actually slow the growth of the ghost's severed limb. The butterfly's eyes widened. One of the great difficult abilities of ghosts is that they can heal limbs. If you don't cut off your head, you won't die, which is a troublesome thing for the average ghost-killing team member. It's not that Butterfly Shinobu didn't think about developing a poison that delayed the growth of the ghost's limbs, but it never worked. If they cut off their hands and feet, they will delay their recovery. Even if it is only for a minute, it will be a great help to kill ghosts. Suyu didn't tell them about this. Killing 25 ghosts with the power of one person, this terrifying killing efficiency is not to mention. He can even delay the healing speed of the ghost's limb, so as to level the gap between the ghost and the human swordsman, and the person will slow down the combat effectiveness due to injury. If the ghost injury will also slow down the combat effectiveness, it will be of great help to the work of the entire ghost-killing team. Does his knife increase the damage of the ghost? Butterfly wondered. Yaya felt the surprise of the two women, and he continued with a smile. I'm sure it's not the ability of the Nikawa itself. Given time, I believe his potential can make him the most powerful pillar in history, or even above the pillar. Rock pillars, sorrowful and singing. That was the only weirdo in the Ghost Killer squad who couldn't see through. Lord Gong actually had such a high opinion of him, so optimistic about Suyu. Chapter 14. Feeling the surprise of the two women, Yaya smiled and said, "What kind of breathing does he use?" "I don't know, his path is different from ours, not any extension from the breathing method, but it is very powerful, and it is said that he studied under a swordsman named Solon." Butterfly Shinobu said truthfully. "Solon," Yaya Siso said for a moment, finally shaking his head slightly. "It's me who is lonely, such a powerful swordsman has never heard of it. Endure, go back and teach him the breathing method, and ask him if he is willing to participate in the 9 Pillars training together." Yaya's words made Butterfly Shinobu a little surprised. It was the first time a newly joined ghost-killing team member could get this kind of treatment. "Yes," Butterfly replied respectfully. "Also, Yaya didn't stop talking. Stop the matter you discussed with me before." Butterfly Shinobu opened her mouth and nodded immediately. A relieved smile appeared on her face that had never been seen before. "It's about taking wisteria flower poison myself." Miri next to her was dumbfounded, and it was the first time she saw her friend smile like this. Lord, then we will leave first." Butterfly Patience suddenly couldn't wait to go back to see Suyu. Yaya also smiled and nodded. After they left, the door behind them was pulled open. Yaya. Izayashiki Tianyan walked in, glancing in the direction Butterfly Shinobu and Miri left. She looked back at her husband with the corners of his mouth raised, and said softly, "It's rare to see you in such a good mood." Yaya nodded and said, "I seem to see hope for the future, Suya-jun, maybe I can be the one who helped our Izayashiki family break the curse." I was a little surprised that my husband spoke so highly of him, but hearing what he said, Tianyan was a little moved. If this is the case, it is naturally an excellent thing. It is difficult for children in the Izayashiki family to live past the age of 30, and it is even more common to die in their teens and 20s. If she can make her husband's situation better, she is willing to help as much as she can. However, she also said worriedly, "But Suya-jun is still young, I don't know the roots, will he be a liar?" "It won't." Yaya shook his head and said, "Shinobu and Miri can both prove that he is a good person. My crow has followed him, wait and see how this person is." And Tianyan snuggled beside him and silently noted down this person. Suyu, who returned to the butterfly house first, took a good bath. After a night of training, he did feel extremely tired. "Alas, my knife, my clothes, when exactly will it arrive?" Suyu tossed and turned on the bed, feeling that the new toys he bought had not been shipped. He is now impatient to attach these two newly obtained Undead Killer and Flaming Sun Thorns with his Nikawadeo and Ghost Killer team uniform. It's just that it didn't arrive, and he had to wait. "No one can teach me what kind of breathing method is good to learn." Suyu stretched his waist. "Whoever says no, I can teach you." A chuckle rang out. Looking sideways, the butterfly stood by the door with a smile. A flash of surprise flashed in Suyu's eyes. In the past, Butterfly Shinobu has been coiling her hair, but now her waterfall-like hair is casually draped over her shoulders, and her face looks charming and lovely under the looming cover of her hair, as if she is a fairy who came out of the woods. Which is beautiful and heartwarming. "Shinobi, you look good with your hair scattered." Suyu sat up from the bed and unabashedly expressed his feelings. His honesty also made Butterfly Shinobu's smile even brighter, and the little pride that a girl should have jumped on her face. "Your figure is also quite strong, let me see." Butterfly Shinobu said as he walked. Because it was in his room, Suyu was shirtless, and his lean figure was unobstructed. Her words reminded Suyu of a man with glasses in his previous life, but fortunately Butterfly Shinobu did not say this while walking over and taking off his glasses. "Stop teasing me," Suyu said helplessly. "You just said that you want to teach me the breath of water, but didn't you use the breath of the worm?" Butterfly Shinobu explained. "My physical strength is very weak, and I can't even cut off the head of a ghost, so I gradually derived this faction, but you Jun, you don't have to worry about this, with your ability, you can directly learn the breath of water." Suyu suddenly realized and remembered. He only has a vague impression of this. After all, he is just an ordinary comic book crossing. For many settings, he does not remember very well. "Well, it just so happens that I also want to learn breathing techniques. If you are willing to teach me, that will help a lot. When do we start?" Butterfly couldn't help but smile, brushed the hair on the side of her face behind her ear, and said, "This matter is another matter, I came to tell you something." "What?" asked Suyu for a brief moment because of her small action, and immediately asked after returning to her senses. "There will be a 9-pillar training camp in the near future, and the master said that some potential newcomers can participate together. Do you want to go together?" asked Butterfly Shinobu. 9 pillars training. Suyu's expression was a little strange. He remembered that this incident should not be much later. The 9-pillar training that began before the Battle of Infinity City brought together the protagonist of the original work, Tanjiro, and they began training for the Armageddon. How could it start now? Why did such a large-scale training suddenly begin? Did something happen? asked Soo-yu, who did not know that his diary had leaked, without thinking. Butterfly couldn't help but smile and said, "Recently, we got the news of the Winding Lord, and we are preparing to go on a crusade against him, and I plan to take you with me." "How did you get the news of him?" said Soo-yu, stunned. "But his diary exists in the system space, and it is usually not placed outside, so it cannot be known." Looking at Soo-yu's expression, Butterfly Shinobu knew that he was thinking about the diary. Seeing that he was puzzled, this expression made the butterfly laugh secretly. "You don't care about this," Butterfly Shinobu interrupted his thoughts. "You just say whether you go or not. It's a chance to get in touch with a few pillar-level figures." "Of course go," Soo-yu said immediately, "but I want to bring a few people." "You shouldn't have any friends from the Ghost Slayer, right?" said Butterfly suspiciously. "You don't care about this, just say if you can bring it," Soo-yu said with a learned smile. "Good boy, learn from me." Butterfly pretended to be angry, reached out to his waist, and pinched a handful of the soft flesh around his waist, causing Soo-yulong's teeth to grin. "Wrong, wrong, wrong." Soo-yu hurriedly begged for mercy, and the butterfly endured this before giving up. "Go to your friend, I believe in your vision, and you can definitely not bring idle people. As for the breathing method," Soo-yu waved his hand, "it's not too late to teach me when the training starts. It's not bad in the past few days, maybe I can find a better choice before then." "Humph, I don't believe you can find a better option." Butterfly snorted softly, got up, and walked towards the door. Before going out, she looked back at Soo-yu, who was still grinning because of the pain in her waist, and said with a smile, "Yu-jun, thank you." Then Soo-yu, who left a dazed face, was puzzled in the room. I had no idea what she was thanking herself. Chapter 15. Butterfly Shinobu pulled the hair on the side of her face behind her ear and said, "Well, I came to tell you something." "What?" asked Soo-yu for a brief moment because of her small action, and immediately asked after returning to her senses. "There will be a 9-pillar training camp in the near future, and the master said that some potential newcomers can participate together. Do you want to go together?" After all, he didn't know what shocking things he had done. 9 pillars training. Soo-yu's expression was a little strange. Shouldn't this matter be after a long time? This incident should have gathered the protagonists of the original work, Tanjiro, before the Infinite City decisive battle. How could it start now? Why did such a large-scale training suddenly begin? Did something happen? Asked Soo-yu, who did not know that his diary had leaked, without thinking. Butterfly couldn't help but smile and said, "Recently, we got the news of the Winding Lord, and we are preparing to go on a crusade against him, and I plan to take you with me." "How did you get the news of him?" Soo-yu's stunned face jumped. "But his diary exists in the system space, and it is usually not placed outside, so it cannot be known." Looking at Soo-yu's expression, Butterfly Shinobu knew that he was thinking about the diary. Seeing him puzzled, it made the butterfly laugh secretly. "You don't care about this," Butterfly Shinobu interrupted his thoughts. "You just say whether you go or not. It's a chance to get in touch with a few pillar-level figures." "Of course go," Soo-yu said immediately, "but I want to bring a few people." "You shouldn't have any friends from the Ghost Slayer, right?" said Butterfly suspiciously. "You don't care about this, just say if you can bring it," Soo-yu said with a learned smile. "Good boy, learn from me." Butterfly pretended to be angry, reached out to his waist, and pinched a handful of the soft flesh around his waist, causing Soo-yulong's teeth to grin. "Wrong, wrong, wrong." Soo-yu hurriedly begged for mercy, and the butterfly endured this before giving up. "Go to your friend, I believe in your vision, and you can definitely not bring idle people. As for the breathing method," Soo-yu waved his hand, "it's not too late to teach me when the training starts. It's not bad in the past few days, maybe I can find a better choice before then." "Humph, I don't believe you can find a better option." The butterfly snorted softly, and immediately took care of herself. Suyu looked at the smiling butterfly ninja, a little out of his mind. Butterfly Shinobu's appearance is definitely a first-class beauty, and the smile she wore in the past always had a feeling of rejection from thousands of miles away. By the way, I'm going to develop a mask that can prevent the cold. Can you help me come up with an idea? What do you think can be done? Said Shinobu Butterfly. Cold mask. Suyu was stunned. He really didn't understand. This is clearly a measure to deal with the cold and ice ability of the winding too. Did you really not peek into my diary? Suyu said weakly. You asked. The butterfly couldn't help but smile and look at him. Have you been in my room lately and seen any diaries or anything like that? Suyu said. No, the little yard where you live obviously doesn't have any books, and you haven't bought them, have you? The butterfly couldn't help but say this, and her heart blossomed. It turned out that Suyu really didn't know that he could see his diary. Ah. Such. Suyu nodded. He actually asked with the answer, because when he got the diary, the system said that only he could see this diary. But he didn't know that a copy of the diary would appear on someone else's desk. Then let's talk about the cold mask. How much do you know about the winding mask? Suyu couldn't say that he knew everything about the winding mask, so he had to ask Butterfly Shinobu. Now I only know that his blood demon technique can make ice and cause damage to us swordsmen who use breathing techniques. Butterfly Shinobu smiled. I have a few preconceived designs, let's see how it goes. Butterfly Shinobu took out a book and handed it to Suyu, opened it and saw the detailed design of the cold mask in it. Suyu only glanced at it a few times before shaking his head. No, your masks are just conventional cold masks, which protect the face, but lack one of the most critical things, filter elements. What's that? Said Butterfly, puzzled. Suyu's major in his previous life was safety management, which involved gas masks and the like, and he also happened to understand the relevant knowledge, so he said profoundly. I'm not an expert in this area. If you want me to say it, then I will say a little, but I don't know if it's useful. As I said at the beginning, I'm not an expert in this area. The butterfly was stunned when she heard this, and after digesting it, a thin anger flew on her pretty face. You fool me. Saying that, she pinched Suyu's waist again, looking at the other party's distorted facial features in pain, and only then withdrew her hand. Will you or not? Bluntly. Yes, it hurts, and your hand is too strong. Suyu touched his aching waist with a bitter face, looked at Butterfly Shinobu's smiling face, and began to say seriously. First of all, you need to set a filter layer in the mask and place the anti-icing object, so that every breath, the cold air inhaled will adhere to this layer of anti-icing. But without obvious resistance to the body's breathing, this anti-icing substance can be made using activated carbon. This time it was the butterfly's turn to endure the circle. Activated carbon. What is it? Suyu, who was about to gush, froze. Activated carbon. Isn't it at this time? Suyu patted his brain and remembered. Activated carbon in history, was the first British in 1900 to invent metal chloride carbonization plants to make activated carbon. It was only in 1917 that it was used in gas masks in the First World War. Now it's 1915, and before those things happen, the people don't know what gas masks and activated carbon are. Suyu made a bitter face. It was difficult to do it now. Make your own activated carbon? It's not that simple. Ding! Unlock mission. If you learn the first breathing method, you will receive any of the 7-day optional rewards. The voice that suddenly sounded in his mind made Suyu slightly stunned, and 3 option boxes appeared in front of his eyes. Physical enhancement, doubles the ability indicators on the basis of the current body. Sword art enhancement, doubles the ability indicators on the basis of the current sword art. Zimua face, a special mask for worshipping gods and jumping ghosts, repelling plagues and avoiding epidemics. The sub-face has a certain protective ability, which can block elemental damage. The mother face adds the role of concealing the aura on the basis of the literal surface, and with the body method, it can achieve the effect of moving without knowing the ghost. The quality of the first breathing method will determine the number of sub-faces. Chapter 16. 3 choices, Yu wants to have. However, it is clear that the third option is more tempting for him now. The quality of the first breathing method will determine the upper limit of the mask obtained, and it seems that you can only go to find the breath of the sun. Yu thought to himself and made a decision. Immediately spoke. Leave this to me, if nothing else, I should be able to get 2 or 3 cold masks, this amount is enough for those strong people in the team. In the face of winding, a large number of people may not be useful. Butterfly nodded, agreeing with his statement, then leave it to you, I have other things to do. After Yu nodded, she took advantage of the excuse and left. When you go out. She looked back at Yu and said with a smile. Jun, thank you. You're welcome. Yu subconsciously replied, wait, this title. In Japanese, the name Jun will seem more intimate. The author is a Japanese idiot, not sure, assumed. Butterfly Shinobu used his full name Jun before, why is it now called Jun with the latter word? He also wanted to ask clearly, but Butterfly Shinobu had already walked out the door, not giving him a chance to ask more. Did I do anything to strengthen our relationship? Yu, who didn't know how her diary was read, wouldn't know how much what she wrote helped Butterfly Shinobu, and even saved her from dying. So much so that he touched the slightly painful place on his waist, puzzled. Yu shook his head and didn't think about it for the time being. Turning to other things, the friends just mentioned are naturally the protagonist group of the original work. Although they don't know each other yet, those little boys are very easy people to get along with, and they can easily make friends. How can fighting ghosts be without them? And, if you say you want to learn breathing. Yu was more interested in Tanjiro's fire god Kagura, which was the initial and strongest breathing method, the breath of the sun. Now Tanjiro doesn't know this kind of thing, and with this opportunity, maybe I can learn the breath of the day from his mouth. The current Tanjiro is still at the residence of the cultivator Taki Kinji, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Nikawa saber. It takes between 10 and 15 days to wait for the forging of a knife, and today is the 3rd day of the end, at least a week, which should be enough for my entry day. If I learn to call the sun, my combat power will at least be among the ranks of the pillars, and I will reach the level of a swordsman of the Jiguo Yuan Yi. The hierarchy of this world is like a fiction, and I can't use those ranks, but I guess I should enter the ranks of the high-ranking swordsmen of the ghost-killing team. Yu pondered. He knew that due to the length of the comic, the plot line progressed extremely quickly, and the comic was only over 200 words. This kind of length simply could not support the slow rise of 10 levels, so that the protagonist group soon began to come into contact with the 12 ghost moon. Now the level of ghosts can only be divided into ordinary ghosts without blood, ordinary ghosts with bloody ghosts, lower string ghosts, upper string ghosts, upper string ghosts, upper string 1 Black Death Mu, Ghost King Ghost Dance Suji no Misery. And the swordsman level may be divided into 4 levels, upper, middle, and lower third-class members of the ghost-killing team, the protagonist group, the pillar, and the successor of the country. In this way, I am not very strong, and I have to be stronger. Yu did not become complacent because of his performance on the Vine Attack Mountain. After he crossed over, the strength that those ghosts could not show due to the length of the comic will be fully displayed in this world now. On the Vine Attack Mountain, he has encountered ghosts who are quite strong in addition to hand ghosts, and if it were not for the undead killer Nikki knife in hand, it would be a bit troublesome to solve it. Wu miserable as a coward, seeing Tanjiro can run, what I have to worry more about is those upper limits. The upper winding one can kill the entire upper wind, under the real Ghost King. Well, learn Hinata's breath first. I need a breathing method too much now. Go find Tanjiro before he gets the knife, lest he have to go on a mission after he gets the knife. Having made a decision in his heart, Yu immediately began to implement it. Start packing your clothes. You've just come back and you're going out again. The sudden murmur startled Yu, and when he turned his head to look, Xiane didn't know when he appeared at the door. You didn't make a noise when you came in, which startled me. Yu patted his chest, a little palpitated, and said while packing up his clothes. Shinobu said I can go, I want to bring my friends with me, and you have also seen the people who participated in the final trial with us. I'm also your friend, why don't you train with me? Kana, who was not good at making requests to others, couldn't say this sentence at all, so she had to whisper. However, Yu, who was fighting on Fujixi Mountain, could hear the whispers of ghosts not far away. How could the quiet room not hear this murmur at this time? When he looked back, he found that Xianehu's very calm face that he had seen before had a touch of dissatisfaction and grievances that a girl of her age should have. Sorry, I'm like this, I forget the person next to me whenever something happens. Yu smiled apologetically and said softly. I'll go for 7 or 8 days at most, maybe I'll be back in a day or 2, and I'll be sure to practice with you when I get back, okay? Oh. All right. Although he was a little disappointed, Xiangnehu was still convinced of Yu's words and obediently agreed. Chapter 17. She was originally a personality that would not put pressure on people, and she had to nod her head when she heard this. As my sister's stepson, if you want to learn the breath of water, you can also ask me, the breath of flowers is also derived from the breath of water. Chanel said one after another. I must surpass my sister and take her place as a pillar, only then will she be fine. When did you become so purposeful? Yu was a little surprised, hadn't she always been a Buddhist waiting for orders, how could she take the initiative to think of becoming a pillar now? Hearing this, Xiangnehu just looked up at him, with an unclear meaning in her eyes, and finally just shook her head and did not speak. I'll go back first by the way, Yu-jun, thank you. Shanna also thanked him before leaving. Yu is even more confused, you also call me Yu, are you two sisters preparing to take me away? And the attitude suddenly changed to this, which made me a little flustered. The arrival of Butterfly Shinobu and Kanaho added 2 more light aromas that did not conflict with each other. Yu sniffed the 2 aromas, did not continue to pack his luggage, but sat down at the desk. He stared at the desktop for a while, then flicked his palm, and the diary appeared on the table, and the writing pen also appeared in his hand. Put down the pen, and the handwriting is written freely. The situation is a little bad. Why is the focus of the Ghost Killer team now suddenly changed to the Crusade of the Second Wind? This span is too big, right? At the same time, Kanahu, Butterfly Shinobu, and Miri all noticed the diary update and quickly took it out to see. Seeing the span, he said, the 3 women were keenly aware that the so-called span may refer to what happened now, which was different from what he remembered. How many things does this guy know? Why is it not good? Aren't everyone actively preparing for war? In the room, Butterfly ruffled her fingers and muttered to herself. Miri soaked in the hot spring and held the invincible notebook directly in her hand, and had the same question. This training is an unprecedented training of 9 pillars together, and at the same time encircles a winding 2. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand the siege of the 9-pillar level swordsman, right? Xiangnehu was also puzzled, where was the bad point? I originally thought that if I want to fight against the Shangxian Qi, it will at least wait until after the incident in the swordsmith's village. If you start the 9-pillar training now, doesn't it mean that Miri will be transferred from her post, and when the time comes, the 2 winding attacks the swordsmith village, won't it be a big deal? The 3 women's bodies shook at the same time. 2 winding attacks on the swordsmith village. How is it possible? The method to go to the swordsmith village can be very hidden, even if their pillar level swordsmen go, they have to be brought by the members of the hidden, twisting and turning, and the distance is extremely long. This is the same as the residence of the main public house Shiki Yaya, which belongs to one of the biggest secrets of the ghost killer team. How could it be known by the ghost, and still be wound? Here's 2. If they didn't learn the news in advance, how many people would have to die? They didn't dare to think. I have to report this to my lord quickly, said Butterfly to herself. I'm in the swordsmith village now, so I don't have to go to the 9 pillars training, so let's stay here for the time being. Mealy's eyes were slightly condensed, and she who had always grinned greatly realized the seriousness of the problem at this moment. The 9 pillar training definitely can't go on as usual. I have to practice by myself, and I can actually face the windings so quickly. Kana thought to herself. What to do? How can I talk to them about this kind of thing? I can't find a reason at all, and suddenly told them that the Shangqian ghost is going to attack the swordsmith village. I am afraid that they will think that I am an undercover agent sent by the ghost. Hey, I really don't understand which idiot brought the news of the winding too. How did it bring it at this time? Messed things up. Siryu's angry scolding caused the 3 women to laugh one after another, and they were very happy. After a long time, Siryu knew that the idiot he was angry at the beginning was himself. It's okay, Yu-jun, we already know the news. You should reveal some news to us about those 2 windings. Butterfly stared at the diary and said a little eagerly. In the diary, Siryu seemed to hear her speak, and her handwriting appeared again. Hey, I feel that I don't remember those windings very well, so I have to write it down quickly, so as not to forget the details later. I remember that those 2 came to the winding of the Wanton and the Wu. Shangxian is an old man with emotional manifestation, who usually appears as a cowardly old man who can split into 4 ghosts. Those 4 ghosts also have 4 abilities: the angry doppelganger that uses a tin staff to release lightning, the Le doppelganger that can release strong winds with a fan, the joy doppelganger that can fly at high speed and attack with ultrasound, and finally an absolute doppelganger who is good at physical skills and uses a cross spear. These 4 doppelgangers are still very difficult to deal with without knowing it, and still his body is a cowardly doppelganger hiding in the hate doppelganger. 4 splits with independent consciousness can also merge and finally become a young man, hatred of potion. This pervert, think that others want to kill him is bullying the weak. How he kills others but completely disregard. When I meet him, I don't take a rabbit knife to cut him 1,000 cuts is considered my person is too good. Looking at this paragraph, Butterfly Shinobu felt that his scalp was numb, and the amount of information was so large. The few paragraphs that Siryu wrote casually actually revealed such a huge amount of information. First of all, it is certain that Siryu not only knows all ghosts, but even knows very well. If so, then not only ghosts, but also their ghost-killing team will also know very well. Although he had not yet seen the winding he described, Butterfly Shinobu had already thought of what a brutal and self-righteous old ghost he was just by reading the text. Thinking of this, Butterfly Shinobu and Miri and Kana all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, such people are friends, and if this is an enemy, all the news will be revealed before the war begins. This is also a hammer. The other one is a very perverted ghost, the winding of the army, the jade pot, that is, he discovered the location of the knifesmith's village, attracted 2 winding chi to attack the swordsmith's village, and also killed many knife-forging people in a perverted way. When it comes to such a big thing, they are a little unsure. If it is still hidden at this time, it will be detrimental to the actions of the entire ghost-killing team. But this involves Siryu's biggest secret, and they really don't want to be sinners who leak secrets. For a moment, the 3 girls were a little panicked, not knowing what to do. It's just that they don't know. When Siryu wrote his first sentence, the same diary suddenly appeared next to Shiki Yaya's bed. Chapter 18. The diary's sudden appearance caused a moment of surprise to Shiki Tianyan next to him. You said this diary appeared out of nowhere? Tianyan glanced at the font on the cover and said, the author. Siryu, it says Isaiah Shiki Yaya copy. Ahem, Yaya coughed violently a few times, and then asked, what is written there? Inside this. There are no words. How come? Yaya, whose vision had deteriorated and could not see clearly, did not turn her gaze for the first time, but listened to her wife's words sideways. Tianyan looked more carefully and said affirmatively. Without handwriting, it's a brand new diary. Yes. Yaya subconsciously reached out to take it, he just wanted to touch what kind of thing, but when he subconsciously looked at it, a stunned expression suddenly appeared on his face. This obviously has words. No, how can I see it? Tianyan was taken aback by this sudden episode. How is it possible? There are obviously no words on it, and your eyes. Yaya was also puzzled, he looked up at the source of the voice, he couldn't see Tianyan. But turning his head to look at the diary, the font on it actually appeared in front of him. After Yaya looked at it, her body froze in place, her eyes staring at the diary, not wanting to miss any of the details. Yaya called out to Tianyan, who suddenly reacted and smiled. He laughed loudly, and it was an unstoppable cough that made him stop laughing. It's just that he doesn't care at all, coughing and laughing, and his mouth is full of blood. Tianyan took out a handkerchief distressed and wanted to help him wipe the blood from his mouth, but Yaya directly grabbed her wrist, and his tone could not hide his excitement. 100 years, a situation that has not changed in 100 years, has changed now. Do you understand? This is a sign that fate is about to change dramatically. See Hope, Ghost my Suji is not miserable, we will definitely destroy you in our generation. Finally, I can finally stop seeing so many children die. Cough cough. Seeing that he was so excited, Tianyan hurriedly asked, can you see the contents of the diary? What is written in it? Yaya calmed his mood and said, it is written that 2/4 of the moon are about to attack the swordsmith village, and the location of the swordsmith village has been leaked. He now understands, it seems that the information of the Shangxianji, Butterfly Shinobu, and Honey Li are also obtained from this diary. That young man named Suyu actually had this ability. What kind of ability is this? Vampire magic? Yaya looked at the diary repeatedly, and only this page had content on it, and the content was constantly being updated. Compared to encircling and suppressing the Shangxian, this Shangxian Fang and Wu are the most important things. I have to find an opportunity to hint at forbearance, and the swordsmith village must not be attacked by ghosts. At this point, the diary is over. Yaya was silent for a long time, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said to Tianyan, help me get down, the place where the 9 pillars training is set in the swordsmith village. Yes. Tianyan nodded, and immediately went to give instructions to the crow. Yao Zizai carefully read the diary again, and then let out a long sigh, his breath trembling. After 100 years of disaster, hope has finally been broken. After Suyu finished writing his diary, he packed up his things. He had to race against time to learn the breath of the sun. Before going out, he also made something delicious by the way and prepared to take it to Tanjiro. When he was about to go out, he stopped at the door of the butterfly house and patted his head. Oops, how am I going to find Tanjiro? I don't know the place. The compass he got could only mark the places he had been. Tanjiro has not been to his current residence, and he can't find it. Even if he gives himself an address, he will start getting lost before he can reach 50 meters. This is a problem. Suya-jun, what are you doing standing here? Are you going out? A voice that sounded like everything was done with interest and was invincible. Suyu turned his head and looked at the member of Yin who spoke, named Goto. The first person Suyu just came to this world and saw him was him, this person in the anime, or Saitama-sensei's voice actor. Therefore, Suyu still likes to talk to him, and always feels that teacher Saitama is in front of him. No, Mr. Goto, I want to find someone, but you also know me. Suyu smiled awkwardly. Butterfly Curie, no one does not know that he is a road idiot. Several times he had all the people of the butterfly house come out to find him. Suyu's strength has a system bonus, but his face does not have a system bonus. After a few times, he stayed in the butterfly house and could not go out. Now it's troublesome to want to go out. Why don't you tell me who you're going to, and I'll see if I can help you lead the way, asked Kodo. You should be familiar with Takizuoji, right? Asked Tsuyu. Of course, that's the former water column, Kodo said. Coincidentally, I just happened to bring a pack of herbs with me, and I took you with me, right? A trifle. The two went together. Half a day came to the place where Taki lived. A teenager with crimson hair, red eyes, and scars on his head happened to be swinging a bamboo sword in front of the door. Seeing the two people coming slowly, he stopped moving, as if surprised that strangers would come to this kind of place. Hello, my name is Kodo, I'm here to find Mr. Taki Taki, is he there? Asked Kodo. The young man looked at him. This special costume, his master told himself, this kind of person is called hidden, a member of the logistics organization of the ghost killing team. Immediately replied, yes, he is chopping firewood in the back mountain, you. Kodo waved his hand, I know the place, I'll go find him myself Suya-jun, then you take care of yourself. After he left, Tanjiro glanced at Tsuyu a few times, and immediately looked back and said in surprise, I remember you, aren't you the one who participated in the final selection with me? Tsuyu subconsciously laughed. Are you talking about me? Tanjiro looked puzzled. Ah. No, for a moment Shake called the wrong person. Tsuyu said with a smile. Tanjiro's iron head is really unforgettable, Tsuyu called him by nickname before crossing over, and this meeting was said casually. Chapter 19. My name is Tsuyu. Tsuyu nodded with a smile. I didn't expect you to remember me, I happened to come here to carry out a mission, eating and talking. Tsuyu didn't say that he came to him specifically, and said, opening a box that he was carrying. A yellow biscuit with a special and attractive milky smell is served in the box. It was the first time that Tanjiro smelled the smell, and he felt drooling just by smelling it. He reacted abruptly and quickly said to Tsuyu, please come in, I'll make a pot of tea. After a pot of tea was brewed, Tanjiro carefully picked up a cookie and took a bite, and the rich milk aroma spread all over the mouth, and with each chew, the milk aroma was raised to a higher level. Well, it's delicious, isn't it? The first time I've eaten something so delicious. Tanjiro's eyes burst into the stars. You can eat as much as you like. Tsuyu smiled, also picked up a cookie and ate it, pretending not to care. The last time I saw you in the mountains, you don't seem to use the footwork of the breath of water. Yes, you saw it, I didn't see you, Tanjiro thought for a moment, and then quickly said, what you said may be that I subconsciously used the pace of my family's fire god Kagura. I don't know why, sometimes I feel that this dance step is very suitable for my combat skills, and I use it for no reason. Tsuyu thought to himself, the breath of the sun is the origin breathing method, all breathing methods are derived from it, of course, it can easily accommodate other breathing methods extended from it. It's interesting, can you skip it and show me? I've always been interested in this kind of customs. Okay, you wait, I'll change into a set of clothes that are convenient for activities. Tanjiro was immediately interested, and quickly ran into the house. He now feels that it is very pleasant to be able to dance the family tradition Kagura of fire in his spare time. Soon, Tanjiro walked out and began to dance Kagura of fire directly in front of Tsuyu. He holds a wooden stick that acts as a Kagura Suzu that he holds when dancing Kagura, and then dances. Sometimes he draws circles with the body of the stick, and sometimes he flies in the air, stabbing out the Kagura bell. Tsuyu's eyes stared at all of Tanjiro's movements without blinking. In the eyes of others, this is just a dance, but after knowing that this is the move of the breath of the sun, this dance has a different view in Tsuyu's eyes. The slight details between Tanjiro's raised hand, the strength of the bell, the footsteps, and even the rhythm of breathing, all of which were included in Tsuyu's eyes. Even Tanjiro himself did not notice that when he danced Kagura the god of fire, his breathing was no longer the rhythm of the breath of Mizuno. Instead, he was able to smoothly dance the breathing rhythm of this Kagura dance. And this breathing rhythm is the breath of the sun. The dance moves he is demonstrating now are the moves of the breath of the sun. It's amazing, Tanjiro actually didn't notice that the breath in this situation is supplemented with a little killing intent, and he can obtain a sharp killing move that is not weaker than the breath of water. The Solan Kendo possessed by Tsuyu not only possessed moves, but also learned Soran's Kendo attainments and skills. As long as it involves knowledge of Kendo, Tsuyu can learn it quickly. Gradually, under the premise of knowing that Kagura, the god of fire, was a Kendo move. Every move of Tanjiro turned into a sword-wielding villain in Tsuyu's mind. He evolved those moves in his mind, constantly learning and correcting them. Imperceptibly. Even Tsuyu didn't notice that when he evolved the move in his mind, his breathing also used the rhythm of the breath of the sun. Gradually synchronized with the Tanjiro in front of him, but Tsuyu's breathing was faster and more capable. Ding! Mission accomplished. Learned breathing, breath of the sun. Please select the mission reward, Sun Mother Face, Physical Fitness Improvement, Swordsmanship Improvement. The voice that suddenly sounded in his mind, the corners of Tsuyu's mouth turned up slightly. Choose Mother in Sun's Noodles. Choose successfully, get the Mother Noodles ×1, get the Sub Noodles ×3. Tsuyu nodded secretly in satisfaction and paid more attention to Tanjiro in front of him. Suddenly, Tsuyu felt something close to him. Subconsciously turning his head, he saw a girl with a bamboo tube in her mouth standing not far away, tilting her head to look at the cookies on the table. That look, it looks like you want to eat very much. This girl exudes the aura of a ghost. You bean. Tanjiro saw it, and the dance stopped abruptly, and he rushed over to stop her. Tsuya-jun, listen to me, there is a reason for this. Tanjiro's palm holding Kagura Suzu was a little sweaty. The fact that his sister is a ghost is definitely a difficult thing for the members of the ghost-killing team to understand. Even a direct stranglehold like Tomioka Yoshiyuki at the beginning is not an impossible thing. However, Tsuyu's reaction was unexpected. Is this your sister? She looks good. This reaction surprised Tanjiro, who looked at the smiling boy in front of him in disbelief. Don't you think it's strange? Tsuyu smiled and shook his head. It is naturally his reason to let the former water pillar scale Takizo be allowed to bring it with him. I believe in his choice, and I also believe in your person. This is really unconvincing, after all, the two are meeting and chatting for the first time. And the trust shown by Tsuyu was too much. However, Tanjiro did not smell any deception on the other party, which made him really not understand where Tsuyu's trust came from. How could the first person who met for the second time and chatted for the first time have such a high degree of trust in himself? It is impossible for him to know that Tsuyu, who is a traverser, has long understood his life and who he is. Tsuyu sat there with such a smile, the faint smile on his face was like a spring breeze, no matter who it was, he couldn't help but feel good. But Tsuyu's sudden voice changed, causing Tanjiro's heart to hang again. I can accept that there is a ghost beside you, but the pillars of the 9 pillars training may not be able to accept it. Tanjiro muttered, 9 pillars. At the 9 pillars, he remembered the man who had introduced himself here, who had overwhelming combat power over him. Water column, Tomioka Yoshiyuki. If they set their sights on their sister, they really have no way to resist. Tanjiro's mood became a little heavy. Tsuyu nodded with a smile, then immediately converged the smile on his face and asked him very seriously, Tanjiro, do you want to protect your sister? Of course, said Tanjiro without thinking. He not only wanted to protect, but also personally killed the ghost dance Tsuji who killed his family of 5. Good. Then I'll show you the way. Tsuyu saw the indignation in the young man's eyes, and immediately looked outside, but neither Taki nor Furukawa returned, so he pulled Tanjiro over and whispered. Actually, your fire god Kagura is. Suyu whispered to Tanjiro the true identity of the fire god Kagura, whose eyes gradually widened as he listened. This. Are you telling the truth? Suyu smiled and nodded. Suddenly, Tanjiro asked. Could it be? Was it fated that my family would be killed? Chapter 20. Why do you think so? Suyu was a little stunned. Tanjiro caressed Yudoko's head and said with a sad wry smile. You see, Oni my Suji was killed and hid by the user of the breath of the sun, and now he has killed my family again, and I happen to be the inheritor of the breath of the sun. This. Isn't it predestined? Suyu was silent. If so, it's really true, who made him the protagonist of the comic? But in fact, seeing a boy several years younger than himself say this, Suyu couldn't help but feel sad. The ghost-killing team is full of young people, and they carry so much at a young age. When Suyu thought of this, he had to sigh. It's okay, this has strengthened my desire to eliminate Oni my Suji. Tanjiro saw Suyu's unbearability, but a relieved smile appeared, as if something was relieved, and said, Suyu-kun, thank you. If you still want to know more details of the fire god Kagura, that is, the breath of the sun, I can show you a few more times. Ah, thank you. Wait, Suyu subconsciously thanked and realized that something was wrong. Tanjiro's eyes were clear and had a clear smile. Did he see his intention to come to him? I don't think there is anything wrong, since this breathing method will be lost, and even only a derivative version has been passed down to this day. I think it should be very difficult, and it is a fluke that I can learn it, so if you want to learn and can learn it, I believe the founder of Breath of the Sun will also be very happy. Tanjiro's cleverness is on display at this moment. He didn't even ask Suyu why he knew this, he only knew that he was grateful to Suyu for telling him these things. This also gives Tanjiro more motivation and direction to move forward. We will still have the opportunity to meet, go to the 9-pillar training, that can make your strength improve rapidly, and help your family avenge early. Suyu said, don't hold back everywhere because you are the eldest son in the family, you also have the right to vent your voices, and I will help you share a little in the future. Tanjiro opened his mouth, and the words reached his heart, and immediately, his eyes were slightly red with AHMM. After not having to hide his head and tail, Suyu and Tanjiro exchanged ideas, and swaggered to use the breath of the sun. The speed of his progress made even Tanjiro feel a lot of emotion. At first, the two used wooden knives to compete, and Suyu was still hit by Tanjiro. His breathing was always forked, and the next second he was slashed in the head by Tanjiro, causing him to grin in pain. It was clear that he was practicing against him, but Tanjiro always hit him, and immediately came over to apologize and ask if he was okay. With this attitude of the other party, Suyu felt that he was really an angel. However, the condolences after the hit were angels, and before the hit, he really did not spare a hand. Suyu is very satisfied with this attitude, and it is also true for ghosts. Tanjiro will not skimp on his kindness, but that is also after cutting off the ghost's head. Before this, he would spare no effort to cut off the head of the ghost. Soon, the situation has been reversed. Just the next day, it became Tanjiro who could not withstand Suyu's attack. Although the learning of breathing methods is much behind, Suyu's practical combat skills are much stronger than Tanjiro. Killing 26 ghosts in the mountains in one night relies not only on the good of weapons, but also on the combat ability brought by Solen Kendo. After a little introduction to the breathing method, he also began to consciously use the breathing method. It was indeed a very miraculous method, and as soon as I breathed, I felt that my whole body was filled with indescribable power. The already strong body, under the addition of the breathing method, attacked rapidly. As long as the body is strong enough, the bonus brought by the breathing method will be more lasting and powerful. And Suyu had a body that was strengthened after signing in the diary at the beginning, and Tanjiro's physical fitness was far less than him. As a result, Tanjiro was exhausted after every battle, while Suyu looked calm and relaxed, and did not seem to spend too much effort. In the end, Tanjiro was defeated. He lost without complaint. Because his physical strength is simply not comparable to Suyu. However, after the discussion, Tanjiro also benefited a lot from Suyu. The time here is extremely short. For 7 days, Suyu-kwan was competing with Tanjiro. After the 7th day, Tanjiro's Nikwe knife was delivered, and Suyu also took his leave. He couldn't wait to go back to the butterfly house to see his Nikkei Kodeo. Suche-kun, thank you, when I finish a few tasks, I will go to the butterfly house to find you, said Tanjiro beckoning to Suyu who was descending the mountain. Suyu also turned around and beckoned to him, see you in training. Immediately, he took out the tracking compass and rushed back without stopping. Back to the back of the butterfly. He had just pushed open the door and happened to bump into a person. Suyu was fine, but the other party was knocked down. I'm sorry, I'm a little rushed, you're okay. Suyu stretched out his hand to the person sitting on the ground in front of him and said apologetically. The man suddenly raised his head, causing Suyu to jump back subconsciously. It was a mask with a long mouth and a red face. This is exactly the mask that the people of the Nikki knife forging knife wear, the fireman. Presumably you are Mr. Suyu, right? Came a nice voice from under the mask. He himself got up from the ground, dusted and said, I am a knife forging man, named Tai Suan-sen, the first time to forge a double knife, put it in the reception room, I don't know if you will be full. Before the word ye could be spoken, Suyu didn't care about politeness, and directly grabbed his hand and ran into the butterfly house. Take a walk, take a look. Nor is that. Where is the reception room? What is this yard doing so big? Suyu pulled the forger to run around. Mr. Su, wait. Mr. Su, the conference room is. Mr. Su, listen to me. Suyu stopped and looked at him panting, what? The expression under the mask of Tai Sunsen was extremely strange, pointing somewhere, and said, the reception room is obviously in the second room in the left corner of the front, how did you run back and forth to avoid that room perfectly? Is it? Suyu stepped forward, and after a few steps, he suddenly turned a step to the right. Seeing this, Tai Sunsen quickly stepped forward and pulled him back and walked to the right. It didn't take a few steps to reach the reception room. Butterfly Shinobu and Xiang Nehu were actually inside, and when they saw them come in, they both looked at Suyu with a smile. You can get lost indoors, Yu-jun, you road idiot, I'm so sorry, Mr. Tai Sunsen, let you run away for so long. Tai Xiansen touched his head, and his expression under the mask was slightly helpless. Suyu didn't pay attention to this. He saw 2 boxes on the table in front of him. One of the rectangular wooden boxes, which was slightly wider than his forearm, saw that it was his own day-wheel knife, and Suyu couldn't wait to go. Tai Sunsen wiped his sweat and said, your request is very special, requiring a broad knife to be split in 2, the separate knife is a straight-edged knife, with a C-shaped gauntlet, fortunately, I built it. Chapter 21. When you see it, the straight blade is about the length of a fingernail, pale silver, and the tip has a quadrangular upward slope. At the handle is an octagon, and Suyu draws a concept map for Ying Crow to take to the forging Dao village. The pattern drawn on the design drawing is based on an animation in a tokusatsu film he watched in his previous life. The Adventures of Lolo, Supersonic Ice Sword Magic Bullet Battle, Dragon Sword of Dragon Kendo. It's just that the weapon in front of me is more angular and more handsome to see. Suyu picked it up, and the heavy feel made him very satisfied, and he asked Tai Suisen, how to split. Tai Suisen replied, there is a slightly protruding trigger at the top of the side of the grip, and it is pulled 3 times in a row. After Suyu did so, the one-piece broadsword split in 2 and turned into 2 single-edged straight knives. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Suyu, who seemed to have obtained a new toy, and smiled. Yes, it's better than I thought, it's really troublesome for you, Mr. Tetsu Kyumri. Yu weighed his Nikawa knife and tried to swing it. Whether it is combined or separated, it is very convenient. Tai Sunsen smiled, then come and try it and see what color your blade will become. Yu moved in response to the sound and shook the blade hard. In the next second, the inky pure black changes color from the bottom of the blade and continues upwards until it covers the entire blade. Oh, it's actually black, this is really unexpected, I saw it for the first time. Tai Xiansen said. How can it be a black blade, muttered Kana, a little surprised. The color of the blade usually changes with the holder, but basically those colors. Butterfly Shinobu also nodded lightly, looking at Suyu's face was flat, he seemed to know that his knife would turn into this color. I'll go change first. Suyu immediately picked up his clothes and the Nikoro knife and went to the next room to change. This guy, you have to bring a knife when you change your clothes, so reluctant. Butterfly couldn't help but laugh. When he returned to the reception room, the eyes of both girls lit up. A white haori that extends down from the shoulders is draped over her body, and inside is a black ghost slayer uniform. Suyu, who is in his early 80s, is majestic in his clothes, and no one does not believe that he is a captain-level figure. Suyu moved his shoulders, very comfortable. When he left to change clothes, he also put Undead Killer and Flaming Sun Thorn on his Nikawa knife and Ghost Killer team uniforms respectively. I don't know if this kind of weapon that can be split in two, whether the enchantment will also be split in two, if it can, it will be a big loophole. He thought to himself. The reason why I wanted to create such a strange shape of the Nikki knife was also because of this idea. Suyu looked at Xiang Nehu and said with a smile, how many tricks will accompany me? The two walked to the courtyard. Suyu used the Nikki broad knife she had just obtained, and Xiang Nehu used her normal style of Nikkeku. Bang bang, the two knives collided, making a crisp sound. Suyu's heart froze, his steps moved slightly, his figure moved instantly, appeared behind Xiang Nehu, and raised his hand to slash. Kana reflexively blocked, but was shocked back several steps by a strong force. She steadied her figure, and her pretty face showed a surprised expression. Just now, she was actually suppressed? The strength is very good, then I will win with speed. Chanel stepped on his feet and disappeared. Using flower breath, she is extremely fast. Come. Suyu rushed up with interest. The two men engaged in a fierce confrontation in the courtyard, with blades colliding and fists bombarding. Every confrontation causes an air boom and a splash of Mars. The two people were fighting lively in the courtyard, and Tai Sunsen was surprised to see it. I remember that Xianehu is your stepson, Su Yejun can actually fight with her back and forth, and her strength is very strong. Butterfly Shinobu was a little stunned, and the doubts did not come out, but repeated in his heart. Strange, this is not the kind of sword technique he used before, this is breathing method. This reminded her of a pillar-level genius in the ghost-killing team, Shi Tou Weilang. At only 14 years old, it only took him 2 months to become a pillar, and his talent was extremely terrifying. Suyu told himself 7 days ago that he could find a better breathing method, and he actually mastered it now. How terrifying this talent was! There was a loud noise in the courtyard. The two jumped back for some distance, stopped their offensive, and glanced at each other. I lost, Suyu smiled helplessly and said, when I meet a real master, I'm still too weak in terms of breathing methods. He can be regarded as experiencing the feeling of Tanjiro training against himself, and with the bonus brought by Solan Kendo, he can still defeat him by fighting Tanjiro. But Shaneu, the combat power is already able to rank among the high-level swordsmen of the ghost-killing team. Further on, it is the level of a pillar-level swordsman. Her ability to come out spotlessly from the Vine Attack Mountain has proved her strength. In terms of the attainment and use of the breathing method, she is definitely the chief of the new members of the ghost-killing team, and Suyu also sighs to herself. You're just losing at proficiency, you're strong, and if you are allowed to exercise for a while, I may not be your opponent." Kana smiled, her fair forehead covered with beads of sweat, and she didn't look easy to win. Even so, her eyes were still staring at Suyu brightly. A person who has just learned the breathing method for 7 days can achieve this level, which is enough to be called talented. As a fighter, Kana can feel that he wants to integrate the breathing method into the combat technique he uses. That super combat technique that can instantly cut the neck of the hand ghost, but he still didn't use the breathing method. Channa thought of this, and her eyes brightened. "Let's take a break and go on," she said. The corners of Suyu's mouth tugged, his breathing was slightly disordered, and he smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems that the little girl is planning to use herself as a sandbag to practice. Fortunately, people with this level as opponents have more room for improvement. So, in the following time, Suyu practiced against Xiang Nehu for 2 or 3 hours, and the result was still more losses and fewer wins. Xianehu's attainment of the breathing method is really not Suyu can catch up in a short time. Simply using the breathing method, Suyu is still a rookie. So much so that most of the time he was beaten and became blue and swollen. Xianehu's little pink fist pounded, but with dozens of pounds of strength. He almost didn't beat Suyu to death. Kana said with a smile, "Your understanding of the breathing method is still too rigid, only used when moving and swinging a knife, and you should always maintain the operation of the breathing method during the battle." "You mean, fully focused breathing?" Chapter 22. Yes, Kanal, unsurprisingly, knew about it, and continued. "Not long after you master the breathing method, first try to consciously run the breathing method all the time, and when you get used to living with the breathing method throughout the day, you will master the concentrated breathing. Of course, that includes sleeping." Xiane smiled, and Suyu felt a trace of bad feeling. He said, "But you don't know if I use breathing when I'm asleep. You can't sleep with me, right?" "Of course not." Kanahu's eyes were a little evasive, and said, "I'll ask Xiaoqing and them later to see if they are willing to do it for me." They came running with a cigarette, and you said everything I said. "We are very willing to help with this. Yujun will leave it to us. If we help Yujun learn to breathe in full, can Yujun invite us to eat that cake called tiramisu?" Looking at their expectant appearance, Suyu smiled helplessly, feeling that they came for this. "No." Suyu shook his head, and the expressions of the 3 little ones suddenly fell. Among the 3, Xiaoqing, who had a double ponytail, had lingering sadness in his eyes, but he still smiled strongly. "So. It's okay, we will also urge Yujun. Wait for the next time Sister Mi Li comes, if you still do it, just leave us a little, just a little, we can taste it." The other 2 little ones had the same expression, the same words. Suyu smiled, he touched the heads of the 3 and said, "You misunderstood, why should you wait for success to make it for you to eat? You can do it now, you think too much." "Really?" The 3 little lolies' eyes suddenly lit up. "Of course," Suyu said with a smile. "Yay!" The 3 little ones suddenly chirped around Suyu, and the lark-like voice continued one after another. After sending off the Iron Cave Forest, the evening soon came. In the era of no high technology and no nightlife, it was already dark at 10 o'clock at night. Suyu, who was used to it, went to bed early. However, on this night when everyone slept soundly, an hour passed, and Suyu stared at the ceiling with his eyes wide and did not fall asleep. Even though he has yawned and his eyelids are fighting, he can't sleep the way he wants. As soon as the breathing method is running, the muscles everywhere in the body are terribly active, there is a feeling that the spirit is tired, the body is still highly tense. To do this kind of thing in sleep? Suyu wriggled like a maggot on the bed, and fell into a coma after half dreaming and half waking up an hour later. Late at night, 3 figures appeared by Suyu's bedside. The 3 little ones each held a piece of cake in their hands, eating it with their eyes fixed on Suyu. Well, under the teaching of Xiang Neu and Sister Shinobi, Yejun learns so quickly, there is no need to supervise at all. Then we'll come back later. The three were about to turn around, and Suyu, who was lying behind, suddenly breathed chaotically. The rattan racket woven by 3 rattans slapped him chaotically through Suyu's quilt, and his eyes almost didn't kick out of their sockets. Getting up and looking at the 3 little ones next to him, Suyu cried and laughed and covered the painful place. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Suyu turned his head and continued to sleep. He consumed a lot today, and after a little quiet, he fell asleep again. Wushh the night passed. Yujun, let's go to sleep first, and continue tonight. The 3 little ones all waved. Suyu, who watched them leave, rubbed his temples and felt his head swollen slightly. The 3 little ones stayed up all night and were still refreshed, but Suyu, who was sleeping on the bed, had a pair of dark circles under his eyes. The difficulty of this fully concentrated breathing is even more outrageous than I expected. No wonder it is the first step to becoming a column. It seems that it is not so quick to learn. He stood in the courtyard, keeping the rhythm of breathing in his mouth. A night of force to concentrate on breathing in full, although painful, does have a point. In the next few days, Suyu repeated the days of training with Shanna during the day and being supervised by 3 little ones at night. Until the early morning a few days later. A crow landed in Suyu's courtyard and opened its mouth to shout. Suyu! Suyu, immediately go to Nation Mountain, immediately go to Nation Mountain. Suyu, who was practicing in the morning, wiped the sweat on his body, and his eyes froze. Nada-san? Where the next string is located. The corners of Suyu's mouth rose slightly, but he didn't expect that his first task was the task of killing the 12 ghost moon. These days of sparring, he is already upset. Although the training of the breath of the sun has improved greatly, the improvement of Shanna is also improving at a terrifying speed. Devoted to training, her progress speed is no worse than Suyu. Although Suyu can live many tricks, he is still inevitably beaten by her. However, that was on the premise of pure breath of the sun without using the Solan Kendo. I'm really looking forward to it. What will happen to the breath of the sun, plus Solan's Kendo? Suyu ghost killing team is wearing a uniform, with a broad knife behind him, and a rabbit knife and a real knife on his waist, and a white feather weaving on his body, just like a captain. When he walked out of the courtyard, a silhouette also stood on the side wearing a ghost killing team uniform and waited. Hey, you're going too, said Suyu. It was Xiang Nehu. Of course, the above knows that your road is crazy, and specially agreed to let me go with you, otherwise how are you going to find a place, said Kana with a smile. Suyu shook his head helplessly, too, his own problem, I am afraid that I can get lost by looking at GPS. What's more, the world doesn't even have GPS. Then let's go without further ado. Chanelu said. No, Suyu shook his head and said, bear with me, I have something to tell her. Sister went out early in the morning. Channa thought for a moment and said, Sister is Jizu, she can't be in the butterfly house all the time, she has already gone on patrol, and the last thing should be to report to the Lord. That's me not in a hurry. Suyu frowned. What's wrong? Asked Kana quickly seeing that his face was not very good. You are Shinobu's stepson, you help me issue an instruction and immediately start making an insect-like antidote, which is better on the spider side. At the same time, more swordsmen were informed that we needed to go up the mountain together, and this mission was more difficult than expected. Chapter 23. Okay, you wait for me. Chinehu nodded, turned, and left. Suyu stopped her. Wait, don't you ask me why I said this. Xiangnehu shook his head and said with a smile, no need, I believe you, you will say so, you must know that something bad happened there. Saying that, she turned around and left, not waiting for Suyu to say more. He was the only one touching his head in place, puzzled and muttering. I'm also a spoiler, she doesn't have any doubts. How did Suyu know? he had already spoiled more powerful things. Vaguely, both Konoha and Butterfly Shinobu had signs centered on his words. After all, this is the one who knows the future. Less than 10 minutes. Under the assembly of Shanahu, a 30-person ghost-killing team of swordsmen was assembled. At the same time, the pharmaceutical staff of Butterfly House immediately began to develop an antidote to spider venom. After another half an hour, no less than 100 spider poison antidotes were developed, and everyone distributed 3 antidotes. In addition, there are analgesics that Suyu said separately. Under Shanahu's supplementary explanation, not only the swordsmen, but also a medical team were ready. She knew that Suyu would say this, which meant that he knew what was happening on Mount Nation, so he needed so many people. Since there are many people, medical team members are also indispensable. So, this girl, who had been struggling and waiting for orders from others, gave additional instructions according to her own wishes. Seeing this scene, Suyu couldn't help but smack his tongue, praising Xiang Nai's cleverness. You think a lot more thoughtfully than me. Medical team members are essential. I just said, if you can follow your own wishes, you will not be worse than others. Xiang Naihu lowered her head embarrassedly under Suyu's successive praises. Suyu also sighed. The efficiency of this pharmaceutical operation is also too fast, and it is worthy of being the only logistics organization of the ghost-killing team. Among the pharmaceutical staff, a boy with glasses held up his glasses and smiled self-deprecatingly. These are all recipes left by Lord Shinobu a long time ago, and we just use various potions to concoct. He stood up and stuffed 3 antidotes and 2 analgesics into Suyu's hands, with a faint sadness in his extremely serious expression. Your Excellency Suyu, we don't have the ability to go to the battlefield, dangerous tasks can only be handed over to you, we can only hide behind, it's really. I'm sorry. Not only him, but others thought the same way. The same self-deprecation and unwillingness appeared on their faces. Many people in the Butterfly House do not have the talent of swordsmen, no matter how they train. Many people can't even solve an ordinary ghost, and they can't use the breathing method. If there is an opportunity, no one will refuse to stand on the front line with a knife. However, the talent is there, no matter how much you train, there is no progress, you can only do logistics. These people in front of them are people who have had contact with ghosts and have persevered with great faith until now. Their hopes are pinned on every swordsman who goes out. Listening to their words, Channa was silent. Suyu, on the other hand, looked at them seriously and shook his head. No, you're not right. Hey, everyone was stunned and looked at him puzzled. Don't they even have the qualifications to say these things? I don't really want to send it to you, don't pretend too much, okay? If I could, I would definitely stand the first to kill the enemy, and the ghost killed my whole family, I would have been ready to die. That's right, don't think that you gifted people can stand in front, we also come with enlightenment. Do you think that you are very powerful with the 2 pillars and His Excellency Shanna all day? If you give us a knife, none of us will dare to go up and kill ghosts. The swordsmen standing on the side did not speak, but their eyes became much more strange. Although Xiang Naihu, who was standing next to Suyu, was not the target of the attack, he was also a little flustered. Don't worry, Yujun didn't mean that. Xiang Naihu stood in front of Suyu and wanted to speak for him. But this girl can talk on such occasions, wants to talk, but does not know what to pick up. She looked at Suyu, but saw that he actually retained a faint smile on his face under these remarks. Still gentle, not forced. After everyone's mood calmed down, Suyu spoke. People misunderstood, I mean, you're not just people hiding behind. Whether it's the medical staff or the knife forgers, you're behind the scenes, but the work you do is not to be underestimated. It's because we know that we have a well-forged knife in our hands, that we have teammates to help us when we fall, and that is why we can do our best in every battle. You have always been on the same front as us, and we are inseparable as one. So, we will take your wool and slash every knife at the ghost." Hearing this, the medical staff who had just been in a crowd of emotions suddenly felt like a cattle in their throats. It turned out that Silyu meant this, and they misunderstood him from the beginning. After saying so many hurtful words, he still had an inclusive smile like a spring breeze. None of the people who had just spoken did not bow their heads and their faces flushed. Seeing this, Silyu smiled slightly, waved and turned around, and said to the group of swordsmen, "Let's go, let's fight." Yes, all the swordsmen nodded. Everyone is a young man of similar age, all of them are of high school age, and Silyu's words, they agree with it incomparably. No one has ever looked down on any medical staff, and Silyu's words also said what they thought. The moment the swordsman turned and walked out of the butterfly house, Silyu, who was standing in the front, suddenly raised his right hand and shouted, "Raise your head and wait for us to come back." The medical staff who lowered their heads all raised their heads at once, looking at Silyu who raised their hands, and they also raised their right hands and watched Silyu leave. A group of people traveled in a mighty way. But thinking that the ghost-killing team was not the reason for the open team, they were divided into 3 groups, 10 swordsmen and 3 medical members. On the way, Xiang Nai couldn't help but ask Silyu, "They just said that about you, are you really not angry at all?" said Silyu with a soft smile and sighed. "They just want to go to war, they want justice for their relatives and friends, they are not wrong, they just say those words, they are just insincere." After coming into this world, he learned. The vast majority of people in the ghost-killing team have been mutilated by ghosts, and being able to join the ghost-killing team is their persistence and sustenance for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, only they are left, and there are not necessarily a few people who can survive. In this case, how could Silyu blame them for saying that? Chapter 24. Hearing this, Xiana's eyes flashed slightly, and she nodded gently. Silyu's image was a little taller in her heart. The speed of the group rushing to Nada Mountain was not fast, because they could not use the carriage on a large scale, and they all carried knives and deliberately chose some inconspicuous roads to rush there. We set off early in the morning and arrived less than a kilometer from Mount Nada after nightfall. I don't know if it was because of nightfall, after approaching Mount Nation, the moonlight in the sky became much dimmer. The breeze blew, and a seemingly innocuous stench came to the face, and everyone who smelled it subconsciously covered their noses. "What does this smell like? Gag, it stinks." Someone covered his nose and slapped it with his hand. "This is the smell of blood and corpses, standing here, you can actually smell it," said a female medical worker with more experience, her face changed. When everyone heard this, they all looked solemnly at the mountain shrouded in night. In this kind of place, you can smell the smell of blood and corpses, which means that the members of the ghost-killing team who came here earlier have been. Judging from the current situation alone, the ghosts in the mountain are definitely not good stubble, and there is definitely more than one. "It won't be the 12 ghost moon, right?" someone said. As soon as these words fell, the surroundings suddenly became silent. The 12 ghost moons directly belong to the 12 ghosts of Ghost Maisuji without misery. Any lower string ghost has a strong control over its own blood ghost art, not to mention the upper string, which is a powerful ghost that cannot be solved by the column. If it was really the 12 ghost moon, even if there was an advantage in numbers, they would not be enough to see it. "Don't scare yourself, if something is difficult, I'll take the lead." Silyu opened his mouth to end everyone's suspicion and took the lead forward. Many of the people who came together were joined by Silyu Xian. Seeing that he was so fearless, these seniors were not good at hiding behind, and immediately followed him. The closer you get to the mountains and forests, the stronger the stench in the air, as if thousands of rats neighing in your ears make people sick. However, all those present were people who had seen life and death, and this level of stench did not affect the pace of their actions at all. "Wait, there is movement ahead, everyone on guard," a small captain walking in front suddenly shouted. The people, who were already tense in spirit, immediately drew their knives and looked ahead nervously. In front of the moonlight, a blurry black shadow blocked the middle of the road. "What is that, ghost? Why are ghosts crouching on the road?" everyone whispered, clenching their weapons tightly. Yikes! Suddenly, the blurry black shadow suddenly rushed out and rushed towards everyone, and the speed was simply amazing. "Be careful," someone shouted, and a figure suddenly passed them and stood first. "It's Suyu." "Mr. Su, be careful," everyone shouted. However, Suyu did not dodge, but just watched the black shadow rush over. A step away. Xiangnehu behind Suyu flashed and moved, and when the black shadow was about to approach him, he was crushed to the ground by Xiangnehu's knees, and smoke and dust rose. "Ahem, it hurts, let go, your own people." The black shadow that was pressed under her knees coughed and shouted with difficulty, while her palm kept patting the floor, signaling her to hurry up. This kind of rapid reaction, Suyu raised his eyebrows. This speed is much higher than at the beginning of training. Suddenly, the man who was pressed by Kana's knees kept tapping the ground. Immediately, he made several nose-sniffing sounds and movements, as if he smelled the fragrance wafting from above, and Yu Guang glimpsed that it seemed to be a girl. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch the warm thigh that was pressing him, and Kana, who also realized that what he was pressing was not a ghost, but a person. Before this man's hand went up, Kana saw the amplitude of his hand lifting, judged the landing point, and directly punched the figure bang bang under him. Then she jumped up and shrunk behind Suyu, staring at the figure that got up from the ground with an unkind face. Looking at the vigilance of the girl beside him, Suyu looked helpless. He knew who this person was when he stood at the first place, and originally wanted to talk to the other party, but Xiangne misunderstood his meaning and thought that the other party was a ghost. Does this little girl actually care so much about herself, thinking that it is a ghost who stands up and attacks? A ray of moonlight shone on the black shadow from the sky, and everyone saw each other's appearance. The first thing that catches your eye is their ghost killer uniform, which is also draped in yellow haori with a triangular pattern. He is about 15 or 16 years old, and his short and medium to long blonde hair is particularly conspicuous. A fairly good face became blue and swollen, and it only took a few seconds to swell like this, which shows how strong Xiangni just started. "I remember you. You are the one who participated in the final trial with me and also had to make the double knife. You are actually with this beauty. What is your relationship?" The yellow-haired boy looked at the two curiously, especially Xiangnehu, who was hiding behind Suyu, letting such a beautiful woman hide behind him with this look. He was extremely envious just thinking about it. "Shanyi, can you not be so obscene?" Suyu was helpless. "My wife Shanyi, a member of the same ghost-killing team trial as herself, the owner of Thunder Breath. I knew that this guy had a fanatical attachment to women, but I didn't expect this fanaticism to this extent. In the case of lack of oxygen on the top of the knee, he can actually do such a lewd thing as touching a girl's thigh, which is really worthy of him." Seeing that he still remembered himself, Shanyi touched his head embarrassedly, looked at Suyu, who was full of helplessness, and Kana who was cold and guarded, and said, "I'm excited. I finally met my own people." Tanjiro and Inashuk were too much, leaving me here and running. "Are they already inside?" Suyu narrowed his eyes, expecting this. He turned to look at the swordsman behind him, raised his index finger with his right hand and drew a circle, and immediately pointed to Nadianchan. The swordsmen behind them all nodded, and they had already divided their ranks and went deep into the mountains and forests without saying a word. Their goal was to advance slowly in an encirclement formation. Suyu glanced at Xiangnehu and nodded slightly to her. "The latter will notice," the figure flashed. The two only felt a flower in front of them, and she disappeared in place. Such a fast speed, Shanyi, who used Lei Ji's breath, was surprised. He gently sniffed the residual girlish fragrance in the air, and then turned to look at Suyu, then we. Before he finished speaking, Shanyi froze. I saw that Suyu didn't know where to take out a mask and put it on his face. It was a large white mask with 3 downward red patterns on the left forehead and a fully exposed tooth on the mouth. The eye socket is pitch black, which looks like a thin mask, but you can't see the eyes under the eye socket. At this moment, Suyu revealed an indescribable sense of oppression all over his body. The shape of the Zemo noodles is taken from a certain migrant comic. I don't know if there is a beautiful boy who can guess what it is. Chapter 25. Shanyi didn't know if it was his own illusion. After the other party put on this mask, his existence seemed to be blurred a lot. I can't feel any breath of the person in front of me, but there is indeed such a person standing in front of me. This made Shanyi a little creepy. Even if he met a ghost, he had never had such a weird experience. It feels really good. Suyu clenched his fist slightly, ignored the surprised goodness next to him, and went straight into the mountain. Don't, why am there one left with me left? Shanyi looked at the gloomy surroundings, quickly followed, and complained in his mouth, you wait for me, we are teammates, wait for me. Suyu didn't speak, just hid his figure in the darkness and rushed in a certain direction. And the moment he stepped into Nadianshan, a prompt sound of the system suddenly sounded in his mind, and his steps stopped for half a second. Enter the territory of the lower string and unlock the diary ability, Emotional Value Collection. Emotional Value Collection, added emotional value on the basis of killing ghosts, and you can get a certain diary point when the emotional value caused by the ghost reaches each indicator. Mood value? Good, this makes it more enjoyable for me to torture ghosts. After getting the Nikoro knife with the undead killer attached, Suyu suddenly became very interested in torturing ghosts. He doesn't have the kindness of Tanjiro, and he first makes them suffer endless torture before letting them die for ghosts who have done wrong things. This feeling, not to mention how cool it is. Suyu felt a little regretful. How good it would be if this thing came out earlier. If this is on the Vine Attack Mountain, the ghosts they killed are basically tortured, and they may not know how many rewards they will get now. Shanyi followed his steps and found that the other party was walking a dead end, and couldn't help but be a little worried. Hey! I said, where are we going? Suyu's footsteps kept stopping, and a few short words came out of his mouth. What? Hearing this, Shanyi's eyes widened suddenly. The 12 Ghost Moon is the most difficult guy in the ghost killing team. You actually want to deal with them alone, are you crazy? What responded to him was an understated nasal voice, as if the 12 Ghost Moons had no teeth at all. Shanyi's footsteps slowed down, and he was scared and trembling in the face of ordinary ghosts, not to mention facing the super terrifying existence of the 12 Ghost Moon. If you really don't want to do this kind of thing, just apply to quit the team. As far as I know, the Ghost Killer team does not force members to stay in the team. Suyu scanned the surroundings, alerting to possible danger, and said without looking back. When Shanyi heard this, he said with a wry smile, "Don't I want to quit? But entering the ranks was the opportunity given to me by the master who took care of me everywhere. I'm not afraid of losing face myself, it's just the master's. Can't lose his face." Hearing this, Suyu was a little surprised. "I can't imagine that you are quite spineless in this regard." Shanyi smiled bitterly, and after some silence, he saw that he was too far away from Suyu, and rushed to his side with a stir. "You wait for me." Looking at this boy who was almost hanging on himself, Suyu's face under the mask was helpless. "Aren't you afraid?" Shanyi shrunk behind Suyu. And from time to time he was scared to get closer to Suyu because of a little movement next to him. "There is nothing terrible about the ghosts that can be killed." Suyu pushed this boy who was about to hang on him away. "So, do you know or have you ever encountered a ghost that can't be killed?" asked Shanyi. "It's not an encounter, I've heard of it." Suyu nodded, put up 2 fingers, and shook it. "The kind of ghosts I've heard about have 2 characteristics. First, ghosts can't be killed but can be sealed, and second, only ghosts can deal with ghosts. Therefore, there are no ghost hunters here in that place, only ghost tamers, that is, people who let ghosts come on and then fight against ghosts. However, such people often die from the recovery of ghosts in their bodies, and eventually become ghosts themselves. In this case, do you still think that the ghosts here are terrible? Shanyi was speechless for a while, and at the same time his face showed horror. There is actually such a terrible existence. The ghosts here are just reinforced or alienated people, in contrast. As long as it can still be killed, it will not give people absolute despair. And the kind of ghost that Suyu said can't be killed, even if the ghost is sealed by the ghost's upper body, he will become a ghost because of too much use of the power of the ghost. This situation is so desperate, said Shanyi in a low voice. If you don't say that there is a contrast to make a difference. After Suyu said so, Shanyi didn't have much fear of the ghosts he would face next. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Shanyi asked. He didn't know the other party's name, but the other party knew his own name, which made him a little happy. This feeling, like having friends. Can I have one more friend? Suyu. Suyu reported his name. Shanyi recited the name several times and said, "This name doesn't look like a local, you're a Gentile." Before he finished speaking, Suyu made a silent motion, and directly held Shanyi's head and squatted down. "What's wrong?" asked Shanyi, who almost ate a mouthful of soil. Suyu pointed his finger forward. Shanyi looked at it, and after seeing the situation in front of him by the moonlight falling from the sky, Shanyi almost didn't call out. There are those who lack arms and legs, some who seem to be torn in two, and those who are entangled in spider silk and constantly struggle on the ground. Shanyi was trembling with horror, and in front of this bloody scene, there was a huge figure squatting down. On the tall, non-human form is a green compound eye with a row of ends to the middle, green-faced fangs, and a mouth stuffed with human severed limbs and pancreas. Each chew caused the still bright red blood to burst outward. Shanyi covered his mouth, nauseated for a while, and forced himself not to vomit. "So, is that the 12 ghost moon, so tall, can we solve it?" He held back his nausea and said it, but there was no response beside him. Shanyi turned his head. "Suya-jun, gone. Suya-jun, Suya-jun, where are you? Please, don't scare me at this time." "Well, how is it dark? Hey, I'm leaning on." Boom. Dusty. Shanyi suddenly jumped out of the smoke, looking at the smoke in horror. He was discovered. The Spider-Man attacked him. Chapter 26. Soon after jumping out of the smoke, the huge Spider-Man jumped up with him. Shanyi's goosebumps all got up, his scalp was numb, and after he landed, he looked directly into the distance and ran wildly. "Meet!" shouted Spider-Man and rushed towards Shanyi. The muscles of his body exploded, and the huge figure did not slow down his speed in the slightest, but the distance was getting closer. "Eat your size. You obviously already have food. Don't be so greedy." He ran, it chased, he could not fly. Let the good run wildly, the distance does not widen in the slightest, but gets closer and closer. Whoosh! A heavy gasp sounded in his ears, and Shanyi's psychological defense completely collapsed. "I beg you to let me go, okay?" Wow! A hand around his neck and lifted him into the air. Then he felt himself being thrown to the ground and fell on all fours. He climbed up with a roll, and he couldn't retreat against a big tree, so he had to watch the Spider-Man pounce on him. The immense pressure of facing death hit his brain. Just when he was about to lose consciousness, he caught a glimpse of a figure under the moonlight, descending from the sky. Kagura, god of fire, Yang Hua too. The terrifying broadsword slashed from Spider-Man's right shoulder straight down to its right waist. Fishy blood gushed out from the severed limb, and it waved its remaining half of its hand, and its hoarse and piercing screams echoed in this ghost forest. Get the emotional value of Spider Daddy plus 60. This shot is naturally Suyu. With the help of Submother Noodles and Shanyi, a shouting qualified bait, he easily circled behind Spider-Man. A broad knife in his hand is like cutting a chicken, extremely silky. Silyu kicked out and stomped half of the standing Spider-Man's body on the ground. In an instant, countless cracks broke out of the ground. It turned its head, its green eyes looked back, and when it saw the figure wearing a feather ori and a mask on its face, it was full of puzzlement. Why did this person suddenly appear behind him? It obviously didn't feel any breath. Silya-jun, where have you been? Shanyi quickly shouted as if he saw a life-saving straw. Silyu did not reply to him, and the dirty blood stained on the broad knife was shocked by his strength and splashed to the side. Seeing that you are such a big block, you should also be able to shout. I am too lazy to find ghosts one by one. Before they come to me, I will trouble you to make a megaphone. Immediately, Silyu put the broad knife behind him and pulled out the rabbit knife on his waist. The shining blade was instantly slashed, and it was cut off in the blink of an eye with 1 hand and 2 feet. It had a body and a head left. The severed hands and feet were not yet inactive, and they were convulsing with blood. Get Daddy Spider's mood +80. Spider-Man screamed, trying to break free, but without hands and feet, all it could do was roll over. Silya-jun, if you don't cut off its head, it will recover. Shanyi kindly reminded next to him. Yes. Silyu looked at the incompetent and furious Spider-Man on the ground and smiled. Then Shanyi froze. The severed limb of the Spider-Man is not to be said to be healed, even the place where the blood is sprayed has not healed, and it has been continuously spraying blood. If it goes on like this, it will die from blood loss. Silyu stabbed down. And the Nikki knife with the undead killer pierced into the Spider-Man's body, causing the Spider-Man, who was already in pain, to let out an even greater scream. Shout, no ghost will save you if you break your throat. Silyu smiled and looked at the roaring monster at his feet, swung the knife down, and every time the knife fell, the miserable screams were endless. You know, if you avoid the point, even if you stab dozens of times, you won't die. Knife superimposed, knife crit. This kind of scream, which made people's scalps tingle, Silyu looked immersed in it and was very happy. Just because he always has a small system font display in front of him. Get +50 mood for Spider Daddy. Get +30 for Spider Daddy. Get +40 for Daddy Spider. Shanyi next to him was numb. At this moment, he didn't know who a ghost was, and Silyu's behavior was more terrifying than a ghost. No, it's even more terrifying than a ghost. Silyu slashed at the screaming Spider-Man at his feet one after another. Those injuries that are usually insignificant and can be recovered in an instant bring great pain to Spider-Man at this moment. It does not understand. I don't understand why I don't feel his breath, I don't understand why the place where I left off won't recover. In the end, it couldn't withstand the endless sharp pain, and let out a heart-rending howl, and its huge and hideous head suddenly lifted and crashed into Silyu's chest. Hey! Silyu's eyebrows twitched. He had already expected that this beast would inevitably resist. Snap! The wrist shook, and the long knife swung down by inertia, just by chance cutting off half of the head of the hideous beast. Blood splattered out and spilled all over the ground. The Spider-Man's head rolled to the ground, and dark green sticky blood flowed out of it, which was shocking. Get +100 Spider Daddy's mood points. Shanyi was so frightened that his heart jumped and he gasped. Finally solved, then what? He looked at Silyu, who pointed in a certain direction. Shanyi turned his head and saw that the thing almost didn't turn his back, and rushed behind Silyu with a scream. Face spider, ah, so ugly. Silyu was referring to a football-sized spider with a human face. Both Shanyi and the human-faced spider were attracted by this sudden light. And at the moment when the human-faced spider was out of his mind, its head landed on the ground. Silyu quietly beheaded it. I can't bear this ugly thing for a long time. After easily cutting a ghost, Silyu looked at the fire in the sky, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It seems that those teammates got their hands on it, and they were doing what I said. After everyone went deep into the mountains and forests, the picture in front of them made everyone's expressions freeze, and they fixed there like a wooden man. Someone saw a partner with twisted limbs, someone saw a large cocoon hanging from a tree. Others were attacked by their companions of the Ghost Killer Squad and forced to fight. Fortunately, on the way here, Suyu explained that the situation on the mountain is likely to cause his partner to attack his own people, which is an act of ghosts. They manipulated the team members using invisible silk threads. Chapter 27. Under this explanation, after they really encountered this kind of thing, they did not panic too much. After surrounding your controlling teammates, find a way to cut the line that controls them. Somewhere in the mountains and forests, several figures flickered. 5 people surrounded one with knives. The surrounding person's limbs showed an unusual twist. His blood-stained face, his facial features were full of distortions brought about by great pain. Every movement made his cheeks twitch suddenly and gasp. How? Cut the thread, shouted a boy with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Another place immediately responded, no, this kind of line is more difficult than expected, with our strength, we can't cut it at all. Kill me, the boy who was controlled by the spider silk shouted sadly. Count me begging you, it's so painful, I really don't want to suffer like this anymore. Kill me, I can't hurt my teammates. Hearing this, the 5-man squad was so angry that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, clenching their teeth, and the palm holding the Nikawa knife made the sound of excessive joint force. The ghost who did this is simply a beast. These teammates in front of them, the joints of their bodies have clearly been broken, or even fallen off. In this case, they are still controlled by the ghost and forced to fight. The screams made by every movement made them itch their teeth in anger. These damn ghosts, I'm going to cut them by 1,000 cuts, someone roared, his voice tinged with trembling and slight crying with too much anger. Many of the Ghost Killer Squad have never met, and many of the missions are likely to be the first time they have met. But their mission is to kill ghosts, and with the same goal, they can all cherish each other and quickly warm up. At this point, seeing a teammate with the same goals and ideals suffer so much pain, he chooses to die under their knife in order not to hurt them. The young people present, each of them had red eyes, eager to find out the controlling ghost immediately, and wanted to kill it quickly. Don't worry, at least the current situation is still as Suryajun said, there is still a chance. The captain of the squad trembled and let out a long sigh of relief, holding the anger in his heart and roaring, with what he said, Plan B. The next moment, the captain of the squad standing in the front row and the other 2 stepped out in unison, holding knives to meet them. The controlled boy grinned in pain. Of the 3, 2 were the first to step forward, 1 left and 1 right to attack him. The squad leader took advantage of his battle, went around his back and hugged his waist. After glancing around him a few times, he suddenly threw him upwards. The man circled in the air, then around the branch of a huge tree trunk, and hung in the air. Effective. Tanaka, Moriyama, hurry, shouted the squad leader. Okay, here it comes. The other 2 boys who didn't respond grinned and rushed over with what they had pulled out of their backpacks. 3 or 2 clicks and jump onto the trunk. 1 man held a rope and tied up the person in control. The special binding technique, not to mention the limbs moved, even the head could not turn a little, so it had to be fixed in place. Another was armed with analgesics and plunged them directly into the man's neck. With the injection of the medicine, the look of pain on the controlled face gradually disappeared. The comfort after the great pain made his eyelids stop fighting, and there were faint signs of faint sleep. Seeing this, several people sighed one after another. If it weren't for him asking us to bring ropes and analgesics in advance, plus explaining these situations, the opponent was a teammate, we really didn't know what to do. When I heard Suyu say this, I thought it was bluffing, but I didn't expect it to be true. At this moment, a flash of fire rose up into the sky and flew into the sky in the distance. Seeing this, the squad leader smiled with satisfaction and shouted, "Okay, we see the silk thread, send a signal to the sharp knife team." Good. Looking at the teammates hanging on the tree, one of them immediately took out a signal stick from his arms, looked in the direction the silk thread was pointing, and then shot the signal flare in that direction. Within minutes, the same signal flares were fired from all over the mountains and forests one after another. The faint light brings a little light to the dim mountain forest. The same thing happened in other places. Seeing this red light, all the members of the ghost-killing team who had just entered the mountain were beaming and secretly relieved. The rise of red flares means that those people have also controlled their teammates and there are no casualties. But without waiting for a few seconds to be happy, their expressions instantly froze. 2 green rays of light rose into the sky. That means mission failed. Someone died. Meanwhile, in the 2 places where the green light rose to the sky, the reactions of the 2 squads were similar. Hoarse roars are accompanied by angry movements, slashing trees, beating chests, all actions that can make them vent are made at this moment. The angry voices that filled the cracked voice continued one after another. Mess, mess. Seeing that I couldn't beat it, I directly twisted my neck. Let me find this ghost behind the scenes, I must slice it all over the muscles under its body. Let it not die well. Sakurada, Sakurada, wake up, wake up. Didn't we say that we would go back to our hometown together to eat udon noodles? There were members of the ghost-killing team who knew the dead, holding the corpse and crying. Originally, they also planned to throw the controlled person into a tree, wait for the control thread to get stuck, and immediately began to bundle and inject sedatives. But the controlled person instantly cancelled all movements at the moment they greeted them, and the silk thread connecting the head suddenly exerted force. Click! The dying ghost killer team members lost their lives in an instant. Endless shame and pain instantly surged into everyone's hearts, and the strong bitterness even made some people cry directly. After suffering so much but not being saved, it was discarded like an unwanted toy like now. In one breath, hold it in the hearts of all those who saw this scene. But let them vent, the breath was delayed. They knew that this breath would not kill the ghost who manipulated their teammate and caused their teammate to suffer such severe pain before he died. The member of the ghost-killing team holding the signal flare, with his trembling hand, pulled the lead several times before he could barely grasp the thin line that he usually grabbed easily, and then pulled it. The green signal flares rose into the sky, and their hearts were extremely heavy. Somewhere. Signal flares looking at the sky. What's wrong? What's going on with this beam? Shanyi was startled by the signal flare, not knowing what was going on. Suyu next to him moved his neck, his eyes flashing fiercely. Come to live. 2 green flares, that is, at least 2 people died. Even if I came, I couldn't save those lives. Chapter 28. Suyu glanced at the god next to him. This kid is really very pestering. It's sticky like a cowhide candy, and it's still saying things like afraid and afraid next to him. Anyway, the large army has already gone up the mountain, and this guy still has a large one. Suyu was not too worried about his situation, and took advantage of his lack of attention and ran away directly with a cigarette. After waiting for Suyu to disappear for nearly half a minute, this kid reacted, trembling and looking around, repeatedly shouting Suyu's name. Suyu, who was hiding in the shadows, saw that this kid was squatting on the ground, holding his knees and crying, sighing slightly. It's no wonder that this guy is so timid. He has basically not felt any warmth since he was a child, and he has relied on himself all the way to today. It's just that this time, he also has a dark night that he needs to spend by himself, and I can't keep playing with him and go. Suyu turned his head and ran towards the place where the signal flare was pointing. Meanwhile, where the threads converge, a ghostly spider woman with a pale face looked terrified. Oops, oops, if I'm tired and see me, it's miserable. The Spider-Woman ghost's voice was a little crying. She desperately controlled the puppets controlled by the silk thread, but the touch from her hand was extremely stiff, and she couldn't move a little. She suddenly looked up and saw the signal flares flashing red in the sky, and her eyes showed doubt. That's a sign that your life is coming to an end. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind the Spider-Woman ghost. Her expression changed suddenly, and before her body could turn, her hand was already thrown behind her, controlling the silk thread to whip backwards. But didn't hit anyone. Spider-Woman turned her head in amazement. I saw a girl with a white cape with a dark pink bow tie slowly walking out. Her cold and pretty face had a smile that did not contain any warmth. How do you? The silent approach made the Spider-Woman's face change greatly, and it subconsciously wanted to run. Rustle, a clanging of the surrounding leaves. It didn't pay attention at all, and 4 figures appeared around at some point, sealing all its retreats. Actually surrounded, how is it possible? How did you determine my location? Those fires? The Spider-Woman ghost remembered the fire that had just ascended into the sky, and an incredulous expression appeared on her face. It's not surprising that the people of the Ghost Slayer team do this kind of thing, and it is strange how they know how to locate themselves in this way. It's as if you already know your blood demon technique. Yujun said, if there is an opportunity for a group fight, you should never fight alone. To deal with ghosts, we just need to have a principle: kill them quickly. Kana's smiling face did not have a trace of emotion, and she also saw the green light just now. That means that the controlled teammate was not saved, and the ghost in front of him was already with human life on his hands. Just how many of you kids? The Spider-Woman's eyes became fierce, her palm flicked suddenly, and 10 fingers waved sharp filament. Kana swung the knife and suddenly exerted force. The control thread that was difficult for others to cut was easily cut off by her under the shocked gaze of the Spider-Woman. Flower breath 5 type, fruitless peony. Whispering softly. Kana smiled and swung her knife again. Several consecutive stabs pricked out. From fending off an attack to launching an attack, the process is extremely smooth. It seems that defending against the attack of the Spider-Woman is a prerequisite for launching this attack. This girl is so powerful, the defensive connection moves are actually so smooth. The corner of the Spider-Woman's mouth twitched, which was obviously not at the same level as those ghost-killing team members it had encountered before. I want to find a gap to fight back, but I can't find it. The other party's smiling face, his eyes seemed to penetrate all his thoughts, and he could always do things in time. Yujun said that he can't kill you before he comes, so before I subdue you and tie you up to him, he will be very happy. Kana said heartily, the movements in her hand accelerated again, and her moves became more fierce. The 4 ghost-killing team members who blocked the retreat around saw it, their eyes showed a stunning look, and they said in a low voice. Chanel is also too powerful, just a newcomer has reached this level, and it is comparable to us. Don't put gold on yourself, we are just grade A swordsmen. She is the stepson of the insect pillar, maybe in another year and a half she will become a new pillar. This is also too beautiful. If I can be with her, I will be lucky in Sanshung, but unfortunately I heard that she has never been close to boys, and no boy can say more than 3 words to her. Alas! Looking at that beautiful face, the boys couldn't help but be stunned. The 4 grade A swordsmen are all Shanahu's crushes and have liked them for a while. But her emotions that have always refused to be thousands of miles away have never had a man around her. Just as they chatted, the battle has been decided. Taking advantage of the Spider-Woman's lack of attention, Kana flashed behind it, kicked it down, and immediately held the Nikawa knife and pierced its body. Chana called softly. The 4 members of the ghost-killing team who had been watching from the surrounding area immediately set off. 4 Nikawa knives pierced its hands and feet, firmly fixing it to the ground. Chana took out a bundle of rope and tied it directly around its neck, then jumped onto the tree behind him with the other end in his hand. With this pull, the end tied to the Spider-Woman ghost rose instantly. The body that was pulled up was deeply penetrated by the Nicky knife again. But this could no longer cry out in pain, because the neck was already wrapped around death. And the smell from the rope made it dizzy, and a thick disgust rose in his heart. It was a rope soaked in wisteria flowers. The Spider-Woman was stuck in her hands and feet with 4 knives, and a rope was tightly tied around her neck. It is strange that a knife is clearly empty, but no one decapitates it. Suddenly, a laugh sounded ahead. "You guys have worked hard, and I'll take over next." Several people turned their heads and saw that Suyu appeared behind them without knowing when, and they were all shocked. They didn't notice at all when there was an extra person behind. If this was the enemy, he had just laid a dead hand. I am afraid that he would not be able to react before his consciousness dissipated. Yu-jun. A fragrant breeze blew through the 4 people. Their eyes widened, and Shanna ran straight to him. The smile on his face completely lost the coldness of before. Instead, there was a joy they had never seen before. At that moment, their hearts were cold. Chapter 29. Suyu looked at the controlled Spider-Woman ghost, and then at the same Xiane who was like a child. He raised his hand rarely, and gently rubbed her soft hair. "Trouble you?" The intimate action made Xiane's body tremble slightly, and then the smile on his face made the boys even cooler. "Leave it to me next." Suyu looked at the terrified Spider-Woman ghost and pulled out the Nikoro knife on his waist. Poof! A knife fell. The palm that the Spider-Woman ghost had just grown was cut off again. And this time its reaction was even more violent than the first time it was cut off its palm. In an instant, Suyu seemed to be slightly distracted, but after a few seconds, he nodded to himself, as if he was very satisfied with the reaction of the Spider-Woman. The 4 team members in charge of pincers most obviously felt the struggle of the Spider-Woman, and their faces changed. Obviously it was all cut by the Japanese wheel. Why was the reaction so different this time? Well chopped, these ghosts kill our relatives, we should let them also taste this pain. It was really too cheap to cut off their heads directly in the past. Suya-jun, how did you do this? Can you teach us? Listening to the words behind him, Suyu said without thinking. Just exercise your grip more often. The Nikawa blade in your hand is only the initial form. In fact, when the temperature of its blade rises, it will unlock a new form, which I named the H-Dao. When you get to that level, you'll be able to do what I'm doing now. This is a setting that only appeared near the ending, and Suyu said it directly now. The main thing is that there is nothing to hide, and it is better for more people who know this kind of thing. This can become a division of strength of the column. Suyu has an idea to update all the columns of the ghost-killing team. In addition to the sword, there are also 2 skills, transparent world and markings. Markings will lead to a shortened lifespan, cannot. But through the world and sword, as pillars must know. The current pillar is just a swordsman with a great breathing method. It is good to say that the ghosts who beat the string and below, and the winding ghosts, each winding ghost, is the existence of several columns or even a dozen columns. The gap is simply too big. Hideo. Several people repeatedly chanted this unfamiliar word, and their eyes gradually lit up. Such an important skill, he actually said it so easily. If the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team fully master this technique, their efficiency in killing ghosts will be greatly improved. You must know that one of the great advantages of ghosts is the healing of limbs. Suya-jun, are all his knives all black blades? No, I'm special, generally red. After Suyu explained simply, he continued to attack the Spider-Woman ghost with his knife. It didn't take long for the Spider-Woman ghost to be completely incapacitated. It lay stiffly on the ground, and its already pale face became even more bleak. Its body is constantly convulsing, foaming at the mouth. Looking at the miserable appearance of the Spider-Woman ghost, the 4 swordsmen couldn't help but be shocked, admiring Suyu for having such a strong psychological endurance. In other words, Ordinary people, after seeing the Spider-Woman ghost being cut by the Nikki knife to a blur of flesh and blood, I am afraid that he has long been scared to urine. But from beginning to end, Suyu didn't even wrinkle his eyebrows. Even, there was still a smile on his face, as if enjoying it. Even if they are just bystanders, they already feel very cruel. Don't torture me, please, let me go, let me go. The Spider-Woman was dying, desperately begging for mercy, and spit out this sentence with difficulty. Let you go. Suyu sneered, when you kill people, there are no fewer people begging for mercy, why don't you want to let them go? Suyu remembered that in the anime, she ruthlessly manipulated the members of the ghost-killing team to attack their teammates. When it was useless, he directly and ruthlessly twisted the necks of those people. Suyu dropped the knife, but whenever he hesitated, he felt that he was sorry for those lost lives. He crouched down and clenched the Nikiwa knife in his hand. The sharp blade of the Nikki cut through the skin of the Spider-Woman, and blood spilled down the wound. I fought with you. Seeing Suyu ready to strike hard, the Spider-Woman ghost gritted her teeth and drank angrily. Its body jerked up, and regardless of the tearing of its muscles, it forcibly pulled out the body nailed by the Nikki knife and rushed towards Suyu. The distance between the two was not far, and the Spider-Woman ghost tried her last bit of strength to suddenly kill at this distance that was impossible to react. However, Suyu was not afraid at all, but instead showed a smile and stood in place without understanding. The moment the Spider-Woman ghost pounced on Suyu, a golden light burst out from him. The huge counter-shock force hit the Spider-Woman ghost, and smashed a big tree that could only be hugged by 4 or 5 people before stopping. This is not the end, the Spider-Woman ghost kept screaming, and the golden light that erupted from Suyu's body turned into mist, like a maggot with bones stuck to it. No matter how it rolls, this mist can never be extinguished. When it struggled, it looked at the smiling Suyu in front of it, and it didn't understand. Obviously the other party did nothing, why suddenly a force burst out, and this power, like the feeling of being burned by the sun. It can't believe that this is a human power. In its sight, the young man is walking slowly. You! What the hell did you do? The Spider-Woman ghost hissed her throat and let out an angry roar. You don't need to know that your usefulness is gone. Saying that, Suyu raised his knife and fell with his hand, and cleanly cut off the head of this evil devil. The Spider-Woman ghost is dead. A field of clothes illustrates what just happened. Those swordsmen all looked at Suyu dumbfounded. What he had done, even in the entire ghost-killing team, was the first time they had heard of it. This cruel way of killing ghosts is really the first time I have seen it. And what is the kind of energy that erupts from his body? This is the first time they have seen a visible essence of energy erupt from someone else. A swordsman sighed. Yes, it's definitely some kind of powerful secret method. Another swordsman praised. Hideo, cultivate this first. If I can cultivate this, I will also have the opportunity to kill the next string ghost and become a pillar. Chapter 30. Suyu ignored their words. He picked up the clothes on the ground and used them to wipe the blood on his Nikkeku knife, wiped them off, and then threw the clothes on the ground at random. You continue to hide and wait for the opportunity. Yes. The 4 swordsmen jumped into the mountains and forests, hiding themselves. Suyu looked at Xiang Nehu and said in a low voice, this operation should pay attention to see if there are any talented swordsmen. There are some ghosts in the mountain that are not easy to solve, you be careful. Kana's beautiful eyes flashed, and she didn't ask. Go on, the battle is not over. Suyu patted Xiang Nehu's shoulder, didn't say anything more, turned and went into the depths of the forest. This blazing sunthorn is very good, it's not in vain that I've been training under the big sun these days. Suyu smiled. The flaming sunthorn that can absorb sunlight and rebound the power of the blazing sun to hurt ghosts after his own ghost-killing team uniform, Suyu has long wanted to use it. However, this is a passive skill. It is not effective against people, and even if the human knife is about to cut into the body, it will not trigger this ability. In order to test this truth or falsehood, Su-yu practiced with Xiang Nehu, and was almost hacked to death by her several times in order to test this ability. This also frightened Chanel, and for a while she did not dare to continue training. Su-yu coaxed her back for a long time to continue training, and he knew what Xiana was afraid of, because she was in control. The behavior he tested opened his mind to attacks that he should have been able to dodge, which caused Kana to almost not hack him to death. However, this did not happen again after the test, and the contact returned to normal. Look at the good stuff in sentiment values. After a person quieted down, Su-yu turned on the system to query the benefits of the emotional value. The mood reward is divided into a progress bar with 5 gears. Accumulate sentiment from the 1st to the 5th gear, and will not be cleared until the 5th gear is rewarded, and then start from the 1st gear. Looking at the emotional value collection display shown above, Su-yumo rubbed his chin. When torturing Spider-Man, there are very few emotional points, not half of the 1st gear. However, when torturing the Spider-Woman, the emotional value skyrocketed, and it was directly upgraded to the 2nd gear. Su-yu stared at the progress bar, and soon had a judgment. For convenience, he simply used the form of a diary to summarize the ideas he had drawn. Now it seems that creatures with normal sanity will provide a lot of emotional points, and that Spider-Man is just a monster with no autonomous consciousness, so it provides very few emotional points. That female ghost is different, her psychological activities must be a lot, and coupled with the oppression of the ghost who got off the string, her psychological endurance has long reached an extreme, and then she encounters such pain, she is naturally unbearable. Next, there is only the ghost who is under the string. Solve this guy, if nothing else. Ghost Maisuji is about to start his layoff plan. Smiley face. The 12 ghost moons that can be touched are also this one, and next, that is the winding ghost. Seeing this diary, Shanna immediately reacted. No wonder Su-yu let him immediately notify him as soon as he found a ghost in white clothes. It turns out that torturing ghosts can bring him benefits. Moreover, there are actually 12 ghost moons in this mountain. If it weren't for Su-yu leading the team, how many people would have died? It turned out that Yu-jun knew about this kind of thing and specially brought many people to reduce the occurrence of this incident. Kana Cherry Blossom's lips are slightly upturned. How good looking. The others trembled in their hearts and stared at God. Meantime, Anyaya's residence. At this time, the butterfly Shinobu and the water pillar, Tomioka Yoshiyuki are all in his house, responsible for guarding this period of time. Tianyan smiled and poured tea for the 3. Tomioka Yoshiyuki is reporting something to him. After listening, Yaya was a little moved. Yes, even if they know that there will be a winding attack on the swordsmith village, no one who forges the knife wants to leave there. Yes, they say that even if they are behind the scenes, they are also warriors who are willing to give their lives for the cause of killing ghosts, even if it is as bait. Tomioka Yoshiyuki, who had always been expressionless and poker-faced, couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that as a knife forger, they also had such a high level of consciousness. Shinobu, your medical squad should always be ready. I don't want to cause too much damage to the forging people and my swordsmen. Shinobu understands. Butterfly nodded. Also. Yaya was about to speak, but suddenly his expression moved slightly, and he said wait a minute, and actually took out a diary from his arms. Tomioka Yoshiyuki felt strange when he saw it. Didn't Lord's eyesight disappear for a long time? Why would he carry a book with him? Butterfly Shinobu was even more surprised when he saw it. This is Su-yu's diary. Lord also has it in his hand? Since she could directly see Su-yu's diary, this book has disappeared. Contact Honey with a crow, and the same is true for her. This can affirm that Su-yu's diary appeared in front of them in this form. Yaya actually had a copy in his hand. Could it be that he saw the same things as them? In this case, wouldn't he also know that Su-yu was a traverser? She also saw Suryu's diary. The 12 ghost moons were actually in Nadianchan. Many of the people sent there were swordsmen who had just joined the team. Lord Butterfly Shinobu was about to open his mouth to ask, but saw Yaya's face change abruptly. Patience, righteousness, you immediately go to Mount Nation, there is a big trouble there. Although Tomioka Yoshiyuki did not understand the reason, he did not ask more out of trust in the Lord, but just nodded. I see. From Yaya's reaction, Butterfly Shinobu immediately understood that what he saw was the same as his own. When it comes to the 12 ghost moon, Butterfly Shinobu is also a little worried. Although he knew that Suryu had some extraordinary abilities, it was the 12 ghost moon after all, and it directly belonged to the 12 ghosts of Ghost Dance Tsuji. The strength is still there, you have to go and see it. The two set off immediately. Yaya, on the other hand, stared at the words in her diary and pondered. Ghost Mai Tsuji is no miserable pervert, the failure of a lower string ghost makes him deny all the ghosts of the lower string moon, and it is really ruthless. Yaya, who was sitting at the table, looked at the words on the diary. He immediately figured out the meaning of the last paragraph. And in his place, Suryu's diary was still presented in the book. This extremely ego guy doesn't treat other people as a life at all, making ghosts at will, killing people at will. He was afraid of death, but he didn't care about the lives or deaths of others. He is afraid of death, and he is embarrassed to decide whether others live or die at will. This bastard who is afraid of death, he is afraid of death, but he does not care about the life or death of the family. He fluctuated greatly, coughing more violently, and coughing constantly when his mouth opened a little. Even with his mouth closed, he coughs constantly. Chapter 31. This scene made Tianyan very distressed, and hurriedly handed over the water, caressed his back, and helped Yaya ease his emotions. You don't have to. Tianyan said. I just can't figure it out. Why would these guys be obedient to that guy and willing to be dominated by him? Yaya's face was full of bitterness, and he let out a long sigh of relief, and his gaze continued to fall on the diary. At this point, the ghost-killing team must also learn that the sister Yubin that Tanjiro has been carrying is a ghost, and Izayashiki Yaya knows her existence, but does not know that she is not afraid of the Sunday only after the Forging Knife Village did I know, and at the same time, Ghost Mai Tsuji Wuxi would also learn that the two winding ghosts who went to the Forging Knife Village could not see her. At least, not in this passive way, he cannot be seen. As soon as he regained his composure, he was shocked again. Tanjiro Stoveman has a ghost by his side, with the particularity of not biting. Taki and Yoshiyuki have both vouched for it with their lives, but she. I'm not afraid of the sun. Yaya knew why Ghost Mai Tsuji had been hiding, and the ghost didn't have a reason to appear in a large area. Once the ghosts are flooded, it will not only arouse the vigilance of the entire country, but also more likely to attract attacks from countries outside the country. Yaya once saw a yellow-robed Taoist priest from the ancient country of the East who traveled here, holding a short sword made of coins, and easily slashed the ghost into smoke. And that kind of power, Yaya has not yet understood, only knows that it is the mysterious power of the East. Oni Mai Tsuji has always wanted to find some kind of herb that allows him to not be afraid of the sun, and once he becomes an enemy of the country, his path to finding medicine will be more difficult. These are the two shortcomings that Yaya has learned. Ghost Mai Tsuji is not miserable. So this girl named Yubin must be protected. This boy named Suryu really surprised me a lot. I really want to see him as soon as possible. Whispering, the diary is still being updated. It's just that it's about Butterfly Shinobu, and Yaya has no interest in reading it anymore. With a glance, he closed the diary. He now had more important things to do. Soon, two figures flashed in outside, half kneeling on the ground and saying respectfully, Lord, Lord, some of the swordsmen have been replaced by some of the craftsmen in the swordsmith village. Otoku-sama's camouflage technique helped a lot. Yaya nodded. I know, hard work everyone. The two figures nodded respectfully, and then disappeared. Yaya looked outside, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his young voice was covered by killing intent at the moment. "Oni, my Suji is not miserable. God help me, this generation will kill you, cough, cough, cough." Butterfly Shinobi, who had been paying attention to the update of Suryu's diary, his expression was slightly moved. Is there really a ghost that can live peacefully with people? What my sister thought really happened, she was surprised, focusing on her diary. I have to find an opportunity to talk to Shinobu about this, otherwise this girl who is talking about getting along with ghosts on the surface, but in fact, wants to cut her by 1,000 cuts, and will definitely cut her if she doesn't agree with her. The corner of the butterfly ninja's mouth tugged, and the pace of the rush slowed down, almost tripping. Tomioka Yoshiyuki next to him saw it and asked what's wrong, with concern. Butterfly Shinobu just shook his head and quickened his pace, and Tomioka Yoshiyuki behind him was puzzled. This guy really knows me, but how can I cut 1,000 cuts? Nonsense, I have 1,000 poisons at most. The butterfly couldn't help but look at the diary in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl, causing Tomioka Yoshiyuki, who followed behind, to tremble slightly. It was the first time I had seen her smile like this. After that, let's learn about poison with Shinobu. It's also very good to use poison. Shinobu is so powerful in this regard, it's a pity not to learn from her. The corners of Butterfly Shinobu's mouth turned up slightly, and he snorted gently. He has long said whether he should teach him to make poison. He can't be a swordsman, and it's not bad to be a poison doctor. At that time he also said no, now he wants to learn. Humph, if I didn't say something, I wouldn't teach you easily. Thinking to himself, Butterfly Shinobu reached into his pocket to see how much medicine he had carried. I'm not as good as honey, and if you want to learn something from me, if you don't mean I don't care. The butterfly couldn't help but think about it, and her steps were much lighter. When the two rushed to Fuji attacking mountain, Suryu had stopped writing, put on the face again, and dived into the darkness of the forest. In this forest, there is an existence more terrifying than a ghost. At night, the moon is sparse and starry. A violent voice sounded somewhere. Mom and Dad. Waste, waste, it's all waste. Obviously I gave them that ability, they can actually die at the hands of human swordsmen, said a young man in the forest with great irritability. The boy was short and thin, looking only 13 or 14 years old, and his body exuded a fierce and tyrannical aura. Several human-faced spiders crawling on the ground around him shivered, and the atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Under his hair, an eye imprinted with Xiaowu was full of killing intent. Why did you come to hinder the quiet life of our family? And kill my parents, and I will definitely not give up like that. Beside him, a young girl said with some fear, tired, or let's go, there are too many of them. The girl's terrified voice trembled slightly, so much so that she didn't notice that her cheeks were slowly changing from white to their original face due to fear. Don't talk to me with this face. With a flick of his tired palm, a cobweb swept out, instantly cutting out that face with blood. The girl covered her cheeks in exclamation, screaming and crying. Obviously she was the one who was beaten, but her mouth was saying sorry vigorously. The tired eyes were even colder. Shut up. Otherwise. The girl quickly shook her head, tears streaming down, and did not dare to say another word. Her eyes looking somewhere were slightly condensed, and she stretched out her finger tremblingly to point there. Tired. There is a person standing there. Tired of looking, but did not see anyone, he immediately turned around and slapped the girl in the face. The huge force caused the girl to roll on the ground several times before she could stop. Are you fooling me? The girl said tremblingly. No, I really saw someone standing there. Why is it gone? Looking at her trembling appearance, Tired frowned and looked in the direction she was pointing again, and suddenly her eyes shrank, and she walked up quickly. The land was slightly damp at night, and a pair of footprints were clearly visible. Did someone really come just now? In the quiet forest, except for the girl who was still shivering with pain, there was only the rustle of leaves rubbing. Chapter 32. The girl clenched her teeth, lowered her head, and her voice trembled. I didn't lie to you, there was really someone just now, I saw it. Don't argue. Tired raised her leg and kicked on her stomach, and the girl coughed and crawled to the ground. Immediately, he turned his head and looked somewhere. What are you looking at there? A red-haired boy carrying a box and a pig-headed boy stood under a tree, the former looking at him with disbelief and doubt. It was Tanjiro and Inashuk. The two were puzzled that the two ghosts in front of them looked like companions, but why was one of them abusing her? Could it be that he was the one who just stood there? When the other party stood there, Tiredness noticed the other party. And the size of the footprint was obviously not what the teenager in front of him would have, and he thought that he was at least 17 or 8 years old. And the truth was as he thought. Tree trunk under the moon. A figure stood on it, hidden in the darkness brought by the branches. The white mask on his face made him not show any breath. If you do not see it from the front, it is impossible to discover his existence. Suyu looked at the things on the ground with flat eyes, and just now he skinned and scared the spider sister. Scare these two ghosts in advance, and torture them later to gain more pleasure. Looking at the confrontation between the two groups of people below, Suyu thought to himself. This spider sister is good to limit and torture, but this string is inconvenient, and it is too risky to control it rashly. Things here are not so serious, Shinobu should not come, right? The butterfly running in the distance. Shinobu showed a disturbing smile. Tomioka Yoshiyuki only looked at the side face, and his eyes that had been flat slowly widened. I don't know why she suddenly became like this smile is completely different from before. Full of warmth and an indescribable emotion. Forged Knife Village. The food in Miri's mouth is not fragrant. Although he didn't love himself, he usually looked at his eyes, and Mi-Li was sure that as long as he was a little guided, the other party would definitely throw himself into his arms. And Mi-Li couldn't eat. She looked out the window, but the picture imagined in her head was another scene. Suyu was lying on the bed, staring at himself with confused eyes, and his face was flushed with an unhealthy blush. She stretched out her arms and took the other person into her arms. Oh no, it should be himself in his arms. Only such a powerful person is qualified to be his own husband. Thinking about it, Miri grinned there. The forged knife people passing by next to her all trembled their bodies, and her smile. They had only seen it on the faces of some hooligans. It's hard to imagine that this kind of lewd smile would appear on the face of a pillar. Mount Nada. Shanahu, who was cleaning up the little ghost, suddenly increased his movements a lot, and with a little anger. Everyone else stood far away, not knowing why. That's my sister, if Yujun and my sister can walk together, wouldn't that be a good thing? But why am I a little upset? It seems that there is an inexplicable emotion holding in my heart, and I can't vent how I feel. I'm like, I don't want Yujun to be with my sister, so I asked Yujun what he thought later. After thinking about it, she was more efficient at eliminating the imps. Everyone else was shaking. Is it my delusion? Why does it feel that Chan Elon suddenly became a lot colder? And Suyu, who inadvertently provoked the third daughter, did not know what he had done at this time. Alas, forbearance, I miss you so much. If you are there, how much poison would be there for me to torture ghosts? He wanted Butterfly Shinobu very much, thinking that her poison would be very useful. As long as you control the amount, you can easily torture ghosts and not hurt their lives too quickly. His Nikawa knife has an undead killer, and if you go with the purpose of killing ghosts, this is comparable to the ability of the H-Deo, which is indeed very useful. But for torture, the damage is still too great. It may be better if I can combine my Nikawa knife with Shinobi's poison, such as sprinkle some poison powder on the severed limbs of the ghosts. Peel their skin and soak them in venom. It's all good. When I find Shinobi, I'll learn how to make similar poison with her. Suyu thought about it and became happy. He seems to have fantasized that he will gain a lot of emotional points, then get rewards, and finally marry Bai Fumei to the peak of his life. Fire God Kagura, Yang Hua Tu. A sharp shout pulled Suyu back from his thoughts. He looked at the situation under the tree, and Tanjiro finally arrived. Finally fighting, wait, ready for my appearance. Tanjiro and Tired who suddenly appeared, but this time Inashuk also followed, and the two attacked Tired together. It seems that my appearance broke the plot, so I just need to wait quietly for Tanjiro to say that sentence. The opponent is the second quarter moon, and I probably don't have much chance to get emotional points, so I can get a little bit. Suyu muttered, and the fight had already started below. The battle situation was quite surprising to Suyu. In the original book, Tanjiro's Nikki knife is broken in just a few strokes. Now, for several rounds in a row, Tanjiro actually fights back and forth. Although it is not said to have the upper hand, it does not seem too passive. For a moment, Inashuk couldn't help by the side. Yes, it seems that this kid has trained his fire god Kagura since I left, and his footwork and move connections are more proficient than before. Suyu nodded uncontrollably, his eyes full of approval. With the fire god Kagura as the main thing, supplemented by the breath of water, this kid can, it seems that he has not worked hard these days. When Tanjiro learned that his fire god Kagura was the legendary origin breath of the sun, he shifted his focus to this. Being able to master the breath of the sun also made Tanjiro's level improve rapidly. It's just that that's just based on the condition of joining the ghost killing team soon. Ahead. The appearance of Tanjiro and Inashuk is indeed a bit unexpected. Tired of seeing the two, he immediately launched an attack. The spider sister beside him also went up, but now she couldn't help much. In one fell swoop, she blocked a Tired attack, and the latter immediately threw his hand angrily. The white silk web instantly cut Spider Sister's cheek. During this man's battle with the ghost, no one expected that he would actually attack his teammates. Tanjiro and Inashuk both jumped away from a distance, and the former looked at the Spider Sister with a bloody face, and said with a puzzled and angry face. "What are you doing? Aren't you companions?" said Tired of pulling the cobwebs in his hand. He coldly glanced at the Spider Sister who covered her face on the ground. "Don't compare us to something shallow, we're family members with close bonds, so it's my family affair, what does it have to do with you?" said Tanjiro as if he had heard a great joke when he heard a ghost utter the word. "I only smelled fear on her body, not the slightest bit of affection in it. Your so-called family affection is fake, it is your own strong force to deter her, your own family." Suyu, who was hiding in the shadows and watching, whistled softly. "That's right. That's what he's waiting for." Chapter 33. Anger this ghost boy, this is what Suyu needs. After the time is ripe, Suyu wants to try it. Will the verbal torture have emotional values to provide? Tatujiro, be careful. Tired waved his hand abruptly, and Inashuk flew at Tanjiro. The big tree behind the two people was cut into countless pieces by silk thread. Suyato secretly shook his head. Tanjiro did make progress, but not much. Tanjiro was even more goosebumps, and if Inashuk hadn't pounced on himself in time, he would have been half crippled under this blow. "Thanks." "Thank you, Inashuk." Tanjiro couldn't care about him calling his name wrong at the moment, and his tired expression was full of solemnity. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and kill this monster." After Inashuk finished speaking, his body turned tired, and he couldn't see his expression clearly in the pig's head, but his hands that involuntarily clenched the handle of the knife could still see the nervousness of his new employee. A breathless, terrifying killing intent overwhelmed the two of them, and the hands holding the knife of the two involuntarily trembled. Tanjiro and Inashuk rushed towards Tired against the immense pressure. Kagura, the god of fire. Breath of the beast. The names of the moves that the two silently recited in their hearts had not yet been read, but the blades they swung were instantly broken in their gradually shocked eyes. A tired and cold voice also sounded. "Kill me? Don't take yourself too seriously. Just the two of you, you also want to defeat me, who is one of the 12 ghost moons. Don't be too arrogant." Tired ruffled his hair. Xia Xianmu's eyes appeared in the field of vision of the 12 ghost moon. This ghost in front of them is actually the 12 ghost moon. This is just a few tasks they have just had, and they actually encountered the 12 ghost moon. If it was the 12 ghost moon, it would be difficult to escape in this situation now. "You repeat what you just said," came the tired and cold voice, his eyes staring at Tanjiro with endless killing intent. "Come, say it quickly." Tanjiro clenched his teeth. Even though the sharp pain in his ribs was like a tide, he still refused to give in, and cried out in pain. "If I want to say it a few more times, your feelings are hypocritical." Tanjiro, who had been on guard this time, finally dodged, but the large-scale movement made him hurt his intestines, and he stumbled to the ground, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth. "First of all, I won't kill you right away." Tired hands together, cobwebs appeared after separating. "I'll tear you apart when you become tattered." Tired of shaking his hand, the cobwebs hit him. Tanjiro hurriedly dodged, but was still grazed over his shoulder by cobwebs, leaving a long wound along which blood flowed. Tired said contemptuously, "The knives are already broken, what else can you do?" Tanjiro tore off his clothes, made a simple bandage, clenched the broken knife in his hand, and whispered, "Inashuk, this ghost is not something we can solve, go quickly. You both have to stay here." Tired sneered, turning the cobweb rope in his hand. "Wasn't that quite talkable just now?" He approached the two, and suddenly, his tired expression suddenly changed, and the cobwebs that had been brewing for a long time in his hand flung out. With the knife broken, and with a serious wound to his gut, Tanjiro jerked Inashuk to the side. "Inashuk, go." Inashuk's face trembled under his mask, his fists clenched, and he threw himself back without hesitation, trying to block it. But one step out, but directly fell to the ground. The injury he just received was not small, and watching the cobwebs fall, he was powerless to save it. "Are you going to die here?" The idea came to their minds at the same time. But in the next second, they saw that the arc of the cobweb's fall was not directed at them at all, but in the woods behind them. Where the cobwebs fall, the trees are broken. Even the ground was cut into countless pieces. Crooked, both Tanjiro and Inashuk looked puzzled. At such a close distance, it is impossible to play crookedly. He won't want to tease himself, right? Immediately, he saw the spider flower rope appear again in his tired hand, and the puzzled Tanjiro and the two thought that he was going to move the real thing, struggling to run. But this time, Tired actually threw the flower rope in the other direction again. "What the hell is he doing?" The Tanjiro duo stared at him. Did he really want to tease them before they died? Tired suddenly yelled, "Don't be sneaky, get out of here for me." His sudden shout startled the two of them. They struggled to look around, the wind blowing the treetops, and there was nothing but the sound of leaves rubbing in their ears. Carbonjiro and Inashuk looked at each other, full of questions, thinking, what is this guy crazy? Is it too long to be a ghost? Stupid! Get out! Tired suddenly shouted again, his tone was much harsher than the last time, and he threw out a cobweb, cutting off several large trees. This time the voice scared Tanjiro and Inashuk, only felt that this guy had a disease in the head. Where else did anyone exist here besides them? They heard Tired talking to themselves. How so? It shouldn't be, obviously I feel someone, why is it gone in the blink of an eye? Hell! Hell! Hearing this, Tanjiro and Inashuk couldn't help laughing, their faces touching the wound, hurting and laughing. A ghost said hell, which is really funny. Is there any more terrifying ghost than their existence? Despite the puzzlement of the Tanjiro duo, the vigilance at this moment was raised to the highest. He clearly saw a black figure standing in the woods behind Tanjiro. The man was wearing a white mask and his bare teeth were grinning, looking very scary. But he only blinked, and the white masked man disappeared. Hallucinations. Tired just had this thought, and the next second, the white-faced man appeared in a slightly away position, still quietly watching him. At the same moment that the white-faced man appeared, Tired threw out the spider web. But pounced. The figure disappeared again. Soon it appeared in another place. Tired attacked again, but to no avail. He didn't understand why the other party clearly appeared in his field of vision, but could disappear in an instant, and he couldn't even feel his breath. Chapter 34. After some confusion, a ruthlessness suddenly appeared on the tired face. I see, you're trying to save these two people, pretending to be a ghost and trying to scare me, right? Blood Devil technique, engraving line. The cobweb wire flicked out. This is the move that had just easily cut off the Tanjiro duo's Nikki knife. A figure suddenly flashed out, blocking in front of the Tanjiro and the two, and took this trick. Blood burst out. Seeing that someone was hit, the corners of his tired mouth rose slightly, but when he saw the comer, he froze. It was not the white-faced man he had just seen who blocked his attack, but a girl with a bamboo tube in her mouth. Bastard, don't do anything to my sister! Tanjiro shouted angrily, unable to get up from the ground, only hissing gasp, but his eyes were staring at Tiredness. Sister! This is your sister? Tired froze, muttering in his mouth. His pupils looked at the girl in front of him in shock. He clearly felt a familiar breath from the girl in front of him, the breath of the same kind. Your sister is Ghost. As a swordsman of the ghost-killing team, you actually carry ghosts with you. And your sister actually didn't eat you, and she would stand up to protect you. This is the real bond. You give me your sister, I will let you live. Tired muttered, ignoring Tanjiro's murderous eyes, which only had the desire to get your bean. Don't even think about it. How can my sister give it to you? Tanjiro shouted despite the pain. You bean, go quickly, this is the 12 ghost moon, you can't win, go quickly. He gritted his teeth and tried to support half of his body, trying to prevent Bean from approaching the dangerous person. Although his sister was a ghost, he couldn't bear to let his sister get into danger. Bean did not listen to him, and saw his brother fall to the ground seriously injured, and his white forehead burst with veins. No, Bean, calm down, don't ghost. Tanjiro didn't want his sister to go into a ghost state, even if it might save his life. Seeing this, Tired but laughed. What a wonderful brother and sister relationship. I want to get you, I must get you. The longing in his tired eyes turned into madness, and he was determined to get the girl in front of him. The pressure alone caused Tanjiro and Inashuk to collapse to the ground and couldn't move. This pressure must have the level of a cord. Feel the threat, Beans, Ghost intensified. Suddenly. Syllable. A palm gently landed on your Bean's shoulder. Your Bean's pupil shrank, and in an instant it was a kick backwards. She turned around again, and in an instant, a smiling face appeared in front of her. It's the big brother who didn't play with him some time ago. When I saw a familiar face, the ghost of your Bean suddenly faded. At the same time, chuckles rang out. You orphan imp really can't play peekaboo, I haven't caught it, why should I catch someone else? The white-faced man took off his mask, and was greeted by an indifferent face with a smile. Tired face was shocked. Sure enough, there was someone there. I was not mistaken. Who are you? Asked tiredly and gloomily. However, the man did not answer, but instead looked at Tanjiro. Tanjiro, your breathing technique still needs to be improved. Seeing who came, Inashuk didn't know who he was, and Tanjiro was indeed taken aback. You? Why is it here? Told himself that Kagura, the god of fire, was actually the one who breathed the sun. He looked at Tanjiro and said, of course, I completed the task like you, leave it to me here, you guys take a break. Be careful, he's the 12oni moon, and his cobwebs can cut off our Nikkeku saber. Tanjiro was well aware of his physical condition, and at this moment, too many words were dragging oil bottles, even when he said what he knew. Tsuyu, who had been peeping around, naturally knew it, but nodded and grinned. It's okay, my big knife is already hungry and thirsty. Tsuyu pulled out the double knife he was carrying and pressed the separation trigger repeatedly. The Nikki big knife, which resembles scissors, is split in two. In this way, the conditions for 3 knives are met. Xiao, tired classmate, I hope you can endure a little fighting. Tsuyu grinned, pulled out the rabbit knife hanging on his waist, and bit it in his mouth. This weird 3-knife posture, not to mention tired and in a shook, even Tanjiro was stunned. I didn't see Tsuyu fighting in this way. Little chick, protect your brother, this guy will be handed over to me. Tsuyu carried the knife and smiled at Yubin without turning his head. Yudiko tilted his head, nodded immediately, stood in front of Tanjiro, and protected him, along with Inashuk by the way. In an instant, Tsuyu's figure disappeared. Tired face suddenly changed, and under the stunned gaze of the two of Tanyi, the cobwebs that had long been condensed in their hands flung back. The sharp cobwebs containing great strength were enough to easily cut off the boulder, but they swung into the air. There was no one behind him. How could it be? Tired felt goosebumps all over his body. He just clearly felt his breath appear behind him, this less than a second to turn around. Why didn't he see anyone? What's going on with this guy? Such a terrifying speed, is it a new column? Tired looked around vigilantly, for fear that Tsuyu would suddenly appear in which position to launch a fatal blow. Hey, I said, you're a little slow. Tsuyu's mocking language suddenly sounded behind him. Tired instantly burst out of extreme speed, rushing forward for several meters, unable to dodge the past. This kind of reaction is like words hearing Tsuyu's voice. Tired immediately turned his head to look for it, but saw a silver-white light passing by. The tired pupils shrank suddenly, and it was too late to dodge. Poof! Blade into the flesh, blood sprayed out. Ah! His pupils vibrate, he looked at the place where his eyes were bleeding, and then looked at Tsuyu. It's not that I haven't been knifed before, but I haven't hurt so much. How can the feeling now be no different from ordinary people? Your knife, why is your knife different from others? I still want to explain the fight. Do you think you will shoot TV? Tsuyu smiled and shook the knife in his hand. Bastard! Tired didn't know what TV was, but he could also see the disdain on Tsuyu's face. Chapter 35. He flipped his palm, like a cobweb like a flower rope, and threw it towards Tsuyu overwhelmingly, blocking his retreat in all aspects. Good to go. Tsuyu's eyes flashed. Let me try the situation of the 3-blade flow to make the god of fire Kagura. 3 knives flow fire god Kagura, 1 type. Round dance. The 3 Nikawa knives waved, and the 3 layers of blades drew circles, bringing out sharp arcs and strong winds. The speed is extremely fast, the power is extremely strong, just the residual wind has left knife marks on the ground. The spider webs in the sky are all broken under this knife chi. With the breath of the sun as the basis of the body technique, and the 3-knife flow as the means of attack, Tsuyu seems to be at ease under the tired attack, not in a hurry. The attack method of the lower string is too monotonous, it is okay to play a non-pillar, and the swordsman on the opposite column and above is very inferior. What's more, this guy divided his blood a lot for the sake of his so-called family. Now he is too weak. Is it my delusion, Tanjiro? His breathing seems to be like yours. Inashuk also said with a slight doubt. It's not an illusion, it's really the same breathing method as me. Tanjiro smiled wryly. He had been in the fire god Kagura for a shorter time than himself, and he had mastered it so well, as if he had been immersed in this path for many years. Now he already has the strength of a column. Tanjiro muttered. The breathing method alone has this kind of accomplishment, plus his original sword technique, it should have surpassed the column. Inashuk said, dumbfounded. Ahead, Suyu smiled playfully, still greeting Tired with extremely offensive words. Hey, it's like this without a family, there is no motivation to fight for it at all. You see that Tanjiro has a sister, even if he is injured by you, he is forced to stand up, you are too crotch-pulling. When Tired heard this, he immediately blushed and had a thick neck, and jumped like thunder. Bastard, shut up for me. From Tired emotional value plus 666. Add more than 600 emotions at once. If you can really get it like this, then you have to mock him even more in this regard. Suyu immediately laughed and continued to mock. Annoyed into angry little orphan, Tired was poked in the sore spot, and suddenly ran away, his white forehead was full of muscles. Damn it! Give me death, he gritted his teeth and his eyes red. I saw his wrist shake, and countless fine silk threads flew out from his fingertips and wrapped around Suyu. I flash. Suyu turned and flashed easily. Little orphan, can't you do it? Didn't your father teach you how to fight? Oh sorry, I forgot that you don't have a father, you don't have a mother, you killed yourself. Enough, shut up for me, roared and shot again, but still couldn't hit Suyu. It's all to blame you, it's all to blame you for disturbing our family's life, if it weren't for you, my parents wouldn't have died. As soon as he said this, Suyu's dodge suddenly froze, and his tired expression became wonderful. Immediately, he laughed uncontrollably. The laughter was loud, insolent, and puzzling. This made the tired face even more ugly, and he didn't understand what Suyu was laughing at. But this maniacal laugh came after hearing him speak, and it was clear that he was laughing at him. He did not attack again, because attacking again would not help. The opponent's dodge is simply full level. No matter how you attack, you can't hit him. In this case, it is better to slow down for a while, and then find an opportunity to attack. Tired pressed to hold back the agitation in his heart and asked. What are you laughing at? What is there to laugh at? After laughing for half a minute, Suyu stopped, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said. I'm laughing at you, a scum who killed his parents with his own hands, turning other ghosts who came to avoid ghost hunters into family members who played family with you. You have long been a scum who is not worthy of the love of others. What kind of family bond do you want? From Tired emotional value plus 1200. At this moment, the emotional value suddenly exceeded 1000. And the surrounding temperature dropped a lot in an instant, and the breathless pressure and icy temperature made Tanjiro and Inashuk tremble slightly. What a terrifying deterrent, what Suyu said, did he say it? Tanjiro saw this reaction and was in disbelief. This kind of thing sounds like something that happened before he became a ghost, and it was also what happened to him on this mountain. How could Suyu know these things? Inashuk suddenly said something. Tanjiro smiled helplessly, although it was a little out of place, but it was indeed the same thing. Suyu was obviously biting a knife in his mouth, but his speech and laughter were clear. You better know what you're talking about, they planned to kill me in the first place, without the slightest intention of protecting me. Tired voice became low, and his eyes filled with deep anger. Suyu shrugged his shoulders and said, Don't get excited, I didn't say anything wrong, I was just stating the facts. What do you say, little orphan? This title completely stung Tired, his hands slowly turned red, and every word carried a clear killing intent. I'll cut off your hands and feet first, and then you'll slowly explain to me what you know. This kind of threat, Suyu did not care at all, and said with a smile. You became a ghost, you ate people, you couldn't bask in the sun. I'm even more ashamed of my parents who didn't give you a healthy body, they actually planned to kill you and then commit suicide and leave with you. As soon as the words fell, a long-hidden memory suddenly flooded into the tired brain. The fierce expression on his face dissipated impressively, and he stood in place, dumbfounded. Suddenly, he lost his voice and shouted. Impossible, fake, this must be fake, you're deceiving me. My parents are going to kill me, it's they who don't love me, there is no bond between us. It's all their fault, I'm not wrong. It's not me, it's not me. Tired at the moment, without the previous fierce killing intent, he covered his head, and a long memory came to mind. That night, his father was holding a knife by the bed, while his mother was just crying. Eventually, he realized it and killed his parents. Since then, he has been particularly concerned about the bond of his family and wants to have a complete home. But after listening to Suryu's words, a sentence that his mother said that he did not care about and did not dare to care about came to mind again. I'm sorry. I didn't give you a healthy body, I'm sorry. Were the last words of his mother. At that time, he seemed to realize something, but his subconscious told him that he should not think too much and could not think too much. And Oni Suji also told him that it was all his family's fault, not his fault, it was all his parents' problem. Tired, who was already shrouded in despair, subconsciously listened to his words. But now, Suryu's words made him stunned in place. Remembering his mother's words, he suddenly realized a problem. Did his parents really just plan to kill themselves simply? Chapter 36. Tired swallowed his saliva with difficulty, and his words carried a hint of begging that he didn't even pay attention to. You, what else do you know, can you tell me everything? Just as he was thinking back, Suryu's eyes also kept prompting the income of emotional value. What exactly he was thinking, Suryu didn't know, but at least he could definitely bring him a particularly large mood swing. After the first emotional value broke 1,000, it actually broke 1,000 after that. With such a huge emotional value income, how much does it have to fluctuate in the heart? For the sake of the other party bringing so much emotional value to himself, Suryu didn't mind talking to him more, so he said. Your parents have exhausted a lot of financial resources to heal your illness. It's a pity that you were deceived halfway by ghost Mai Suji Wu miserable, not only became a ghost, but also ate others and killed your parents. You can have the miserable life you have now, and it's all thanks to ghost Mai Suji's no misery. Even if you don't cure it in the end, you will taste the taste of bonds, but unfortunately, you yourself are stupid, not only became the ghost you are today, but also killed the parents who love you the most, miserable. Suryu's words brought a shock of thoughts. Tired and sluggish standing in place, the next second, the figure disappeared instantly. Almost at the same moment, Suryu subconsciously wanted to raise the knife, but thought of something, put the knife down and jumped back. The place where he had stood left several deep ravines. Tired eyes were red, the entire ghost exuded an extreme killing intent, and the miserable white face turned black visible to the naked eye. What kind of form is this? I haven't seen it. Suryu frowned, but he didn't expect an unexpected change. This change in tiredness is not found either in manga or anime. You're a liar, that's right, you're definitely a liar. I'm right, it's not me, it's my parents, it's the world. They want to kill me, you want to kill me, you're all bad. They all have to die. Tired roared angrily, rushing towards Suryu like crazy, and one sharp cobwebs after another were thrown out of his hands. Suryu's frown flashed one by one. This guy has gone completely crazy, and he doesn't know what to do, and it's time to take the final touch. He immediately shouted at the two Tanjiro behind him. Do you two have any water bottles or something? Suryu combined the two knives into one and caught the bottle steadily. Draining the water in it, his gaze fell on the tired body again, and the corners of his mouth curled. Phew! Suryu instantly disappeared in place. A sword flows into a lion's song. A merciless sword, extreme speed, full of strength. Before he could react, Suryu was already behind him. At that moment, blood rushed. Screaming terrible. Don't flow so fast, I still have to take a little. Suryu hurriedly took the kettle up. It was a wide-mouth bottle kettle, the spout was very large, very suitable for receiving blood. The other party struggled violently, and it took Su-yu a lot of effort to receive nearly 1/10 of the pot's capacity. These should be enough, find Zhu Shi as soon as possible. Su-yu tied the pot to his waist with satisfaction. He took these blood, naturally for the ghost doctor Zhu Shi. Shaking the blood in the pot, Su-yu thought to himself. If you want to defeat Ghost Mai Suji, Suzu's contribution is crucial. She has been researching a special potion that can be cruel to Oni Mai Suji, and the ghost with his blood is very helpful for research. There is not a lot of miserable blood. In this case, it should be enough for Zhu Shi to research the kind of potion that makes Ghost Mai Suji age without misery. When these guys are well injured, go to Asakusa in Tokyo Prefecture to see if they can meet Suzuo and give her this blood. Asakusa, Tokyo. A house hidden by a special charm suddenly heard the sound of bottles breaking. There was a rush of running in the room, and a handsome boy opened the door and shouted anxiously, "Miss Zhu Shi." A beautiful-looking young woman covered her red lips with her slender hands and looked ahead in disbelief. Yu Shilang saw that Zhu Shi did not answer, and asked what's wrong, and at the same time walked in, and glanced at Zhu Shi's gaze several times, and the empty space did not know what she was looking at. After several calls, Zhu Shi came back to her senses, and on her face, which was plain and beautiful in the past, there was a touch of excitement and a smile that Yu Shilang had never seen before. Yu Shilang was stunned. "How beautiful," he murmured. Zhu Shi didn't realize her reaction. She said to herself, "He knows that he actually knows, how can he know about things that are so far away?" "What do you know, Miss Zhu Shi, what are you talking about?" Yu Shilang's face was full of doubts. "Can't you see?" Zhu Shi turned his head to look at Yu Shilang. At that moment's shocking glance, Yu Shilang's heart was beating wildly, and under his calm appearance, he was completely crazy. After finally calming his mood, Yu Shilang took a good look around, completely puzzled what Zhu Shi was saying. "That means this can only be seen by me. Is it a blood ghost technique?" "No, I didn't feel the breath of a ghost in this diary." "Su-yu. This name has never been heard of. He can know what Jiguyuan did to that person. How is it possible, including me who knows about this matter, and the one who has never met very much?" Zhu Shi thought of the man who would not hesitate to become a ghost in order to pursue kendo, and immediately shook his head again to rule it out. That person's purpose in becoming a ghost is very pure, that is, to pursue the strongest kendo. And the text that appeared in front of him, the style of writing seemed to be a young man, and it could not have been written by him. Zhu Shiqiao's face showed contemplation, and he gently supported his chin with his bare hand. Yu Shilang next to him was dumbfounded, and his eyes couldn't take his eyes off that pretty face. Then, she said, "Yu Shilang, find an opportunity to contact the ghost-killing team, preferably a pillar-level swordsman." Yu Shilang's face changed. "Miss Zhu Shi, what are you talking about? We are ghosts." Zhu Shi stretched out his hand to stop his words and said, "When you find the swordsman of the ghost-killing team, don't act rashly first. Come back to me directly and tell me that I will negotiate. Please, Yu Shilang, do me this favor." Zhu Shi also knew that this request was a bit difficult for strong ghosts, and his tone was softer. Yu Shilang, who was still hesitating just now, was directly defeated by this sentence. "Okay, Miss Zhu Shi, Yu Shilang will definitely finish this matter." The love and respect he had for Zhu Shi in his heart allowed him to believe her unconditionally. And he didn't care about the reason at the moment, so he directly agreed and went to implement it. Looking at Yu Shilang leaving, Zhu Shi muttered, "There is a direction, this time I can finally take revenge. The potion that makes Ghost Mai Suji age without misery. If it is under the siege of many people, he really will not notice in this regard. Very good way." Chapter 37. Su-yu's diary gave Zhu Shi a great direction in scientific research. At the same time, she was also looking forward to the 12 ghost moon blood brought by Su-yu, which was really very important to her. This person who has never met at all would know that I need this blood, and that I am in Asakusa. Mount Nada. The battle has reached its final fever pitch. Tired was already planning to fight Silyu to the death, and what Silyu said stabbed him in the heart. The love of his family is like a knife cut from the past, only cut on his body today. Silyu also saw his fighting and killing chance, and did not plan to keep his hand, and pointed his 2 knives straight at the Tired. "Okay, count your sins." "Are you still counting?" roared as he sprang over waving his cobwebs. Silyu flashed. Day. The 2 knives in his hand held a knife flower in Silyu's hand, and in the surprised eyes of Tanjiro and Inashuk, he came behind him like a teleportation. The 2 knives slashed down fiercely. 10,000 flowers cobweb. At the moment of danger, Lee suddenly reacted, his palm moved, and a cobweb glowing with black gas flung behind him. For this strange black web, Silyu did not dodge anything, and split this black cobweb in an instant. The remnants of the cobwebs landed, and wisps of black mist actually rose, and Silyu's face changed. Yes, other spider ghosts have the ability to make poison, Tired should not be without, now he plans to use all his abilities. Silyu's heart froze. If it goes on like this, I don't know how many kinds of special attribute cobweb attacks can be combined by tiredness. If you are big, then you can explain yourself here. Looking at the tiredness in front of him, this guy has gone completely crazy. One after another, poisonous cobwebs were thrown from his hands. Not only has the power increased, but the range has also become much larger. Well, I'm too lazy to play with him, so let's end here. Silyu jumped into the air, his eyes sharp. 3 sword flow god of fire Kagura triple train. 3 arc-shaped longitudinal slashes were fired together, and the fighting chi in Silyu's body surged impressively. Cyan flames burst into flames on the 3 Nikawa knives, and neither Tanjiro nor Inashuk were in disbelief. In just a moment, Silyu came behind the tired body, already in the knife collection posture in the midst of the attack. Boom! The cyan flame began to burn from the tired neck, and in an instant it spread all over the body. No matter how much he struggled, the flame was not weaker. Tired eyes were full of shock, the other party actually cut off his head so easily, so what was he doing in that series of behaviors just now, just trying to simply torture himself? Silyu, I won't let you go even if I die. Silyu's eyes were emotionless, quietly watching him die like this. The death wail of the defeated dog. The miserable howl resounded through the valley, and finally failed to get close to Silyu, so it turned into a puff of black smoke and dissipated. Inashuk and Tanjiro widened their eyes, both looking ahead in disbelief, and the sound of gasping for air sounded at the same time. It's also 2. Is this really the same group of newcomers as us? Said Tanjiro. How can the knife catch fire? Can't figure it out, can't figure it out, how the hell did you do it? Inashuk, who could still move, had already pounced, curiously looking around Silyu left and right. Marveling at it. Silyu was really not a person of the same level as them. Silyu smiled and said nothing. The cyan flame is the fighting chi derived from the Solan Kendo. Many of his moves are with flames, and their power is not weak. Silyu now understands why some sea fans ridicule burning fruits and dogs don't eat them. This flame move can be used casually. You still care about this? Take care of your wounds first, I'll let the medical team come. Silyu looked at Inashuk, who had been looking at him, and his body trembled as he spoke. He took out 2 signal flares and fired them, and a blue light and a golden light rose into the air one after another. Blue represents the need for medical teams, and gold represents the enemy general. The members of the ghost-killing team who saw these 2 rays of light in the mountain forest were all happy. Looking at the signal flares that lifted into the air, Silyu did not feel at ease. He subconsciously started the mental record of the diary, the heart said. After Nadasan, Oni Maisuji was laid off no miserable, followed by the infinity train, where a column was going to die. Get on the bus directly? No, that's too passive. Before getting on the car, arrange the manpower and give that one a heaven and earth net. The upper string 3 is too strong, each upper string kills a few or even a dozen columns, and now I face the upper string, I don't know if it can be as easy as killing the lower string. The things caused by the ghosts of the lower string, the upper string is coming. The corners of their mouths twitched when they saw the diary. It was already surprising that not a Shan met a 12 ghost moon. After that, not only did I encounter another lower string, but even the upper string, is the 12 ghost moons full of cabbage, everywhere? This is going to die a column. Butterfly Ninja Willow frowned slightly, staring at those few lines of text. Everyone is so good, isn't it? Honey can't bear it. Although I didn't meet everyone much, I even met only a few times. But they are both very pure ghost hunters, partners on the road of ghost hunting. I really don't want anyone to die. Mirito muttered. Yaya was just silent when he saw it. He already believed Suryu's words. Infinity Train. Yaya's eyes flickered, and he had already made up his mind. Mount Nada. The medical team has reached Suryu's side. Looking at Suryu, who was talking and laughing with Tanjiro and Inashuk, these medical members had hot eyes. From the mouths of the Tanjiro duo, they learned that Suryu alone easily eliminated a lower quarter moon, and those who could easily kill the lower string were already pillar-level figures, especially when they knew that Suryu sprayed a lot of pokes in the heart of the ghost before he died. These people were even happier. Mr. Su, let's eat something. Mr. Su, if you are uncomfortable, I'll show you. Mr. Su, I'll give you a massage to relax, it's really hard work for you just now. Mr. Su, you have a hole in your arm, let me see it. The two wounded men next to him looked at Suryu, who was surrounded by everyone. Injured at all, he was surrounded by a group of paramedics chattering. Tanjiro and Inashuk, it seems that we are the wounded. Chapter 38. Moreover, the hole in his arm is less than the length of a fingernail, and it is found later that it is healed, so why do you need to bandage it? Okay, I didn't get hurt, and you guys are too enthusiastic. Suryu, who had just spewed trash talk to the ghost and was full of combat skills, looked a little helpless and shy at the moment, obviously not good at facing the warm attitude of so many people. Mr. Su, you really did a wonderful thing just now. A famous girl with excellent appearance stared at Suryu with beautiful eyes, her slightly dusty cheeks were slightly red, but her lips trembled a little. It seems that I saw something unacceptable, and my mood was a little excited. Suryu has an impression of her, called Irina, and unexpectedly is a young lady with a complete rich family. Abandoned the pampered life of the eldest lady and joined the ghost-killing team. In the daily consumption of the Butterfly House and the Ghost Slayer, her family plays a considerable part of the financial help. Suryu felt respect after listening to her story on the road. In this era, such a young lady joining the ghost-killing team also requires great determination. Isn't it just killing a lower string? What are you so excited for? Asked Suryu. No, it's more than that. Irina shook her head, staring at Suryu with flickering beautiful eyes, and said. The point is, I've always felt that it's too cheap to just cut them off and die of them. How much incredible pain and suffering we went through before they killed our partners and kind. Don't you know, just now we came over, we saw a lot of cocoons along the way, there is a person inside, there is a person there. When the cocoon was opened, many people vomited, highly corroded, and the scratches on the cocoon wall also proved how they struggled before death. The result is useless, you can only be corrupted and die like this. So Mr. Su, your behavior is cruel to people, but for ghosts, it is indeed very pleasant. As a healthcare worker, I have seen more tragedy. Swordsmen don't go to see these, they just need to behead ghosts. But the medical staff are different, they need to treat the wounded, and because of this, she is the most likely to see people hurt by ghosts. The hatred for ghosts in my heart is not weaker than that of the swordsman fighting ahead. Suryu did not expect that his sadistic behavior would attract the approval of others, and smiled silently. It is impossible for people and ghosts to coexist peacefully, of course, with the exception of Yuduzi, Suzushi, and Yoshiro. The only exception. Man and ghost are absolute mortal enemies. Kane's sympathy really shouldn't be given to this scum. Suyu said in his heart, feeling sorry for Butterfly Shinobu's sister, Butterfly Kane. She just hopes that people and ghosts can coexist peacefully, but unfortunately, 99% of ghosts cannot coexist peacefully with people. Okay, you guys take care of these two injured people first, I'll recover my strength on the side. Suyu pointed to the two Tanjalang before diverting the attention of these medical staff, who were further bandaged and treated. He stood aside and checked the reward he had received. The mood value was unexpectedly full, and all 5 rewards shown up. Suyu's heart moved, and he clicked on the 5 backpacks, and the sound of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Get mood points Phase 1 pack, physical enhancement, to use. Get mood points Phase 2 package. Physical enhancement, to use. Get mood points Phase 3 pack, breathing method attainment enhancement, to use. Get mood points Stage 4 pack, chain ×3, to use. Get the emotional value Stage 5 pack, undead killer level increase. Rabbit knife, double knife undead killer I improve undead killer 3. Of the 5 rewards he won in a row, one of them made Suyu's eyes widen. Is it mixed in with a strange thing? Iron cable link? What kind of thing? Suyu asked the system in his heart what this was, and the system immediately gave a specific explanation. You can use it on yourself and others or others and others, and all the effects after the chain will be fed back to each other. First a Solan Kendo that led the side effects of a road idiot, then an enchantment, and now even the card skill of 3 Kingdoms kill. What else will you get after this? This iron chain link is very interesting, go back and connect Chananai and several of them, so that if you use those rewards again, won't they be able to increase their strength with me? He doesn't care how the man is, just upgrade the woman with himself. Ahem, this is not to feed their bodies, but to help female compatriots become stronger. And you seem to be vaguely aware that you seem to have touched something. Suyu rubbed his fingers in his palm, recalling the feeling of fighting just now. Although the battle situation is basically biased towards themselves, the good villains are also real battles, much better than on the Vine Attack Mountain. While Suyu was studying the system, the swordsmen arrived here one after another. From the mouths of these medical staff, they also learned what Suyugong had done. Many people feel very addicted, and they also want to do that kind of thing to ghosts. But the strength is not good, otherwise they have paid 3 or 5 7 8 times to hack the ghosts to death, and they will die easily. This came too easily for the swordsman and innocent victim who paid for his life. What Suyu did was very much in line with their wishes. Mr. Suyu is also too powerful, he actually killed a lower quarter moon with his own strength. And he killed in a tortured way. This kind of strength can already be chosen as a stepson, right? Are you an idiot? Yes, and he has mastered so many powerful moves, this is definitely the strongest pillar. Let's go and ask if he can teach us specially, as a grade A swordsman, he can be regarded as qualified to ask him to teach the moves, right? Saying that, everyone plucked up the courage to find Suyu, and his answer was a little unexpected. No, I don't want to be a column. Everyone was stunned. If you have a strong strength to join the ghost-killing team, but you don't want to become a pillar, then why come in? No matter how many resources you have to become a pillar. Suyu's next sentence shocked them even more. I'm going to change a whole column system. Chapter 39. Change the column system? What does that mean? I don't know what this concept is. Someone asked, is it to strengthen the meaning of the entire column? Suyu shook his head, no, it is to completely update the level of the ghost-killing team, the current level is too lengthy and useless. Meeting those doubtful and surprised eyes, Suyu explained his thoughts. Everyone knows that the highest level is A and the lowest is DIS, a total of 10 grades. In addition to the sharp knife team, there are more members of the lower 3 to middle 3rd levels, right? Silyu cleared his throat and said. To put it mildly, the personnel of the ghost-killing team changed too quickly, and many people died in battle before they could raise the level they wanted. Coupled with insufficient training, regarding the knife in your hand and the breathing method, the speed of your death completely exceeds the speed of your upgrade. The words were very explicit and difficult to hear. But that's exactly what happened. 10 levels, if you want to go forward, you must kill ghosts. But ghosts are not encountered at random, some tricky ghosts, several people may not be able to fight under siege. It's still quite difficult to upgrade. Silyu continued. This is that your level is too long, and even if you become a pillar, you don't know anything about the highest point you can reach. Say they can, but even the pillar said it, maybe it's too bold. That's the 9 swordsmen with the highest status in the entire ghost-killing team. In Silyu's mouth, on the contrary, he is a person who knows nothing. Mr. Silyu, I admit that you are indeed very powerful, but you have only just become a swordsman of the ghost-killing team, isn't it a bit to talk like this? Arrogant, said one of the swordsmen with a displeased face. Although no one echoed, some people secretly nodded and agreed with him. Among them, there are many people who are just very grateful to Silyu. Some people are dissatisfied with their own statement, which is very good, and it does not make Silyu unhappy. This at least affirms the status of the pillars among the swordsmen and affirms their efforts. This is very good, it is convenient for Silyu to carry out some special training later. As a newcomer, he really doesn't speak as well as the column. If they respect the column so much, it will be much easier to let the column come out and speak. Now, he wasn't going to argue with these people, just said. I'm not going to fight you, many of you have seen it, and I do have some combat skills and abilities that you haven't seen. However, I am not at the peak, in my opinion, there is still a long way from the peak, and now I am only at the level of ascending in terms of breathing at most. There are more powerful moves that will only be achieved when a very small number of people are fighting for their lives without changing. That's too tragic, we should eliminate ghosts, we should not exchange lives for lives. Silyu's words caused the scene to fall silent, and everyone quieted down to listen to him. A few seconds after the words fell, someone immediately asked. So Mr. Su, have you found a way to a higher level and have already stepped into it? Silyu touched his nose and thought, reckoning, the Nikawa knife that he now has the Undead Killer, which is an ability that is completely consistent with the effect of the Heiji Dao. And his own Undead Killer is still ahead of the Hideo. In the Ghost Slayer Swordsman Peak Tripart, the Hideo can be regarded as a must-be mastered for beginners, right? Silyu thought about it, and immediately gave an affirmative answer. Yes, this is called the Hiss word, it is one of the 3 major techniques, as for which 2 more, I plan to hold a meeting later and gather all the swordsmen to explain together. All of you here needs to know is that the saber can slow down the recovery speed of the ghost's limb and increase the damage. And the way to cultivate is to increase your grip strength and make the blade red. How long it takes to reach it depends on your own efforts and understanding. As for the new rank, I have to unite at least a few pillars to agree with me before that lord agrees. Sulyumo rubbed his chin and muttered. Before the words fell, a chuckle sounded not far away. Yujun, then you already have the support of 2 pillars. As soon as he turned his head, Butterfly Shinobu fell in front of Silyu with a smile on his face. She was in her early 1 meter and 5 years, and she looked at Silyu, who was 1 meter and 8 meters tall, and raised her head. From the top down, you will see a beautiful face first, and then the proud turbulence. Silyu was also the first time to see the butterfly ninja so close to him, and the oncoming aroma made him subconsciously take a step back. It's too close. Why, you're shy, why are you so far away from me? Butterfly couldn't help but see him move, and smiled a little more. The distance between the two was now less than 2 fists away, and Butterfly Shinobu looked at Tsuyu from the bottom up. The smell of years of exposure to drugs on her body and her own smell combined into a special aroma, and just smelling it seemed to make her cheeks warm. If Tsuyu didn't know her personality, he would doubt whether the smell on the latter's body was some aphrodisiac smell. "Okay, stop teasing you." Seeing that Tsuyu didn't speak, Butterfly took the initiative to take a few steps back and said, "You are very powerful, a person has destroyed a quarter moon, just heard you say that you want to change the column system, tell me carefully, I and Mili must support you." The 2 pillars she is talking about are her and Miri. Why? This kind of support, Tsuyu felt strange and wondered. This is not a trivial matter, you have not asked clearly to say support. In his own impression, Butterfly Shinobu is not easy to trust other people's silly white sweet girls. If the foodie Honey Lee had this kind of performance under her own snack offensive, Tsuyu didn't feel strange. But Butterfly Shinobu behaved like this to make Tsuyu feel strange. She didn't have much in-depth communication with her, how could she believe in herself so much? What kind of person he is, the third daughter has long known in her heart. Butterfly Shinobu turned his back to his hand, a touching smile appeared on his pretty face, turned his head sideways and smiled. "Anyway, you know that Miri and I support you, but you have to tell us the whole thing." Tsuyu nodded with a smile, and said in his heart, "I really don't know what happened to this girl, it seems that something has changed, and I can't say." Immediately, he noticed a figure next to him and turned his head to look. A boy dressed in burgundy and yellow-green feathers followed the butterfly. Looking at Butterfly Shinobu talking to a boy in such a gesture, there was a look of consternation on his face that seemed to rarely appear in normal times. The reason why it can be seen that it rarely appears is because the expression is too stiff, and the corners of the mouth twitch. It must be a boy who usually does not smile, so he makes this expression seem very stiff. "I don't know, I thought I had a facial stroke." "Ah yes, let me introduce you, this is Tsuyu, this is the water column, Tomioka Yoshiyuki," Butterfly Shinobu said. Tsuyu naturally knew that this person still had his friend's Nikki knife tied around his waist. "Hello, Mr. Tomioka, Tsuyu knew that he was just about to greet him, when he saw the consternation on Tomioka's face become even stronger. Even, with a touch of anger. To be recommended, ask for 5-star praise. 2 5-star plus 1 more chapter, no saving, the main thing is desperate. Fight for the few hair left to write the plus. It depends on whether the beautiful boys give this opportunity. Please, good reviews are really important and motivating, and when you see this, give a good review." Chapter 40. From the point where his eyes fell, Tsuyu immediately knew what he saw. Before Tsuyu could speak, the young man in front of him disappeared instantly. Before the others could react, Tomioka Yoshiyuki appeared in front of Tsuyu, his right hand lightening out, and turned to Tsuyu. "Mr. Tomioka, what are you doing?" asked Butterfly Shinobu as she was taken aback. As soon as she finished speaking, she was slightly stunned. Tomioka Yoshi, who had always been calm and without waves, his eyes were red and bloodshot, staring at Tsuyu with wide eyes. His gaze kept moving on his smiling face and the Nikawa knife at his waist. Then I heard him speak in a low voice like a roar. "Whose knife is that you are wearing around your waist?" The others were stunned. Butterfly Shinobu frowned slightly. The knife on Tsuyu's waist was seen by him on the day he returned from Vine Raid Mountain. At that time, I didn't ask much, but now it seems that this knife is actually related to Tomioka Yoshiyuki. Tsuyu did not have any displeasure because of his offensive behavior, but instead smiled and pulled out the Nikawa knife on his waist and threw it at him. "You think right, this is your buddy, the knife of the rabbit." One word, catch the attention of 2 people. Tanjiro not far away also cast a shocked gaze. "Isn't Rabbit the boy who accompanies me to practice swords on the mountain, and the knife in Tsuyujun's hand is actually his? Unbelievable." The hexagonal black blade is the most conspicuous sign, but Tomioka Yoshiyuki clearly remembers that his friend's knife has long been broken. The knife in his hand was not only intact, but also discolored. I obviously remember that the blade of the rabbit was blue. How did it turn black now? Where did you get this knife? Said Tomioka in a low voice, clutching his rabbit knife. The butterfly next to her couldn't help but understand the situation, just watched quietly, but she was also inevitably surprised. It's the first time I've seen Mr. Tomioka have such mood swings, she thought to herself. Suryu's gaze did not dodge in the slightest, and he looked directly at Tomioka Yoshiyuki and said, "Vine attack on the mountain." Tomioka's eyes shrank again, and the point was right. "Then you kill the ghost?" asked Tomioka again. "Yes," Suryu nodded with a smile, and then said, "It can be regarded as helping Mr. Rinteki solve a big problem, otherwise the swordsman wearing his mask will go again in the future." Before he finished speaking, Tomioka Yoshiyuki greeted him with lightning speed, only this time covering Suryu's mouth. He glanced at Tanjiro behind him, and Suryu immediately nodded in understanding. "Let's go and talk," Suryu said. "Good." The two walked into the grove under the puzzled gazes of everyone, both puzzled. "What's going on with them? Just now I thought they were going to fight." "I thought the same, that knife seems to have a different meaning to Lord Shoji. But how could it be with Mr. Suryu?" The reaction of these two was obviously the first time they met. "I don't understand." Tanjiro struggled to get up, and about the teenager who wore a fox mask and trained with him for days, Tanjiro also wanted to know about him. But as soon as he stood up, he was held down by the butterfly. "Your injuries are not light, sit and rest well," Butterfly said with a smile. "But..." Tanjiro looked in the direction where Suryu and the two left, hesitating. "If you want to know something, and then ask. They now make it clear that they don't want to tell anyone else, and you'd better not go up. Moreover, now that so many ghost killer swordsmen are here, you can rest assured that this box of yours is placed here." Butterfly smiled and pointed to the box placed on the side. Tanjiro's face changed. "Indeed, your beans are still in the box, and you can't let others know that the box contains a ghost. At least not yet. You know what's inside, but don't get angry," asked Tanjiro Shinobu towards Butterfly, and since she would say that, it meant she knew there was a ghost inside. As a pillar, it is impossible not to feel the breath of a ghost. The butterfly couldn't help but glance at him with a smile, and then his gaze fell in the direction where Suryu left, and said in an almost murmured voice, "If I had met him before, I might have had a really hard time accepting it. But this is the ghost that Yujun also intends to stay, and I listened to him." Tanjiro on the side blinked, hearing her words full of doubt and surprise. That man named Suryu could actually make a pillar believe him so much, and judging from what Butterfly Shinobu said earlier, it seems that there is another pillar like her, who is very supportive of Suryu. Tanjiro stared at the two blurred figures in the forest, and thoughts popped up in his mind. In the forest. After Tomioka Yoshiyuki listened to Suryu explain the ins and outs of the matter, his clenched fists did not release until the words fell. "So you killed the hand ghost, and then found the rabbit and Maka's knife and brought it back. But how did this rabbit's blade recover, and you, how do you know those things?" Tomioka Yoshiyuki understood that the other party did not intend to tell him so clearly, too. After all, they had not known each other for 5 minutes. He looked up to the sky and sighed. "Rabbit, this can also be regarded as revenge for you." Every time the boy with flesh-colored long hair flashed in his mind, if he didn't die, the current water column would definitely be him. "How good it would have been if I had died, Rabbit he," Tomioka said subconsciously. "Stop, don't you remember what the rabbit said to you before?" Suryu gently patted his cheek with the rabbit knife in his hand, and the handle of the knife lightly patted his cheek. "Rabbit has already told you, can't you say such things again?" Suryu's words made Tomioka Yoshiyuki not come to his senses for a long time. "Why, Why do you know this? Tomioka's pupils were shocked, and even if he was beaten by a stranger who had only met for less than 5 minutes, he could not produce a trace of anger. Instead, he was surprised at what he knew. You don't care about this, don't ask, I won't say if you ask. You just need to know that now you have the strength to become a water column, and stop thinking that you are not qualified to stand with everyone. You are Tomioka Yoshiyuki, you are a water column, remember your identity, and stop pitying yourself. After Suyu finished speaking, he passed by directly, and did not plan to say more. Tomioka Yoshiyuki, who was standing in place, suddenly returned to his senses and quickly turned around and shouted. Mr. Su, about the hand ghost and the rabbit. I understand that neither Mr. Rinteki nor Tanjiro will know. Thank you. Chapter 41. The two walked out of the grove. Everyone was surprised to see that Tomioka Yoshiyuki was actually talking to Suyu very naturally. It is rare to see Tomioka talking to other people, especially someone who has just met. The rabbit knife returned to Suyu's waist. Suyu asked Tomioka Yoshiyuki if he planned to take this knife away, after all, it was a relic of his old friend. But Tomioka Yoshiyuki shook his head, handed the knife to Suyu with extremely serious hands, and said, Since the knife is in your hand, it proves that you have a relationship with it, and I believe that the rabbit will know about it and will be willing to give it to you. Suyu smiled, took it, and tied it around his waist. The pillar that supported him, one more person. The butterfly ninja greeted and said, Yu-jun, I know from the rest of the population that you want to reform the current pillar mechanism. You're too inappropriate, Butterfly rolled her eyes and said angrily, How long have you been here, this ghost-killing team, and you want to change the mechanism that has been passed down over the years? Fortunately, the car was braked, and it was only said that it came to the ghost-killing team. Suyu thought for a while and said, I don't really want to change, but I have such a concept in my heart, if I have the opportunity, I will do it, if there is no chance, it is good that I live in the butterfly house. Ah! Is that so? Butterfly Shinobu was still worried just now, if Suyu was really obsessed with this matter, how would she help him? As a result, it now seems that he is actually so casual. Butterfly Shinobu opened her mouth, swallowed what she wanted to say, and said instead, Okay, tell me if you have any ideas. Okay, what do we do next? Asked Suyu. Then you don't have to worry, Hidden will be taken care of. After Butterfly Shinobu finished speaking, a large number of people immediately rushed up. Covering one's head and face is indeed a hidden style. By the way, Chan Elon hasn't come back yet, I have to go to her first. Suyu was about to walk out, and the butterfly ninja grabbed him and pulled him back to his side. You road idiot still wants to go out and find someone, Butterfly teased, Kana has already solved her battle, I know where she is, I'll take you to find her. As soon as I was about to leave, the grove next to me was stirring. Immediately afterwards, I saw a young girl walking slowly out of the mountain. Behind her, there was also a yellow-haired boy with a blue nose and a swollen face. Suyu turned around and just met the girl's eyes. Yu-jun. When the girl saw Suyu, her face was beaming, and she immediately rushed to him and said, Yu-jun, I just relied on my own ideas, without asking anyone, saved several team members, and killed a disgusting big spider with a human face. Looking at the girl who seemed to be inviting merit, Suyu smiled and reached out to gently touch Xiang Nehu's head. Okay, good, you're amazing, I'll just say you should act more with your own ideas. Suyu's intimate action made Xiang Nei stiffen, and then, the smile on her face became even brighter, and she excitedly told him about her affairs in the mountains. When others saw it, they were envious. The goddess who couldn't say a word to herself all year round, actually opened her chatterbox with Suyu at this time, and it seemed that she couldn't finish talking. And then it is. Suyu moved his gaze behind Xiang Nehu. The face was full of wounds, this kid was actually tied by a rope. What's going on with this kid? was tied with a rope, and his nose was blue and his face was swollen. The injury was obviously beaten by someone, not by a ghost. Ghosts don't beat people to a blue nose and swollen face, they all tear them directly. Xiang Neho heard Silyu say Shanyi, and a look of disgust flashed on his face. Yejun don't need to care about him, this guy deserves it. Saying that, she also walked to Silyu's side, a little farther away from Shanyi. Sensing Xianaihu's movements, Shanyi lowered his head and looked like he had made a mistake. "Tell me, what's going on?" Silyu asked with a smile. I. Shanyi swallowed and didn't hold out a word for a long time. Chineu said, "I met him when I killed the human-faced spider, and this guy was so afraid that he cried out at that time, and when he saw me like he saw a lifesaver, he rushed up directly and wanted to pounce on me, and was directly punched to the ground by me. He did this several times after that, and I simply tied him up and beat him again. Is this guy really a disciple of Lord Naritoku, and he is too timid?" Shanyi couldn't lift his head when he was spoken. The bandaged Tanjiro and Inashuk stood aside, a little unbearable. Seeing Shanyi lowering his head and not speaking, they stepped forward to comfort them. Shanyi. But as soon as they walked in, both of them were stunned. I saw that the corners of Shanyi's mouth were slightly upturned, and I heard him muttering when I got closer. "I'm so happy, it's so happy to be scolded by such a beautiful woman, and finally a girl is willing to talk to me." Tanjiro and Inashuk looked at each other, thinking that this guy was no longer saved. Looking at Shanyi who was muttering there, Silyu was silent for a moment, and stepped forward to whisper in his ear for a moment. Next second, the grinning Shanyi instantly stiffened, slowly raised his eyes, and the muscles on his cheeks seemed to twitch faintly. He stared at Silyu with his eyes, and the words he said were lost in the first tone. "You. Is what you said true?" Others were immediately curious, especially the two of Tanyi. They knew Shanyi, and it was the first time they had seen him show such an expression. Silyu put away the smile on his face, nodded seriously, and he moved out of Tomioka Yoshiyuki, who he had just met, and said, "I do know some things about you, both what you know and what you don't, and Mr. Tomioka knows if it's true or not." Several people turned to look at Tomioka Yoshiyuki, who felt a little uncomfortable with the suddenly gathered gaze, but nodded anyway. "Yes, if he says something that concerns you and you can't believe it, it's better to ask him more or find a chance to verify it." With the personal approval of a column, the level of trust has increased a lot. Just now, Silyu also said something to Tomioka Yoshiyuki in private, and then the relationship between the two improved significantly. Shanyi's face was shocked, not knowing whether to believe it or not. Silyu had just told him that his master Naritoku, Kawahime Sagoro, was about to die. Died shortly after, Seppuku committed suicide. The reason was that his senior brother Takugaku had become a ghost, and Naruto committed suicide by Seppuku in order to apologize. Seppuku is not an instantaneous suicide, the process can be said to be extremely slow. Chapter 42. I didn't even use the wrong person during seppuku, and what a painful process it was. In order to reduce these pains, many people take short wooden knives or wooden fans, simulate seppuku on the abdomen, and then directly cut off the head by the person holding the long knife. Silyu said that Mingzhu would do such a thing, and Shanyi had no doubt that this process was fake. If the thing is true, with that little old man's stubborn personality, he can really do such a thing. Tanyu. Shanyi's body suddenly began to tremble, it was because of the trembling caused by extreme anger. A soft sound. The rope that bound him broke abruptly. Chanel was slightly surprised, did he have the ability to untie the rope by himself, so why had he been tied by himself before, and still showed that cowardly look? Is what he said true? Shanyi asked Silyu the question just now, this time he looked directly at Silyu and looked at each other, and he asked the question very seriously. Yes, it's true. Silyu nodded. This bastard, I'm going to slaughter him, and he actually betrayed the trust of his master and turned into a ghost. I definitely can't spare him." Shanyi almost roared, his expression very hideous. "Mingzhu, that little old man, is already his only relative. No, I'm going to go to the master now, find Tamagaku and slaughter him." Zenji turned to leave, although Tanjiro and Inashuk didn't know what Suyu had said to him. But he can also see that he is angry at the moment, and what he is doing is easy without much thought, and quickly stops him. "Chanel, tie him up," Suyu called lightly. Shanna did not hesitate at all, took out a roll of rope from nowhere, and tied Shanyi in place at once. This time, Chanel was tied more solidly, and so strong that he couldn't even move his head. "Suya-jun, what do you mean by this?" shouted Shanyi with a struggle. He struggled to break free of the rope, but found that the power points on his body were actually bound by the rope. Shanyi looked at the smiling girl with pink and purple eyes in front of him in horror. "She actually saw through the muscle parts of my strength at the moment I just exerted my strength, and then directly reinforced me with ropes." Suyu came over, patted him on the shoulder, and sighed. "Nerd, he is now on the wind, just with you now, how can you beat him?" Whether they were watching the excitement or busy with things, they were all fixed in place, looking at Suyu dumbfounded. Butterfly Shinobu and Kana looked at each other, and they both saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. This is the first time that Suyu wants to tell what he knows in front of others. Shanyi asked the question that everyone wanted to know, "How do you know this?" Everyone was looking forward to what Suyu would say next. Or is he some hidden force that even the ghost-killing team does not know, and has been investigating ghosts, or maybe he is a ghost? Otherwise, when it comes to the 12 ghost months, especially the specific position changes in the 12 ghost months, how can normal people know this kind of thing? Otherwise, the latter, this will be the most powerful ghost they have ever dealt with. Suyu suddenly stretched out his finger to the sky. Everyone looked at the sky suspiciously. What did it mean? Suyu's voice suddenly became loud and startled. I am an immortal in heaven and below. I was framed by villains, my meridians were abolished, my sect was retreated. And I was left in exile on earth, helpless. Fortunately, the heavens are endless, giving me the ability to penetrate all things in the world, so that I can know everything and can kill back to heaven. Give me 1 million yen each, and I will tell you in detail about my revenge plan." Jing, everyone looked at Suyu blankly, and some people subconsciously touched their wallets, really intending to count the money, but they were held down by the people next to them. "You're stupid, can't you hear him talking nonsense? I still feel it, the immortals in the sky, imagining it. Yes, this story is really good. If Mr. Suyu is not a swordsman, I am afraid that writing this story will be able to live for eternity." This matter was directly brought over by Suyu. Looking at the people who were enthusiastically discussing this setting, Suyu patted Shanyi's shoulder and said, "After a while, there is a joint training of columns, where you may be able to meet the master of the Ghost Killer team, and then you can ask this question. For now, provided that you can be selected to join, come on." Mingzhu's death is also a small pimple in Suyu's heart. I also felt bad when I read the manga. It's just that if you want to let yourself change his death, Suyu doesn't have such deep feelings for that little old man, so he can only give this task to Shanyi. This is his master, and it is better to leave it to him to solve it himself. "Well, I'll definitely fight for it," said Shanyi with clenched fists and firmly. Looking at Shanyi's fighting spirit, Suyu also relaxed a lot, patted him on the shoulder, turned around and left with the 2 pillars and Zione. After that, the aftermath was handled by the logistics organization height of other swordsmen and ghost-killing teams. Butterfly Shinobu and Tomioka Yoshiyuki still had things to do for the column, so they didn't chat with Suyu much and left quickly. Only Suyu and Shanahu, as well as Tanyi, returned to the butterfly house. Because Shanyi was not injured, he went back to his residence to prepare for the task, but he had to wait for the joint training of the pillars to begin. and the two of them were placed in a place to live, and they were taken care of by Xiao Aoi. After placing them, Yu also planned to go back to his small courtyard to rest. Yu coughed lightly. Should you go back? I want to stay with you for a while, I'll be bored when I go back. Although these words are small, but around them quietly, how can Yu not hear them? Seeing that the girl insisted on not leaving, Yu couldn't help her, and didn't know what was wrong with her, so he said, I really can't take you, it just so happens that there is still a little goat milk left in my family, and it is not impossible for you to drink some milk tea and then leave. Kanaho's expression suddenly became happy. Yu sighed in his heart. This little girl will not directly say that she wants to go in, so she uses this aggrieved little girl posture to arouse her conscience. This little girl is really talented. Xiang Nai, who stepped forward and was about to push the door open, Yu suddenly stopped her. Wait. Xiang Nai looked at him suspiciously, his expression was a little panicked. Could it be that he suddenly repented and did not plan to let himself in? Kana looked in the direction she was pointing, and she saw under the door a thin hair stuck to the door, broken in half. Chapter 43. The clever Chanel immediately figured out what this hair did. It was Yu who went out and stained on it. As long as someone else came to open his door, this hair would break. Has anyone been in? The two looked at each other and nodded. Yu was in front, took the lead in pushing open the door and walked in. The two of them swept their eyes around the courtyard. There was no ambush. And in the main house, there are two people's shadows. Without concealing it, the light of the oil lamp reflects the number of people. What does this mean? Yu boldly pulled the door forward. After seeing the people inside, he and Shanna were both shocked, and the latter also knelt down on one knee at this moment. Yu did not have this kind of action of hers, but instead smiled. I really didn't expect that the master of the ghost-killing team would actually come to me personally, not afraid that Ghost Mai Suji would kill you without tragedy. Tianyan was very dissatisfied with Yu's attitude, and his eyebrows were upturned, and he was about to open his mouth to reprimand. Yoro Yashiki next to her patted her arm to signal her to calm down. Please forgive me for being uninvited. Yaya's emotions were well controlled, and there were no fluctuations because of Yu's words, and said with a smile. You know more than I thought, do you mind talking? You are not afraid of danger to come out to find me, if I push you away, wouldn't it be very rude? You wait a bit, I'll go make you a pot of milk tea, you shouldn't have drunk it, right? After that, Yu turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Xiangnei stood in place a little at a loss, hesitated for a while, bowed to Yaya and the two, and then followed Yu. When Yu went to the kitchen, Yaya asked Tianyan, what kind of person is Mr. Yu? Tianyan organized the language and said, about 18 or 9 years old, about 1 meter 8, with short black dry hair, eyes like stars, and face like a knife. It is worthy of being a person who Shinobu and her stepson, as well as Miri, are secretly agreed, and such appearance, combined with his outstanding ability, is also a rare existence among the pillars of the ages. Yaya gave a very high evaluation. But he was so rude, how could he say that kind of thing? Tianyan was quite critical of Yu's words just now. Yaya instead waved his hand and said, didn't you pay attention, what he just said, he knows that I have been hiding from the ghost dance Suji without misery. Hearing this, Tianyan reacted and stretched out his hand to cover his red lips, with an unstoppable shock. Ghost Mai Suji has been looking for the master of the ghost-killing team, which is also the top secret of the location of the swordsmith village. Their secrets, which seem to be worthless in front of this young man's eyes, could be said casually. When he comes back and talks to him, I really want to know how much else he knows. Well. 10 minutes later. Yu came back with a tray with 4 cups, and one person shared a cup. Come, this is a drink I make, black tea with goat's milk and a little cane sugar, I call it milk tea. Milk tea? Very peculiar aroma. Yaya picked up the cup, his eyebrows a little surprised. Tianyan, who had just been quite critical of Suyu, couldn't stand the sweet smell, said I'm sorry, and took the teacup and took a sip. This little woman who had just been a little resentful, after the milk tea entered her throat. Her frowning brows instantly relaxed, turning into an unconcealable surprise. Curious taste, the aroma of goat's milk is all over the mouth, the sweetness of cane sugar is slightly bitter under the black tea, it looks sweeter. Su-Yejun, is this what you came up with? Tianyan took another sip and sighed, it's really good, if this can be made on a large scale, it must be a good commercial drink. As he spoke, Tianyan began to talk to himself about the business process of milk tea, and Suyu was a little stunned by the detailed content. It turns out that Tianyan is still a very business-minded woman, it seems that due to the length of the comics, she can't show her wisdom much. Sorry, see the smile, the insider is like this, when she encounters things that interest her, she will talk like this is indeed a very delicious drink. Yaya said apologetically. It's okay, Suyu said, you came to me just right, I also have something I want to tell you, your crow should have conveyed it to you, right? Yaya's face appeared helpless, it seems that nothing can be concealed from your thoughts. Do you know that my crow is also on the scene? This, of course, includes what Suyu said about changing the column system. Right. Suyu nodded. He doesn't want to hide too much, facing the master of the ghost-killing team, the right exposure is more conducive to getting what he wants. So do you already have an accurate idea? Asked Yaya. Well, I can tell you about it. In the face of Yaya, Suyu knows the other party's personality, and he can hide it when talking to others, and there is no need for him. You know, the members of the Ghost Killer Squad die more than they upgrade. I plan to redivide the level of the Ghost Killer team members into elementary, medium, high, and pillar, and the position of the column must also have a specific rank. This involves a key concept, the swordsman three-piece. Suyu paused, giving Yaya time to digest. Now, not to mention Yaya, even Tianyan, who was immersed in the taste of milk tea on the side, also turned his attention over. She even took out a pen and paper and began to record what Suyu said. Suyu continued. This so-called swordsman three-piece set, the first refers to the markings, which can greatly increase physical fitness, but it requires a body temperature of 39 degrees and a heartbeat of more than 200, which is also a great side effect, and it is difficult to live past 25 years old after opening. The second is the hiss word, combining temperature, grip strength, and breathing method, so that the temperature of the weapon rises and the weapon turns red, and the heater can limit the regeneration speed of the ghost. Finally, there is the transparent world, similar to perspective, through the musculoskeletal movement of the human body to see through the enemy's attack method, and predict the action, without any side effects, that is, it is very necessary to understand. The current pillars are still too weak, each quarter moon has several or even a dozen pillars of life in his hands, and his combat effectiveness is seriously higher than that of the 9 pillars. It is no exaggeration to say that the current 9 pillars meet 6 windings, and even if they don't need to be wound to all the members, the columns will be completely destroyed. Tianyan is still writing hard, and during this period, he did not forget to take the time to pick up the milk tea cup and take a sip of milk tea. Yaya took a long breath, with irrepressible approval on his face, and said, "The things you know are really beyond my imagination, I have never heard of these things, can you tell me how I got it?" Suyu smiled, not answering his doubt. Yaya saw that he didn't want to say more, so he asked. "According to what you just said, the benefits and difficulty of opening these 3 sets should be the best cultivation of the Hideo, followed by the transparency of the world and the markings. These markings are not easy to learn, you say you will not live to be 25 years old." Suyu expressed his opinion about the markings. "I think it should be that the physical fitness of the swordsman himself is not strong enough, and the markings are a prerequisite for the limit of the human body, and then go to the next level. Therefore, when the swordsman made this marking, which was beyond the limits of their bodies, the body continued to decay, basically until the human body reached the age of 25, until the human body died. These are not said in the comics, purely Suryu's personal understanding. The manga only says that anyone who opens the markings will not live to be 25 years old, but the ghost-destroying ceiling Ji Koyuanyi lived to be 80 years old. But after all, it was a ceiling-level figure, who could blast 1,800 pieces of meat by Ghost Maisuji without tragedy, and cut off more than 1,500 of them on the spot with a knife in an instant. There is only one such demon-level swordsman so far. Suryu may not be able to do this kind of thing now, he can only cut out a large area of high-damage sword skills now. This kind of delicate sword technique, his control of the sword has not reached that level. Oh? That's interesting. Yaya's fingers tapped lightly on the table, still recalling what Suryu had just said. Suryu continued. So, I want to divide the current 9 pillars into the upper 3 pillars, the middle 3 pillars, and the lower 3 pillars. All the existing pillars have been relegated to the ranks of high swordsmen. The joint training of the pillars has a very clear goal, cultivating the Hiss word. Chapter 44. Demotion all the current column members? That's an unprecedented event. But after listening to Suryu's words, Yaya felt that there was no problem. The strength of the column and the winding are indeed too different. On the human side, the pillars look very awesome, but on the winding side, they have a super high record of defeating several or even a dozen pillars per ghost. Such a difference, in fact, the column is really not strong. I agree with you, but there is also a question, what are you going to do with the upgrades of the swordsman? Asked Yaya. It's the same to kill ghosts to get promoted. Suryu took a sip of milk tea to moisten his throat, and continued. Killing 10 is elementary, killing 20 is medium, and reaching a high-level swordsman requires killing a lower string, which is something that the original pillar can easily do. But winding, that's the other way around, and it's the ghost's turn to kill the column. Therefore, the new pillar must master at least one 3-phase force, and I call these 3 abilities into the 3-phase force. The power of 3 phases. This unique title, Yaya feels very good. Very good, I agree with your statement. Next, let's inform everyone in the column joint training. Suryu nodded. Then the two talked about some details again. Originally late at night, dawn emerged, and the sky hung with a touch of fish belly white. Finally, Yaya bowed respectfully to Suryu. Surya-jun, thank you for telling me so much. If such a great gift is shown to others, it will definitely set off huge waves. Suryu also wiped his nose embarrassed, and said, It's okay, I originally wanted to talk to you, you came just to save trouble, but then I have to trouble you. The next thing is all little things, don't worry about it. Yaya slapped his chest and smiled, with an unprecedented ease in his tone. I'll send you. Suryu was about to get up, but he felt that his right shoulder was a little heavy, and when he looked away, he noticed that Ziane fell asleep on his shoulder at some point. Just said too much, Suryu didn't notice that she fell asleep on her own. No need to send it, you take care of Chanel. Tianyan said for Yaya, and then she helped Yaya to leave. Suryu watched the two leave. Looking at the girl who fell asleep on her own, Suryu shook her head helplessly. It seems that this girl is also tired. Suryu gently let her fall into his arms, and then hugged her horizontally, and at that moment, he seemed to feel the body of the girl in his arms stiffen. But it soon disappeared, and Suryu didn't care too much. I went into the bedroom and made her bed, let her sleep there, and went outside to simply lie down on the tatami mat and slept. He didn't know that as soon as the bedroom door closed, Chanel's closed eyes suddenly opened, and his head tilted towards the door. A crimson flew on her face, and she thought that Suryu would sleep next to her, but she didn't expect him to go out very gentlemanly. Shanahu, what are you thinking? Actually want to sleep with boys, it's really not like words. Xiane was so shy that she directly covered the quilt over her head, and the Silyu smell from the quilt made her feel at ease and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted from the wee hours of the morning to the sunset that day. Silyu yawned and opened his eyes, and found that he was covered with a blanket. When I went to the bedroom, I saw that the quilts inside were neatly folded in the corner of the room. When did you leave? Silyu scratched his butt and yawned to wash. As soon as he walked out, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Xiang Nehu saw Silyu, who was scratching his butt. His cheeks were slightly red, and he came in with a bowl of porridge and a few side dishes, and said, "Yu Jun, let's eat something." "Oh, well, wait for me to wash up." After Silyu finished washing, he immediately came out to eat. Xianahu supported her chin with her hand next to her, and there was only tenderness in her eyes when she looked at the boy in front of her. "By the way, what did you bring together?" "Oh yes, Yu Jun, look at this." She handed over a piece of paper with the words Ghost Killer Team written on the top, which looked like a newspaper circulating inside the ghost killing team. Looking at the text, Silyu almost didn't spew out the porridge in his mouth. The rank of all the ghost killing team has changed. The swordsmen are divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced and pillars. All the original pillars are demoted to senior swordsmen. Joint training of pillars will be held in 3 days, and all members can sign up. There will be super skill information announced. Within a day, Yeyu resolutely turned the things that Silyu had talked about with him all night into reality. This kind of efficiency made Silyu speechless. "Isn't that making a noise?" asked Silyu. "Yes," said Chanel, standing beside him with her back to her back, fragrant and smiling. There was a lot of noise outside, and the reaction to this matter was not small, but fortunately, it was all positive, and many people felt that the original level was too long, and now it is just right. But... Silyu's heart hung in the air. He was most afraid of this pause turn. Wouldn't it be that there is a die-hard fan of any pillar who does not approve of the brother/sister of the TA family dropping his position and planning to make trouble, right? Kana saw that he was stunned and knew what he was thinking, and smiled gently, "But this kind of pillar is gone, but you don't master the sword. In this case, you will become the only pillar in the team." Silyu was stunned. This unfolding is not what he wants, the only pillar of the ghost-killing team. It sounds very awesome. But Silyu knew that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Being the chief swordsman in the ghost-killing team brings a lot of responsibility. He didn't think about taking on the position of pillar at all, he just wanted to keep a diary in peace and brush his presence here with girls by the way. Silyu quickly explained, "I don't have any plans to make a column." "Ah, didn't you think about it?" said Kana, tilting her head in confusion, as if she didn't believe it and was somewhat expected. Silyu said helplessly, "I can just give it occasionally, when the pillar." "Forget it." After he finished speaking, he saw that the expression on Xianehu's face was not right, and he immediately saw that she pointed to the newspaper in her hand. Silyu looked down and saw a loud lying groove. The newspaper read, "Junior Swordsman Silyu, who has slashed the lower string and mastered one of the 3 phase powers, will participate in training as a special teacher of the Pillar Joint Conference." Under Xiane's happy gaze, the corners of Silyu's mouth twitched wildly. This Nemas. He actually became the only pillar. Obviously he just wants to keep a diary safely. Why does he always have this inexplicable reputation? Silyu had a black line. He really wanted to say, "I really just want to write a quiet diary." Yu Jun, congratulations, come on." Silyu pulled out a smile stiffly, not knowing how to answer. In this case, wouldn't he be targeted by those 9 pillars? Chapter 45. The 3 pillars of Shinobu, Miri, and Yiyang said that the other people had not yet met, and they were deprived of their positions because of themselves. This. Silyu rubbed his temples, a little headache. Ding! Mission activation. Each member who teaches will get one of the 3 sets of swordsmen. Mission reward: randomly get the same world reward for existing things. This mission can only be completed 3 times. The system prompt echoed in Suryu's ears. When Suryu heard this, his heart jumped violently, and he almost didn't jump out of his chest. This task, although it is very difficult, the temptation is great. There are already items. What I have now are the Nikawa Saber, Enchantment, and Solan Kendo, which means that I can randomly extract one from the same worldview from these 3 things later. This task should not be too difficult for him. After all, he still has 5 rewards that are useless for killing the next quarter moon. Among them, physical enhancement and respiratory attainment improvement are very good. Suryu had used it once to get his current physical fitness, and he was at the forefront of the crowd of swordsmen. If you add 2 more physical improvements, I don't know to what extent it will be improved. When Suryu appeared, a small hand dangled in front of his eyes. "Yu-jun, what are you thinking?" asked Shanahu. Suryu came back to his senses and coughed dryly. "I'm thinking about how I can help everyone." "Yu-jun, isn't this a very simple thing?" Zione said with a smile, "What the ghost killing team needs is combat experience. Yu-jun, you are so strong, isn't it good to conduct actual combat training with everyone? You can fight with the masters, and the progress is not slow." "Ah, that's all it looks like." Suryu nodded helplessly. More theoretical way, he certainly does not understand. If you want to say that your biggest advantage is being able to fight, it's also good to start fighting directly. "Okay then, I'll talk to Yaya later, let him organize it." About this, Kana glanced at him with a smile, and then looked at the courtyard door. Suryu looked at her, and then at the entrance of the courtyard, and his eyes suddenly widened. "Wouldn't it?" He got up and walked quickly to the courtyard door, and when he looked out, the whole person froze in place. What is the situation when there is a long queue at the entrance of the courtyard? Standing in the first place, there are actually 2 pillars. No, it should be said that it is the original pillar at this time. "Are you the pillar Suryu, the only newly promoted pillar? I want to challenge you, let's have a good fight." The first to speak was a young man with yellow hair and red hair, looking at Suryu with big eyes and vitality. "Big brother." Suryu felt helpless. The person in front of him is the original fire pillar, Purgatory Kyo's hero, and is also commonly known as Big Brother, the first pillar to die. "I can understand that you want to fight, but what the hell is this road pillar?" "It won't be a road, idiot's road." "I haven't decided what to call it. A pillar, don't mess with me." "Return a road pillar, why not call it a lamp post? Standing on the side of the road at night to shine." "Although Lyuju doesn't look as gorgeous as I thought, but I heard that you used the 3-Dao flow, it's really interesting. I feel that I can have a very gorgeous battle with my second Dao flow," said the original sound pillar. "Ulu Tianyuan." Suryu looked at him silently and did not say anything. It is these 2 pillars who rush back now, and they are also the strongest in battle. However, Suryu didn't have time to play with them now, and just about to refuse, a systematic voice sounded in his mind. "Please defeat the 2 pillars within 30 minutes, otherwise it will be considered a failure. Mission reward, double knife evolution opportunity ×1. Good guy, this can trigger the opportunity, feelings that my double knife has become an evolutionary material." Although Suryu was helpless in his heart, the fact that the double knife could evolve was still very attractive to him. Looking at the long line behind them, they all came to find themselves to discuss. It seems that there are many people who are not convinced that they have just joined the ghost killing team and become pillars, and plan to test themselves. Now, defeating the 2 original pillars should be able to deter these people and reduce the problem. "Okay, change places, it's not easy to fight here." Hearing that Suryu agreed to the fight request, many people were in an uproar. He really dares to take it. Although it is a competition, Yanzu and Yinzu are not people who will keep their hands in the competition, How can Suryajun fight this? I guess I'll have to take a long break. While everyone was talking, Suryu spoke again. I'm in a hurry, you two go together. The words fell. The crowd, who had just been noisy, suddenly quieted down. The wind blew across everyone's faces, and they looked at Suryu's eyes as if they were looking at a fool. Xiang Nehu's face was wrong when she heard this, and she quickly ran out and whispered beside Suryu. Yu Jun, don't be impulsive, Lord Yanzu is still the master of Sister Lianzu. Suryu gave her a reassuring look, then looked at Yin Yan Erju and asked, how is it, take it. The people around couldn't stand. Hey, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you're invincible if you kill a lower string, this kind of thing is also easy for the two adults Yanzu and Yinzu. What do you say if you lose? Apologize to them if you lose, admit your ignorance, and leave Shanahu. Under everyone's words, Suryu still maintained a faint smile, and Yan Erju realized that he was not joking, and his expression was a lot more solemn. Seriously, said Purgatory Kyojuro. Don't say such things in order to show off in front of girls, the two of us won't keep our hands, but we don't want you to start gorgeous and end embarrassed. Yulu Tianyuan said. Suryu just smiled, nodded immediately, and said. Of course, I don't have much time, let's solve it in 30 minutes as soon as possible, go, I'll take you to the martial arts training platform. Saying that, Suryu really met everyone's gaze and walked directly out. After walking a few steps, Suryu turned to look at Yin Yan Erju, who was still standing in place, and said. Why don't you go? Don't fight, he said before noticing that the other people's eyes were also a little strange. Immediately, Ziona quickly walked to his side with a red face, and under the envious eyes of many boys, she grabbed his wrist and walked in another direction. You're going in the wrong direction, the martial arts training platform is in the other direction. Suryu's cheeks were hot. Just talking like that, Suryu didn't feel anything, but now that he was going in the wrong direction, he felt that he couldn't wait to find a slit to get into. The eyes of everyone now are even more lethal than when he said that just now. Everyone looked at Xiang Nai and led Suryu to leave, and thought in unison. It turns out that Suryu is really lost. Chapter 46. Wutai. A platform less than 15 meters in diameter. Normally very few people come, but now it is crowded. The people who had nothing to do at hand, those who were nearby, all ran to see. Just because of the huge change in the rank, and the only pillar on the new list actually had to challenge two original pillars at a time. Yan Pillar and Sound Pillar, the number of ghosts killed by these two people was among the best among the 9 pillars. A considerable number of people in Butterfly Curie were still saved by them, and their gratitude to the two is immeasurable and they are very respectful. Now hearing a newcomer who has just joined the team for less than 7 days and has become a pillar say such words, it is inevitable to cause common indignation. The shouts around were all applause for Yin Yan Erju. Yan Pillar. Yan Pillar. Yan Pillar. Sound Pillar. Sound Pillar. Sound Pillar. The two torrents of sound converged together, and the momentum rushed straight into the sky. Many people looked at the second pillar of Yin Yan in the field feverishly. This was the first time they saw the two pillars so close and for a long time, and the excitement in their hearts turned into a shout throughout the audience. Soon, someone noticed that there was only the support of the second pillar of Yin Yan in the field, and Suryu's side was completely absent. The surrounding crowd became more and more excited, and the fanatical shouts were endless. Under everyone's discussion, Xiang Nehu's eyes stood firmly on Suryu's side, and she was not moved by the whispers of others. Look, there are too few people there in Suryu. Wait, isn't that stepson Kanahu, as the stepson of Lord Insect Pillar, shouldn't she stand on the side of the original 9 pillars? How could she stand there with Suryu? What the hell? That's a mask, right? Lying in the groove, under the mask is another beautiful beauty? Is there really no shortage of beautiful women around this kid? The shout from the side of Yin Yan Ursha came to Suryu's side. Inashuk heard that he was about to cut people immediately. You actually say I'm beautiful? Brother Pig, forget it. Tanjiro next to him hugged his waist, quickly comforted, and then looked at the other party and said worriedly. The other party is really a lot of people, this temporary showdown, how can the other party even hold the flag in his hand? Ahead, you can even see someone conducting the chorus. Tone sound, sound column. Sound sound, sound column, shouted several people in unison. Yinzu Yulu Tianyuan looked at this scene, hugged his hands to his chest, and nodded with satisfaction. This is the gorgeous opening that suits me. Well, not bad, everyone is very energetic, then I have to cheer up too, said Purgatory Kyojuro with wide eyes and a smile. Opposite. There was no movement on Suryu's side. Kanahu, Tanjiro, Inashuk, Suryu only has these three people around him. Just with the momentum before the opening, Suryu had already lost more than half. Yajun, don't you really need me to go together? Xiang Nai looked at Suryu tirelessly doing warm-up exercises that they had never seen before, and there was unstoppable worry in her beautiful eyes. Suryu was doing the third set of National Elementary School students' radio gymnastics and said with a smile. It's okay, just a team to negotiate, and they were originally looking for me. What is the matter if you follow that? Don't worry, I'll be alone. Looking at the almost one-sided applause around him and the applause for himself, Suryu twisted his neck. Okay, I'm going. Saying that, he slammed the soles of his feet on the ground and jumped into the air, and after spinning in mid-air, he landed steadily. Seeing that he really stepped into the middle of the room, the fiery height around him reached a new high. Many people didn't know that Suryu suddenly became a pillar, and he was the only pillar, and the booze around him reached the highest point. Suryu stood in the middle of the scene with a smile on his face, and the look of nonchalance stung them even more, so that the boos were even louder. These guys, fight well, what are you doing here? Said Inashuk indignantly, his hands already touching the double knives, his eyes sweeping directly over the faces of those who applauded. Next to him, Tanjiro sighed, helpless to the scene in front of him, while his hand was pulling Inashuk. Save this guy, a pig, rush and run out. At that time, it will turn from 1 to 2 to 4 dozen and dozens of people into a big melee. Suddenly, knock. The drums suddenly sounded behind several of them. The three turned their heads in amazement, and saw a few big drums placed behind them at an unknown time, and the person who took the lead in beating the drums turned out to be Arena, the medical team. After a short drum beat, immediately after, the loud sound of shakuhachi and the sound of the drum sounded. The melodious and dynamic rhythm lasted about 30 seconds, suppressing the shouts of everyone on the other side. Suryu turned around, heard the music, and saw the comer. He was both helpless and moved. These guys actually engaged in such a big battle. A laugh sounded behind Channa several people. Hey, you guys are too unexcited, how can this motivate Sujun who plays? Arena, who was wearing a strong suit, her long hair was tied up with a headband, and she didn't have the original lady costume, but instead gave people a heroic and sassy feeling. One of the people who played the drums was her. And she was beside her. Xiao Aoi, the three little ones of Butterfly House, most of the medical staff of the Butterfly House, and the grade A swordsman who participated in the mission of Nadianchan that day, everyone came. Hey, let's cheer for Suryajun. This guy actually dares to challenge two pillars at once, it's too strong. Xiang Nai lightly covered her red lips, and her beautiful eyes were a little moved. You guys, you are actually here. And Tanjiro and Inashuk, two children living in the mountains, were so surprised by the shocking drums and melodies in front of them that they kept saying, it's nice to hear. Hehe, Sujun is in trouble, how can we not come to support the field? Kana pursed her lips and smiled. As soon as I heard the news, I expected this kind of atmosphere, so I took out the Wateko drum and shakuhachi that I used at home for the new year. This young lady actually thought of this layer. Helped a lot, thank you. Kana said gratefully. What? Irina waved her hand and shouted at Suyu in the field, Sujun, we are all here to cheer you on. Originally calm, his mood was also mobilized by the support of his companions. He exhaled a long breath, his eyes shining. I feel like burning my youth. He picked up the weapons and tools of this competition, 3 wooden knives, weighed one of them, and shouted towards the second pillar of yin yang not far away. Don't you need a real knife? This wooden knife may not be too durable. Yulu Tianyuan waved his hand and said. This wooden knife is a special wood, no less hard than iron, just use it. Yes, if I miss and hurt you, that's not good. Purgatory Kyojuro said. He didn't underestimate Suyu, but he wasn't talking big, he just said what he thought in his heart. Hearing this, Suyu smiled, said no more, and took a fighting stance. Seeing his posture, many people couldn't help but laugh. What's the situation with a knife in your mouth? This new pillar is really a novelty, the knife in his mouth bites like this, can he withstand the masseter muscles? I don't understand, how do you use this force? Chapter 47. Suddenly, a large number of boos sounded in the field. All are booing Suyu, thinking that Suyu is just a noisy clown. Who do you think will win? A sudden chuckle sounded around Chanel. Several of them replied in unison. Of course it's Yujun, Suya-jun, he's very powerful. After speaking, they realized that something was wrong. Turning their heads, the person who spoke made their pupils shrink, and they knelt down directly on one knee. Lord! The person who spoke was actually Yaya Shiki Yaya. Lord! When others saw Yaya, the shock in their hearts was indescribable, and all the pieces of black pressure knelt down. How could the Lord be here? An ordinary discussion actually alarmed the Lord Gong? And the Lord Gong actually stood on Suyu's side. Is it ordinary condolences, or support? Oh, Yaya, you're here too. Suyu smiled and beckoned to him, which immediately attracted everyone's dissatisfaction. Hey, what does it mean to see the Lord not kneeling? Also call the Lord by his name, don't go too far. Such an impolite person can actually be a pillar? I am the first to disagree. Yes, cancel the pillar position, leave Shanna. Leave Irina. The shouts that gradually went astray made Suyu speechless for a while. Are you really here to boycott yourself? This is clearly to see the excitement. At this time, Yaya moved, and he raised his right hand and shook it in the air. The noisy surroundings suddenly fell silent. Guys, I just want to hear a fair and just contest, you don't need to care about me, don't affect the mood of the swordsman in the field. Lord, how can this be, how can you just come out like this? Ulu Tianyuan stood beside Yaya and said worriedly. Yes, it's too dangerous. Purgatory Kyojuro also stood beside him and echoed. Suyu turned his head, and the 2 figures who were standing not far in front of him were empty. When did these 2 people flash to Yaya's side? Hearing this, Yaya smiled and said. There are 4 original pillars, dozens of swordsmen, and a new pillar. If this lineup can put me in danger, then what else must exist in our ghost-killing team? Besides, aren't you very resistant to Suya-jun? I'll come, he should be able to be a little more serious. You guys should have a good try of the strength of the first person to ascend the 9 pillars after this rank update. Yaya's words, the field was quiet. A moment later, the speech exploded instantly. Really fake, Lord is actually so optimistic about Suyu. They were all present in person, is there anything more concerned about the operation? I went, looking at the past, I had never heard of the deeds of the Lord of the ghost-killing team at the scene when there was a pillar competition. Is this Suyu really capable, actually making Lord so optimistic about him? I don't believe it, he must have played some little trick to deceive Lord. You are Usama, don't let him go. Yeya's words completely brought the atmosphere of this battle to the top. Suryu's cheeks twitched. He was not afraid of losing, but he was just stared at by so many people, and he felt very uncomfortable. "Well, you are a Yeya, me like this, you remember me?" Suryu said with a bitter smile in his heart. "It turns out that this guy of yours came to draw hatred for me, and I thought it was really to support me. Are you supporting me, or do you think that their fire against me is not big enough? And you specially came to arch the fire?" Yeya smiled slightly, and those invisible eyes fell on Suryu's face in the field, as if he sensed the expression on the latter's face. "Go ahead, you two," he said to Yanyan Erju. "I will never disappoint Lord," answered Yanyan Erju in unison, flashing back into the field. Facing the roaring wave, Purgatory Kyojuro asked, "Who goes first?" "I'll come, of course. Duo Deo Lu must fight with Duo Lu first. This guy does seem to have some skills, I'll try him first." Yolo Tianyuan held a wooden knife with the same shape as his own Nikki Deo, and looked at Suryu's eyes full of heat. Since he is a person recognized by the Lord, then this weird multi-knife flow posture may really bring a different feeling. "Come!" Yolo Tianyuan shouted, his feet were forceful, and his body catapulted towards Suryu. This blow, straight to the front. "Come well, compare with strength, then compare with you." Suryu's eyes flickered, others looked down on themselves, the words were all said to that, and he didn't plan to hide too much. There was no dodge, the front of the knife was just blowing. Boom! 4 knives bombarded. Both of them were shaken apart by the chi wave generated by the collision of the blade. Suryu raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked down at the ground where he was standing before. The hard ground has cracked into cobweb-like cracks. The muscles on this guy's body are really not decorations, and the strength is greater than expected. This attack, Suryu was not afraid to smile back, and there was a glint in his eyes. He understood some information about his body. For example, physical strength. Yolo Tianyuan looked at Suryu with a happy face, a little stunned. The other party resisted his own strength head-on, and there was actually nothing at all? No wonder dare to say that two people go together. It is worthy of being a new pillar with many swords. Sure enough, there are 2 brushes, I don't keep my hand. As soon as Yolo Tianyuan's words were finished, Suryu sensed a dangerous aura rushing towards him. Sound breath, Ichino type boom. With Yolo Tianyuan's violent drink, his muscles seemed to swell in a circle. The strength this time is far greater than before. Lord Yinzu actually used the battle technique directly, he was planning a quick victory. Ulu Tianyuan's attack was not only fast, but also extremely terrifying. This move, Sound Breath 1 type, was enough to blast the thick ground out of a big pit. They all seemed to see the embarrassed picture of Suryu being beaten away. "Use combat techniques when you come up, this," said Suryu Fang, a famous swordsman who couldn't sit still. Arena and Tanjiro both pinched their sweat, and only Kana smiled and said, "There is no problem with this level of attack, Yu Junhee, but he has a 3-knife flow that is not weaker than any current combat technique." Chapter 48. The engine of this chapter is launched, and the humble author asks for 5 stars online. The 2 of them can even feel that when the other party swings his knife, he actually drives their knife to the side. In the eyes of others, it was Suryu who resisted their sword with a knife, but Yanyan Erja could feel that Suryu was guiding them, in which way and strength, they could make their tricks go to a higher level. This man, very powerful. Purgatory Kyojuro nodded secretly. A dozen back and forth. "It's almost over." Suryu's voice sounded in the ears of the 2. In the next second, a terrifying force suddenly came from Suryu Zhang. Ulu Tianyuan and Purgatory Kyo's hero subconsciously raised their knives to block, but when they felt that powerful force was transmitted from the opponent's knife to their own knife, they disappeared. "We have used this knife for so many years, even if we smash it with stones, we are actually interrupted like this." Everyone stared at the field, talking about it. Looking at the wood chips in the field, Yu looked at the wooden knife handle promoted in his hand, and smiled lightly with a little regret. Ah, the knives are broken, it seems that we are a draw, it seems that it is still too difficult to win the 2 pillars, don't fight, don't fight. Yu smiled at the two, then turned around and walked off the stage and returned to the group of people. Ah, a draw. To be able to draw with the 2 pillars, even if it is a competition, it is very strong. Especially the kind of knife cutting out of the knife chi combat technique, this is too handsome. Looking at Yu, who was surrounded by Xiong Nehu's group of people, Yin Yan Erzha glanced at each other. They lost. They can actually shatter the blade without hurting us, so strong to control it, said Yolo Tianyuan in disbelief. Purgatory Kyo's hero next to him nodded, his eyes stared at Yu's back without blinking, and the shock in his heart was not small. He has the strength to easily defeat us, and I have no problem with him serving as the new 9 pillars. He was surrounded by Chanel, discussing tonight a celebration of his becoming a new pillar. With Irina, a wealthy lady, they were all discussing what to eat. Sujun, congratulations on becoming a pillar. Izayashiki Yaya walked over with the help of the 2 pillars of insect water and smiled. You, doing this kind of thing without telling me in advance, it has caused me a lot of trouble. Yu didn't care about his identity as the leader of the ghost-killing team, and the words he said made the scalp of everyone around him numb, and his voice was full of complaints. Yaya didn't care at all, and said with a happy smile, these 2 guys are already the more frank in the team, and it is convenient for you to fight with you and serve the public. Hearing that Yaya had this meaning, Yu had to nod helplessly, muttering that he didn't really want to become a pillar. When everyone listened, they only thought that he was shy and laughed and ridiculed him. At this time, Yu paused slightly, and the corners of his mouth also curved. He already knew that his behavior just now had convinced Yin Yan Erzhu. The prompt that the system task has been completed has already sounded in his head. Successfully defeat 2 pillars. Get reward, double knife evolution chance ×1. Everyone was noisy for a moment. Yaya stood up and spoke. Ben was one of the attention points of everyone, as soon as he moved. The voice in the field immediately disappeared. The matter has come to this, I believe everyone can be more or less convinced of Yejun's strength, right? Just now, Yu's performance had completely convinced them. That kind of super technique of cutting out the sword chi, no one here is not excited when he sees it. If they can learn this, they can't wait to find a ghost to try their hand immediately. They all began to fantasize about the thrill of facing ghosts after all of them possessed that kind of sword chi. If that's the case, then Yejun will become the new 9 pillars of the ghost-killing team. Yaya clapped his palms in satisfaction. Thunderous applause broke out in the audience. Yu did not feel happy at all, on the contrary, he read a touch of fanaticism from everyone's eyes. It's like peeling yourself and craving, carefully studying why it's so powerful. Yu sighed and shook his head, now he is completely famous. Immediately, he said, Shinobu, are you free now, come with me. Butterfly Shinobu was stunned, no, I still have to protect the Lord. Go, Tenjin and Kyo's hero are here, it's okay. Yaya smiled, he didn't even ask Yu what he was going to do, and directly agreed to Butterfly Shinobu leaving. Butterfly Shinobu didn't ask, full of anticipation. When Yu turned around, he called Xiong Nehu as well. Under Yu's instructions, the 2 of them took Yu back to his courtyard. Looking at the sister flower in front of him, Yu suddenly asked seriously. Do you believe me? Hey! Butterfly Shinobu didn't react yet, why did she suddenly ask that, and Chana replied much faster. I believe, Yujun has become the coin in my life, right or wrong, I can trust Yujun. Yu nodded a little moved and a little unsmiling, don't be so exaggerated, just trust me, I have something to do with you, you may not be able to accept it, you wait for me. After that, Yu ran back to the back room, not knowing what he was doing. Two women were left with puzzled faces. They looked at each other. Suddenly, they both thought of a shy possibility at the same time. Shanna and Butterfly Shinobu looked at each other, and looked back at the closed door, and a touch of crimson flew on their faces. The already beautiful face, with this crimson, under the reflection of the lights, Choo-choo is lovely. This and this, are the three of us together? We've only known each other for more than a month. Butterfly Shinobu also looked a little at a loss. She could smile in the face of anything, and at this time she didn't even dare to look directly at her apprentice, nor did she dare to make eye contact with Suyu. As a doctor, she thought of something after hearing Suyu's words. That thing is something she can only do for people who are worthy of entrusting their lives. Knowing for a month is also the time to get married. Yu-jun is a very good person. No, I'm not in a hurry to get married, and I'm not honey. I've been thinking about finding a husband, and besides, I can't be with Shanna. Chapter 49. Butterfly Shinobu's mental struggle was extremely strong, and it was as if there were two villains fighting each other left and right in his mind. The villain on the left smiled and said, "This is a great opportunity, how can you not accept it?" The villain on the right quickly stretched out his hand to stop it, and said, "No, girls need to be reserved, and how can they do such a thing with their apprentices?" The villain on the left hummed, "What is reserved? You can get married at this age. Well, Lord has several children at this age." The villain on the right seemed a little moved, but he couldn't let go of his reserve, and said, "Coco, but with his own apprentice, this and this wife, too unruly." The villain on the left laughed and said, "If you don't come, then I can come." Butterfly Shinobu blushed and suddenly shouted, "Come what? You are all me, no matter what, if you want that, it's not me." The villain in her heart struggled. Butterfly Shinobu felt her cheeks burn, thinking of what was about to happen, her eyes became a little confused. Chanel. Butterfly Shinobu wanted to ask Shanae's opinion. This time he turned his head, and directly saw her standing in place dumbfounded. Her nose was still nosebleed. She hurriedly took out a towel to stop the bleeding for Channa. Butterfly Shinobu is still the first time to see this kind of thing happen to girls. Shouldn't boys think that this kind of thing will have nosebleeds? How can girls? Butterfly couldn't help but know that Kana was born in such a family, and there were many brothers and sisters in the family, and some things had long been clear. At that time, she didn't understand this kind of thing, but after she had a boy in her heart, it came to this kind of thing. Looking at his useless apprentice, Butterfly Shinobu was mentally prepared, and muttered to himself with a red face, "It seems that Yu-jun's firepower must be concentrated on me, and she can't let her attack Xiangne." "What firepower?" The sudden voice startled the butterfly into trembling. As soon as she raised her head, she met Suyu's doubtful gaze. "What's wrong with Xiangne?" Suyu saw the bloody towel on the table, his pupils shrank, and he quickly ran over and asked. She's fine, maybe she's been given too many supplements lately, and it's a bit of a conflict." Butterfly explained hurriedly. Suyu didn't care too much, seeing that Xiangne really didn't have anything, he just didn't know what to think in a daze, so he gave up. "Without further ado, let's get started." "Ah? Right here? No, don't make the bed," asked Butterfly Shinobu with a slight bow of her head and a red face. She had never felt so unconfident. If her sister saw it, she would laugh at her. Suyu was stunned. "What kind of bed? This thing is used quickly, and it will be solved at once." After that, he also waved the things in his hand. Only then did Butterfly Shinobu notice what was in his hand. It was 2 cards with the same content, the pattern was several chains, and it said, "The Lock." What? The characters on it are all modern simplified characters, and although Butterfly Shinobu can be seen as Chinese characters, it is not very familiar. Suyu explained to her in Japanese. "This is a good thing, called an iron chain. I won't say where it comes from, you believe me, it's harmless to you. This card connects us, and if I have a physique enhancement or something, you will have it too, it's that amazing. Be prepared. After that, the butterfly was stunned for a while. Yu thought that this kind of thing was too shocking for her, so she was stunned. After a while, she said with a complicated face, "What are you going to do with us? This is it." Yu said subconsciously. I thought. Butterfly couldn't speak, her cheeks burning badly. Yu asked them not to do that at all, but to improve their strength with them. She turned to look at Shanahu. The child was still immersed in that fantasy, and did not react. "What are you thinking? You don't think I'm going to talk to you?" Yu also realized something, and was about to say with a strange face. The butterfly ninja flew up, and his fluttering body directly pressed on Yu's body, blocking his mouth with both hands, and said almost with a low roar. Don't say, Yu cried and laughed. How could he have thought that the other party would think that he was saying such a thing? He grabbed Butterfly Shinobu's hands and said seriously. "That kind of thing, let's do it later." Saying such words so seriously, crimson was not only on Butterfly Shinobu's cheeks, but directly red from her neck to her head. I'll do you big." Yu used the iron lock boat, and used the physical quality improvement obtained by killing the lower string. There was still one physical fitness improvement and breathing method attainment improvement left, and he planned to use it again when he saw Honey Glass. Yu closed the door and walked to the courtyard, and said with a red face and angry eyes at his butterfly. "Then you digest the power in your body first, and I'll wait for you outside." The moment he turned around, there was an extremely clear palm print on his left face. The wind blew across my face, and it hurt a little. Yu touched his face and pulled a small bench, and sat in the courtyard looking at the sunset covered by thick clouds. Remembering what happened just now, he couldn't help but laugh. I really didn't expect that the first person who thought of this kind of thing was not me or Honey, but Patience. In the midst of his smile, he felt a little moved. Can Shinobu even do that kind of thing with me? Yu wants to say that he doesn't like Butterfly Ninja. It must be, whether he reads comics or anime, Butterfly Ninja is his favorite one. Now remembering her shy appearance just now, Yu suddenly bent over, quickly looked up at the sky, and took a deep breath. As his attention turned, he began to notice that he had just been rewarded. With a move in his mind, he brought up the reward he had just received. What appears is a two-line line. There are 4 squares on the line, each of which is a crafting task. Only the first grid is lit, and the next 3 are dim. But looking at the text, Yu can see what the last grid is. This is Solan's knife, Yan Demon, and Kiyoshui. Yu was shocked in his heart. Could he actually synthesize these 2 knives? These 2 knives are both black knives, and in appearance, they are very much in line with Yu's taste. Let me see, this first task is absorb 1000 ghost blood values, that's it. Yu looked at the setting of this ghost blood value. It was not complicated. It's just the blood of the ghost, and use the selected synthetic knife to cut the ghost. The knife can absorb the blood of the ghost, and once the target is reached, it is considered to have completed the task. This first task is not difficult, the difficulty is the latter, first the blood of the lower string, and then the blood of the upper string. The last task is invisible. Chapter 50. Yu looked at the setting of this ghost blood value. It was not complicated. It's just the blood of the ghost, and use the selected synthetic knife to cut the ghost. The knife can absorb the blood of the ghost, and once the target is reached, it is considered to have completed the task. Autumn water is good, I like the black blade very much, but Yan Devil. Yu pouted, a little painful. Kiyoshui is a good knife, and Yan Demon is certainly not weaker than it. It's just that Yan Devil has a big problem, he will absorb the domineering spirit of the knife bearer. Where does Yu come from domineering? He can only be angry at most. At that time, if the Yan Demon knife is synthesized, it will directly suck itself dry without saying anything, then where can it go to shout injustice? Suyu carefully looked at the synthesis root of Yan Demon and noticed a line of small print. This knife will automatically feed the domineering energy in the knife back into the knife holder when the knife holder is not armed and domineering, but it will greatly consume the durability of the knife and reduce the toughness and rigidity of the knife. Seeing this, Suyu raised his eyebrows. This is a setting that has never been seen in One Piece, and it seems that it was issued by the diary system after certain modifications. It's very nice to be able to get armed color domineering for free. This thing is very good attached to ordinary knives. Suyu looked at those tasks with interest. This first task is not difficult, the difficulty is the back, first the blood of the lower string, and then the blood of the upper string. The last task is invisible. It can't be that Ghost Maisuji is not miserable, right? If he is all dead, won't it be useless for me to take such a good knife? Suyu shook his head and threw this strange setting to the back of his mind. In that case, let's try to absorb 1000 ghost blood points first. He still has the blood of the next string, full of jugs. This blood is interesting, it has not coagulated and has not changed color after a while, and it is as bright as ever. Suyu looked around carefully, and after seeing that there was no one, he opened the spout, and the blood inside was carefully poured on the blade. The blood was poured on the knife, and there was no residue, because it did not slip, it directly penetrated into the knife. Immediately afterwards, a silvery white shimmer emanated from the blade, enveloping the scabbard inside. A progress bar immediately appeared in front of Suyu's eyes, 56/1000. Effective. Suyu then poured nearly 1/5 of the ghost blood up, directly reaching the required ghost blood value of 1000 points. The reserve knife Autumn Water has reached the first stage, unlock the second stage of the mission, and draw 4000 ghost blood points. Suyu weighed the blood he had just arrived, and now his hand was as steady as a scale, and he knew how much had just poured out with a shake. 100 ml brings 1000 ghost blood values, that is, the ratio of 1 to 10, 1 ml of blood in the next quarter month is 10 ghost blood values, then ordinary ghosts are likely to be between 1 and 10 points, and if they are wound, 10 points up. Simply speculated on the value of the ghost blood value of the next quarter moon, Suyu used this as a benchmark to facilitate that he could have an approximate proportion of ghost blood value when he killed ghosts. He rubbed his chin, remembering what Butterfly Shinobu had told him before. The blood that the human body has is about 4000 to 6000 milliliters. Suyu couldn't help but sigh lightly. Ghosts are the same as people, their bodies are not bad, and the amount of blood will not differ too much. That is to say, if you kill a ghost, you have to finish all the blood left in order to complete the second task of the evolution knife. If you want to make up for it, you can only make up for it with quantity. At least one ghost gets 1000 ml of blood, Suyu said that if he thinks it's okay, the ghost won't stand up and kill himself. Those are low-level ghosts, and the ghost blood obtained by the ghost dance Suji is thin, and the ghost blood of the ghost of the lower string only gets 10 ghost blood values in a milliliter, and ordinary ghosts may only get 1 or 2 points. Suyu was too lazy to waste time on those ghosts. Just as Suyu was brainstorming, the door of the courtyard was suddenly pushed open. The eldest lady Irina walked in with a big grin and said, "Sujun, let's go to Asakusa to eat." She was talking about Asakusa, Tokyo, where Tanjiro met Oni Maisuji without misery. Maybe you can try your luck to see if you can find Oni Maisuji no miserable, and by the way, give her the blood of the lower string ghost. After thinking about it in his heart, Suyu had already made up his mind. "Why are you here, Shinobu and Kanahu, in the room?" Irina crossed Suyu and walked over to open the door, and the latter, who was still thinking about things, came back to his senses after realizing it, and was busy trying to stop it. "Hey, wait," but she had already reached out and pulled the door open. Inside the room, blood-stained pieces of paper were scattered everywhere on the ground. Kanahu and Shinobu Butterfly were in the room, sitting on the floor panting. looking sweaty. It's like doing something here that makes you sweat. Suyu, who walked over quickly, saw the scene in the room, and saw Irina's gradually strange expression. He knew that another girl had misunderstood. Suyu simply covered his ears to prevent what might happen next. Sure enough, a shrill cry resounded through the courtyard. Irina looked back at the boy behind her with her ears covered in disbelief, and the latter also said, "You listen to me explain, things are not." She didn't give Suyu a chance to finish, directly stretched out her hand to stop, and said quickly, "Yu-jun, I have long felt that there seems to be something to do with Sister Ninja, but I didn't expect you to be so even Chana together. I'll go out and wait for you first." Irina's words were concealed, and she scanned the room again, then ran out with a red face. Suyu's face was full of distress and wailed, "How did you misunderstand another? Nothing really happened. I'm a decent man." Suyu sighed, he had already given up resistance. "Forget it, how love misunderstands how to misunderstand, anyway, I don't want to do those things, it's a big deal to achieve it later. You forced me. How long are you going to leave the door open?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Suyu came back to his senses, and saw Butterfly Shinobu glaring angrily at him. He smiled and quickly closed the door, but he also entered the room. The girl's face was still flushed, and Suyu thought about how to skip what had just happened, so he asked, "How can that power be digested?" Hearing this, the blush on her face faded, replaced by unconcealed surprise, and replied, "Very good, I feel that I can now lightly cut off the heads of those ghosts." Suyu looked at her slender limbs without any changes, and did not doubt the truth of these words. This physical strengthening from the system is not specifically manifested in the limbs, such as having large muscles. Suyu has undergone 2 strengthenings and is now also a fine dog. But if you put the kind of big stone that Tanjiro uses to cut in half, Suyu can directly smash it with one punch.